Hey YouTube, Sizzy here.
Hey guys, Zizaran here.
Hey everyone, so I was literally just about to go to bed.
Hi, Zizaran here. Zizaran here with Zizaran here. Zizaran here with Zizaran here. Hi, Zizaran here. And welcome to my channel. Wow, that looks like my girlfriend. Sharks is the best one. Go away! Leave! I believe in Sharknado, and you should too. Vote Sharknado to go away! That says a lot. What? Excellent Outland will be hell on Earth? Yes. Yes, it will. Oh my god! Nothing prepared me for that! So creative. Oh! Oh! We made so much money! Oh! Oh. Scripted! Scripted! That's our card! That's our community card! We made this! That is... Oh my... This is the undisputed best axe in the game! For Duelist! For Banquet! Fucking Banquet! Holy shit! Hello. Test, test, test. There, I think we're live. Hi! I finally got around to watching Boondock Saints. You guys excited? Full reset, Druid and Huntress, flails, maces, and spears? What time is this announcement? Pretty soon.
Firing Ziz's laser.
Already in the last clip. Ooh. 33, I think. 32.
Ghost Dragon 5000.
Chaos, thank you for the 28 months, 33 months.
Is firing Ziz's laser.
That'd be so insane. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. Can you move alerts over there? Where are they right now? I don't even see. Oh, there. Okay, there. Ah, I see. Or what? Full reset? No, I'm joking. Just so many people have been saying full reset. It is a joke at this point. Yoke. Console lift filters. Do you know, unironically, that's what I hope for the most. I feel very bad for console with no lit filters. I actually feel really bad. Because that is cancer. Can I say full reset? Thanks for the dupes. I mean, don't think they're gonna full reset. Thanks, Robert. We are doing the t-shirt competition, picking the winner, so you guys can help me pick in 25 minutes. No, the dev talk is in
my brother's new PC
4 hours.
Build looks sick. Thank you so much for gifting him the GPU on Zizmas. Even if Amazon threw a joyful fit getting it to him.
No problem, dude. Happy to. They were mostly sorted, all the people that didn't get stuff. Hi, Zangrath. Good to see you, dude. How you doing? What's the point of full reset during it? No, there isn't any. You preemptively kissing a thing goodbye like rarity? I think they just might make rarity not affect currency. Can console players follow that now? No, because we don't have the follow feature yet. Do you have Eternal Youth? No, that's over here, right? I don't. What happened with this stream with the viewer count? Are you anywhere getting tattoos? Yeah, we have a tattoo consultation on Thursday. Well, I think she's getting a consultation at the same time. So I'm gonna have them make like 3 mock-ups of tattoos that they think will be good, and then let chat vote on them basically. I'm never going to drop currency again. Well, I mean, they could just increase normal currency drops, right? When you're Spark, cast on Shock Planner, you're using considered casting, cast on Shock Links, but it only supports spells you cast yourself. But you are casting it yourself. I mean, it does work on it. It does work on it. I agree with you though. I see the wording, but for example, another thing, Debion's Dirge works on, or whatever it's called. Is it Frimnorse? I don't know. The mace that has like, with the attacks you make, like that still works on your totem. So it's a little hard to tell right now what works and what doesn't. Hello, Sully. Am I safe to buy Hawa now? I mean, I don't know. Shocks are you? You're not the shock. Do you know, I've actually, what'd I do? I got 2 Arbiter sets ready while running off stream. I fucked up a little bit and put in a low map, so I only got 1 fragment of one of them. This one? To be fair, I honestly thought it was like 100, 200, 300 would be fun, but it seems like 300 is what you really want. So I fucked up a bit. Didn't have anything else cool drop off stream. I do have a King in the Mist I'm deferring, so at least there's that. I do have a lot of like things set up here though. Like this is a very set up area for me now. What's the announcement today? So they're doing, this is the first time they've ever done this. Also, thank you for the ear toggle. This is the first time they've ever done this, but they're doing a little video talking about the upcoming patch. And then they are doing a community podcast after with Gazi and Darth, where they're allowed to ask whatever questions they want from the community. So yeah, we'll see. Gonna be really curious what they ask about. Peacocks are I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm sorry, dude. Do you think Kilo Race will get some ready? Hopefully. But I mean, I also think, I do think the entire endgame is very temporary, if you ask me. So I'm not too worried about the current variety of the endgame. And I personally think as something that feels very temporary, it's a pretty good temporary endgame. But I'm not expecting this to be like a long-term staying thing. Don't expect system changes? Yeah. I have no idea what I'm expecting. What am I expecting? A lot of nerfs, maybe some buffs. Visually, like, it hasn't been that long. I don't know what they've had time to do. Some people are comparing the endgame to PoE 1. It's fucking cooked. Yeah, I mean, that is pretty crazy. Do you want to edit your bingo? No, I'd make a new one. Probably. I think there has to be some new content if they're doing a video for it. Yeah, I mean, there's a non-zero chance that they were really close to Spectre, Struid, and, like, there's a non-zero chance. It also might not be stuff that is coming now. They could be like, this stuff is ready, but 2 weeks from now. That matches up with the timeline of what I suspected, so. So we'll see. There's a new D4 thing soon, right? Ben Malady, thank you. Appreciate the raid or being a doing one. Hold on until stream and set the stream. 3 hours, 50 minutes. Thank you for the raid, dude. What is D4? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is like a big D4 patch soon. So they might want to like directly compete with that. Because there are a lot of people that like both. There are a lot of people that like both. More support gems? Yeah, that'd be pretty big. Last breach before he gets nuked? Yeah, actually, I wouldn't be surprised if breach gets nuked. I actually have a lot of breach bosses saved up, so we can go do some of them. I like both. Yeah, I like both too. I mean, obviously, if it's heads up, then there's not much of a choice for me, but there are for people. But like, there's probably a lot of people right now in chat that love D4 too. I think it's a good thing D4 exists, even though obviously a lot of PoE players hate it. Hey, Nid. Olaf, how you doing? I was just watching your short. What was I watching your short about? Oh, it was really funny too. I don't even know if it was a recent one. I can't remember. I just remember I was watching it. Fuck, I can't remember. Two hot dudes? No. Maybe I'm just gonna look at your channel. Hold on. No, I don't know. Maybe it's not even a recent one. Oh, Stargate. It was a recent one. It was the Stargate one. It's funny because like my wife has seen so many of your shorts. And I was like, you know, he's in my chat a lot. She was like, no way. I was like, yeah. It's cute. That's funny. She likes your shorts. She's like linked me several of them. Very good. Yeah, you too, dude. I just had like a spa day with my wife, and I realized how much I fucking hate having blue hair. Like, so much. So much. It's insane how much I hate having blue hair. Did people discriminate you again? No, I just get a lot of looks. Get a wig? I wear a hat. I swear forever ago you used to like your blue hair, or maybe you're more used to it. There's been like a pretty big shift in the last 3 or 4 years. When did I dye hair blue? I mean 10k sub goal. And just like what do you call it? Like it's something I used to do, but it used to be like I don't know. It used to like you'd always get a lot of looks and a lot of people calling you gay slurs and stuff, but I don't know. There's been a shift. Dye natty again? No, I'll keep it till like Steel's gonna cut my hair soon anyway. And my roots are already fuck, dude. Maybe like the bleach has just fucked it. Maybe it's not I don't even feel like I have that much roots. You can barely see them. Kill me. It is very blue this time. It's always very blue. People might think you're like a New York King Jinx fanatic. I don't know. Didn't go outside before. True. Now I tried touching grass. I hated it. That's true, mister. All of us hello, by the way. Thank you. Yeah, no, we went to a day spa. I don't know. It was like, to be fair, like it was just like it was nice to get away kind of thing. We went to a day spa, but just stayed in the hotel room pretty much the entire time. We bought like so much snacks. We actually have too much snacks left over. And we watched Boondock Saints and Harry Potter, and then we fell asleep. We had like loads of room service drinks. And then we went to the restaurant there. I really don't like expensive restaurants. They're so not worth it. I've never been to an expensive restaurant and been like, ooh, this is my favorite restaurant. Has never happened. They're so overrated. I've never, do you know, unless you were in like, did you get private jacuzzi for sex? No, I just had a bathtub. Is that lightning? Oh, I'm SSF, so I don't really get to pick what I can get on gear. I'm just RNG. Where did the subathon go? I thought there were months of hours left on it. No, it just went out over time, I'm afraid. Galgorm? No, went to, it starts on C, Culloden or something? Like, okay, so my problem with expensive fancy places, first off, the food isn't necessarily good. It looks like you're supposed to take a picture of it, and you're just sat there wondering where's the rest of my food. Like, I literally, my steak was this big, and I'm like, brother, why? I was not even, like, particularly, like... The only thing that was really nice was that I got to like have room service alcohol. Their alcohol also was very weak, but it was really tasty at least.
Glad to see the blue back in action.
Quality over quantity? Okay, but you don't really get quality either. The only place that I've been where like 5-star related things are good is like Asia. I don't know, dude. Like, for example, when me and Steel stayed at the fucking... Marina Bay Sands, like that was 5-star. That was fucking very distinct difference. But like, I don't know, dude. Like 5-star hotel in the UK is just like, it's just not worth it. Fuck. A rural hotel once and it was the best. Thanks. But yeah, we got to watch Midnight Saints. That was really nice. Oh, and we played like loads of games. We play, me and my wife does this thing where we'll think of an animal. The thing is, she's so fucking good at reading me. So we would do this thing where we think of an animal and then, she'll be like, does it have fur? But like, she's ridiculously good at it. So she was like, does it have fur? I was like, yes. And she was like, is it a polar bear? And I'm like, yes. She got it so many times on like the first guess. Like one time she was like, does it live in the sea? Is it a moray eel? And I'm like, brother. I actually got one of hers really fast. I was like, is it small? And she was like, yes. And I was like, is it really small? She was like, yes. I was like, is it bacteria? And she was like, yes. I got that like very fast. But like, I don't know. She's so insanely good. Me and my kids play that game. Yeah, we play that a lot. We also do another game similar to that where we will do like 1, 2, 3, and then we both say something like coffee or a wall, and then we have to think like what would the other person say next based on what we've said. And today we had like a few of those where we did it on the second try. We're pretty synced up on that stuff at least. There are expensive non-pretentious good restaurants. I think they're free for coming to Stockholm, but favorite's more like coffee shop. Oh, nice. Like my favorite restaurant in the world is like a super normal Belfast, just a family restaurant. Like it's so nice. It's nothing like crazy, just like all their food is just really good. But like for example, I've been to through Twitch, they've sometimes taken me to really expensive restaurants that I would never go to myself, you know, like the kind that has like waiting lists. By the way, I looked like a homeless person going into it. But like, I don't know, I've never found that those are ever worth it. It seems more like, I don't know, I think you need to be more pretentious to enjoy it and be like, indubitably. Oh yes. Fine water from the North Pole. People ask about the announcement, there's a timer on screen, yeah. Indubitably. I don't know. I feel like family restaurants are generally better. No sense to point up, yeah. I went to a Gordon Ramsay restaurant once and it was okay.
Lord Vasky just resubscribed.
Thank you, Vasky. Thank you for the 27 months. Let's see the blue back in action. Thanks, Moldon. Thank you for the 4 months. Maybe change the timer to say GGG announcement instead of PoE2 live stream. That's a good idea. We should do that. Var, are you able to change that? Your question, what's up? You don't enjoy meat, foam, and deconstructed vegetables? Yeah, B, it's not a bad idea. By the way, I don't know if there's any fellow LSF enjoyers here, but like, I didn't understand why are people shitting on Asmin for not watching the Quinn video when Asmin has a video reacting to a Quinn video about the Elon Musk stuff that's 2 million views. I'm very confused. I didn't get that. That was confusing to me. Why pipe? Oh, I'm not super keen on Tarkov right now. I don't really like the connection between Arena and Tarkov. I would, because Aspen has a big following. I think you misunderstood my question. People are shitting on Aspen for not watching the Quinn video when he has watched the Quinn video, and I'm confused. Do you think 2DD will address anything related to Elon? Absolutely not. 0% chance. Okay, ask yourself this, chat. If you were working at grinding your games, do you think they should? Do you think that's worth the headache?
Status Implosion just resubscribed for 83 months.
Why the fuck do people care about Elon so much? Because he's one of the most powerful people in the world. Does a lot of stuff that people either dislike or admire. And find it weird when he's openly lying about something. And also, I think a lot of people are just fascinated. Like, if you made it into a movie, it would be a very interesting movie, right? So I think a lot of it's just fascination. What's going on with Elon Musk? I don't get it. Oh, he like lied about being very good at PoE. Basically. Quinn has a really good video about it. Like, honestly, that's Quinn's best video. Like, that was really well made. I was also just really surprised. Quinn made such a good, like... Honestly, I was blown away. It was incredibly well done. It's an incredibly well done video by Quinn. Yeah, Scott. Do you think they'll nerf your Spark build? Yeah, I mean, this is very, very likely one of the builds that's gonna get nerfed. I think that if you remember the cold Spark build I played, I think that would be very likely to not be. Ironically, you couldn't have made Quinn's video better. I mean, I don't even think I could have done a better job than that. I was very impressed. I think what I particularly liked was that the video was very clearly made, aimed at people that aren't familiar with Path of Exile, and he just broke it down. Honestly, it was like, just such a good video. I was really impressed. I watched it with my wife while we were at the spa, and I was just, yeah. I do think Elon falsifying his gaming credentials is not really something to get worked up about, though. Sure, but some people made the argument that, like, if he's lying about this, what else is he lying about? That was what a lot of people care about, right? Like, there was a comment saying, like, I don't know much about spaceships and rockets, but I know a lot about PoE, so if he's saying this kind of stuff this wrong about PoE, what else is he that wrong about? That was a lot of people's point. Everyone's allowed one grape? Oh, for sure. Personally, I'm not very worked up about it. I don't understand the people that are like, oh, do you think Ghazi and Darth are gonna address it? I'm like, fuck no. I know I wouldn't. Fuck that. Fuck that, dude. Holy. That is not worth the headache. That is a wild one. Like, I find it amusing. Is there a boss here? Oh, there is. Too much already? As long as it doesn't slow you down, then it's fine. I switched a little bit around on my build. To be fair, it's hard. Honestly, like, my own measuring stick is, am I sustaining alchemies? Because for me, I don't know about you guys, but alchemies was the most noticeably effective thing for me. By rarity, I don't know if other people at SSF had a similar experience, but when I was playing, I could not sustain alchemies without rarity. And anywhere like 60 to 100 rarity seemed like a really good spot for me where I don't lose too much, but I still have good clear speed. I just lost some rarity. I was like sitting in a call with Steel and looking over my gear. So at 82 now, I had 105 before. Can you switch it to GGG livestream or GGG announcement viral, the text? In 5 minutes, we're gonna look at the t-shirt stuff. But yeah, so I switched out my helmet. Obviously, I have a lot of good helmets, but this one actually had 24 rarities. So I just lost 16 basically, and my damage went up a lot. I do have better helmets too, but they have no rarity, and I wasn't really willing. Oh yeah, the countdown. Could you switch that to like GGG live stream or something, or GGG announcement? GGG announcement would be better. Dude, where the fuck is my king? Ah. Wait, it's a live stream? I think so. They're doing a quick live stream and then... How long are you keeping in blue? Oh, as soon as I can get rid of it, I will. I also have so much regret for not dyeing it white. Or just bleaching it, I mean. Like, Giga bleaching it. Do you know, also, the worst thing is... I don't know. Like, my hair felt like straw this time. It wasn't enjoyable. I'm also getting old, you know? Like, the hair is only gonna take so much. I'm not a youngster anymore. Old. Are you using the new NeverSyncs filter? Nah, I have my own. I do recommend NeverSyncs, but I made my own, and it just sort of works for me right now. Super recommend NeverSyncs though. I don't know if you saw, but NeverSyncs partnered up with Maxwell. Very cool. And keep. Oh. Maybe one more. One more. Do-do, 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 do-do. You can't dye white, 9% it'll kill it, because... Oh, yeah, no, I mean, I have had it sort of, like, bleached white before, but I know what you mean.
Robin underscore missed his firings.
For sure, Raki. Thanks, Robin. Thank you. Feel bad for console, hopefully GG through some basic filters. Yeah, I literally, if we get nothing else, I hope we get that. Is actually bad. I really dislike console, and I feel bad for them. That's saying something, alright? You're gonna play Druid or Hunters first? Oh, Druid. I'm Team Druid for sure, dude. I'm Team Druid for sure. In Last Epoch, Druid is actually my favorite thing as well. I'm a big Druid fan. Always really liked Druid. In D&D as well, I've really liked Druid. I think Druid is incredibly cool. Alright. Karin is actually going to join our D&D campaign. IRL, that'll be fine. So this is a furry. My persona would be like a roly-poly beetle. If I was ever going to go to FurCon, I would want like a roly-poly beetle outfit. I think that'd be so sick. And you could just curl into a ball and roll. That'd be sick. When are you gonna run my D&D stuff? I do not have enough time for more campaigns right now. How often do you play? Do you think they'd let you in, or do you think like... Do you think they'd like find it offensive if you showed up to like... something like that, wearing a beetle outfit? Do you think they'd be like... Not here, buddy. No beetles allowed. That's a scaly? Oh, Christ. Wait, is that a thing? 5e. I don't know what 24E. It's 24E that like paid subscription thing they have. DM a digital game for y'all. Do you know, I'd want to play D&D with Lily. That'd be fucking sick. Scalies are reptiles, not bugs. Oh. Is it not just anything with a shell? Quick players alive. Dude, you know what I also hope for during the patch? Oil improvements? I know it's more of an SSF thing, but I cannot get good oils for the life of me, dude. I guess it's okay that they're this rare, but it's also like... I just don't know if it's intended, you know what I mean? Lily has that witch energy? Oh yeah, for sure. But Mace is not to be bad? Yeah. I mean, Karn's thing was fucking sick, but I guess that's mostly Herald of Ice. Oh shit. Oh, if I got that earlier, that would have been fucking beastly.
So Flyer just resubscribed for 10 months. Woot.
What do you think of the corpse strike build? Haven't seen it. Heard good things though. Chance to spawn in time. Right. How many pulse for his totem warrior if it doesn't get nerfed? Yeah, I want to do no more with totems too. Infernalist mini build up today. So I'm not playing Arsonist anymore personally. I do regret switching away from him a bit though. I'm doing oh, we're gonna do the t-shirt thing after this month. I am Frost at the moment. Express by Frost. Don't like it for mapping or breaching, and like I can't really do breaches. Thought about how Obelisk anymore? Yeah, I just want better gear for it. Like stat stackers aren't that easy to do on SSF basically. I've also sort of, I'm kind of like, well, I will decide what I do after the announcement, right? So I don't know what they're doing. Are they buffing stuff? Are they nerfing stuff? What are they doing? Are they not doing any of that stuff? So that'll sort of like let me decide. Like obviously a lot of people think that they're going to do a temporary league, and like I don't think they will, but we don't know that they're not either, right? Like they could do that. It's not a 0% chance, even though I don't particularly think they're going to do it this early. There's absolutely a chance that they will. Like we've never had them do a video like this and not release a league, so we're about to find out. We're about to find out, bro. They want to stream just for nerfs. It's probably content updates. They could do that too. Well, you say they won't have that just for nerfs, but okay. Hopefully, when they nerf things, they will also do upgrades of other things too. But there is a chance that the nerfs are so hard hitting that they feel the need to justify them. Right? That is a chance. There is a chance that they're that hard hitting that they're like, we need to justify this or it's not going to go over well. What's your rarity? Like 80, 90, 86, I think. So I don't know, but you know, I'm just saying, I'm prepared for a lot of stuff. I'm prepared. To be fair, the people that are gonna enjoy this the most are the people that don't care and are just gonna fucking YOLO whatever. T-shirt time? Yeah. I think I'll take a quick toilet break and play ads and then do it so that we don't have any ads interrupting. But yeah, we are about to do the t-shirt competition. Now, other things that we hit sub goals for was also a hideout competition and a transmog competition. I wanted to run this by you. I think we should wait with those. Because, first off, the hideout competition we have to wait with. Because the hideout, like, making stuff isn't in the game yet, really. So I think we wait with both of those until there are more skins in. Especially because that's stuff we're going to put, like, prices on and shit. So it makes more sense to wait. You could be good. No, but you're trash. $50% of the tanks right now? Yeah, maybe. Alright, let me... Oh, I still haven't finished this map. But yeah, so we're doing a $1,000 t-shirt competition. We've had some submissions. We're going to look at them now. Figure I'll put like top 5. I'll pick top 5 and then check and like vote on the winner. That probably sounds good. Do you think Ranger will be touched? Yeah, probably Peacock. Hold shift, Pablo. That's a really expensive t-shirt. Yeah, it was one of the sub goals we had. Make a t-shirt competition.
The third adjust
Graphic settings are all at bottom. Oh shit, I have another breach. Thank you. Thank you, third. I expressed my playlist system music. But yeah, if you hold shift when you're using currency, it'll like keep using that same currency. As long as you have more of it, obviously it won't give you infinite. Or will it? Anyway, I see templating the turn is saying though... Yeah, I don't know. Even then, I don't know if that's the case. Oh shit, another breach. I think that's the last one though. What? Fashion King and insane pricing in the world. Dude, I keep getting these shorts of this like jewelry salesman in New York. That keeps trying to give people stuff and people just walk past him. He's like, can I give you half a kilo of silver? And people just walk past him. Is that just a New York thing? This is a big city thing. Hey, the minor. I need those. Nothing life is free, I guess? Yeah. He probably thinks it's a scam. Yeah. I've never been to New York. I've only like landed at the airport while going somewhere else. I've never actually like been there. The last like place that I wanted to visit in America that like I hadn't been was Vegas, and I did not like Vegas at all. I don't know if New York's gonna be similar. To be fair, I dislike London, so I assume that it probably has some London vibes, with just being a busy city and people being a bit cunty. in big cities. I prefer like smaller. When you say Vegas, did you just go to the Strip? Yeah. I did. I was only there for a week, and it was mostly like work related. I didn't get to see that much. Like I would go again, but yeah, the Strip was not very enjoyable. It was also like the climate is probably the least favorite climate I've ever been in the world. And before cocaine jokes, but like my nose would start bleeding, and I think it was just because of the constant going like out from completely air-conditioned areas into like dry desert into air-conditioned areas. It just really fucked with me. And I've had similar stuff in Norway, going into like cold, hot, cold, hot, cold, hot. But I really didn't like that, personally. It's really unenjoyable. Nice, Leroy. Yeah, I don't know. Also, I find it really confusing. Prostitution is illegal in Vegas, but advertised. And I was like, huh? I just found that very perplexing. I get it, like someone explained it to me, but like, it's just odd. Very odd. Yes, Hayden, if you buy PoE 1/tabs, they'll be available in 2 and vice versa. Shield Charge, it's called. The Strip is actually a different town than Vegas. It's called Paradise. Has its own mayor and everything. Wow. Legal in Nevada, but illegal in Vegas, right? How did you like the invasive street performers? I don't personally like suddenly. I don't mind like strip clubs and stuff existing, but I didn't like seeing that out in the open on the street personally. Did you get harassed by wheelchair Elvis? No, but there were like borderline naked people everywhere. I'm not a big fan of that in the street, I guess. I don't mind if you like have strip clubs or something, or if like my wife really wants to go to a strip club with me. And then I don't mind that, but like, I don't know, for me, like time and a place kind of thing, like it's kind of weird to see out in the street. That was my take on it. Right, we're gonna take a quick toilet break. When I come back, we're gonna go decide on who wins the t-shirt competition. No, Jacob, I didn't. I'll be right back.
Zxatlp just resubscribed for 19 months.
All right, let's see who wins the t-shirt. All right. So I have not seen them all, by the way. Channel locked so no one can post. All right. Let's look. There. All right. Let me 1 sec. Let me open Notepad so I can like rank the ones I think are really cool. Let me open some in a separate tab. Actually, it'll be the easiest. All right. I'm excited. All right. That's pretty cool. It also looks like we need motorcycles. If we're, let's see, made by Charlie Pangus. I'm gonna call this motorcycle. Motorcycle design. I feel like if we do this one, we all have to buy motorcycles. That is pretty cool though. I know Charlie Pangus. Okay, how many people in chat have motorcycles? That's a pretty cool one though. My mom and grandmother would hate this. Is this not such a motorcycle shirt? Do you agree? I can get one if we're getting these shirts. That's a dad t-shirt. Oh, fuck it. All right. Here's my t-shirt submission in most colors. Also, let's see. So the rules were may not use AI artwork. Your work will be checked. If it makes the top 10, please be able to provide proof. Artwork must be original, no tracing, replicating, or otherwise. No direct IP ripoffs. No sexually explicit content. And then the theme of this is the beast, right? The Path of Exile beast, basically. Like, sort of themed around that. So you can see that pretty well here, right? It looks like the beast is like either killed him or is him. So that's really cool. Definitely on theme. Here's another one. That's very cool. Sort of mysterious figure. Man, this is a really good one. This is S. Let's see, let me put them on one line. S design. Unknown female. I'll call this one. People are talented? Yeah. That's really cool. That is a really cool one. That's a good art style. Yeah, I like that a lot. Zana is the beast. It could be Zana or it could be that like countess. They also give like loads of examples of different colors. This one's a really cool one too. Holy shit.
As usual. Keep your great work.
Thank you, Capstone. Thanks so much, dude. It's the countess. Yeah. You're probably right.
Freydler just resubscribed for 2 months.
Thank you, Treadler, thank you. Original concept, no AI. Here's another one. Well, you fortune favor the beast or the undisputed hero. Oh, that's cool. That's pretty cool, right? Oh, I like the axe. Made by Moon. Undisputed hero. Blue hair on the dragon and everything. So many references. And it's a chimera, sort of, right? Very cool. Chimera beast. Very cool. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna give you guys a top 5 to vote from after we've gone through them all. Wow. This one's really fucking cool. Man, we have so many cool ones. Holy. I took a different approach to the beast and just another monster manipulated by the real vessel, the mysterious woman. Concept inspired by the game's Aztec patterns and textures. Wow. This at the bottom is fire. That's very cool. Should I call this Beast Woman? Tiago, Liver, 1988. Beast Woman. That one looks a little bit too much like a face pushing out of a vagina. Is that like an everyone thing or just a you thing? I didn't think that at least. I can't unsee it. I see it now. Okay, right. I think it's really cool. You're welcome, chat. Least horny Ziz viewer. And here's that on different t-shirts. Let's see. I wanted to practice new ink because I got some new pens. Well, that's cool. Man, I can't draw for shit, dude. Like, if I start drawing, it's like literal stick figures. Inge, cartoon compilation, sort of. Malachi, Gionor, Jamra, Beast in the middle, and Sin up top. Spooky lady manipulating people bottom right for this Y is very cool. How do you send your art? It's closed. Examples on t-shirt. Very cool. It's an acquired skills is if you practice you can become good too. How do I do that without practicing? Wow. It's like drawn by hand. What the fuck? Alright. Black Badger up next. Let me write that down. Black Badger, Molten Beast? I'll call it Molten Beast. My interpretation of the beast, a muck-up. Very colorful. How do we vote? We'll make a poll later. Cool. People are so talented. I'll make a top 5 that you guys can vote from, basically. And then you guys choose who gets the $1,000. We'll make a t-shirt out of it. Let's see. Next up we have Mega Milk. This is cursed. It's like Faraday Beast. The Faraday do that, right? With like they have like
Ziz's laser. It
yeah,
doesn't
people they
matter how
step
nice
on.
you are. German children are always kinder.
Nah, that's funny. Thank you, Rocky. Tiny Kinder. It's a meat blob. Yeah, it's very Faraday. The Faraday. Okay, Mega Milk. I'm gonna call it Faraday Beast. Because that's like what they do, right? Let's see. Okay, Almighty C. Ah, it's like the Iron Count. Wow. That looks really good on t-shirt. Iron Count Beast. Very cool. It's really decent on a red t-shirt too. Oh my god. Okay. Wow. That's so cool. Fuck, that's great. That's so cool. Fuck me. That's so good. Oh shit. Okay, that might be my favorite. Holy fuck. Cute beast. That's so cool. Okay, I gotta say, I really love that one. That should be a pet. That's so good. Hi, Luna. Are you cute? It on green is really cool. I think it's better on black, but it's so good. Needs to be a plushie. Do you know, I looked into plushies because we kind of want to do a gauntlet plushie sometimes. First off, it's really fucking complicated. Realistically, what you have to do is that people pre-order them and you need to sell. Is it, fuck, how many is it? It's a lot. Is it 200 or 500? It's a lot. I think it's 200 that you have to sell before they even get made. 200, yeah. Yeah, Medikey. 500 is more optimal, but yes. Yeah, it's a pain. It looks like AI. All the like top contestants get like properly checked for being AI or not. So you really have to get your pre-sales in order. Yeah, which I think we can do for a gauntlet, but it's also the other thing is getting a mock-up made takes so long and we don't know what the gauntlet is going to look like that much in advance. So it's really hard for us to do. But I know a lot of people have been asking if we would do one. Okay, cute beast is very cool. All right, next up is Orville. This is very Princess Mononoke. My take on the beast, the consequences of releasing the corruption through the land of Wraeclast. The red frog is my abstract approach to the beast aesthetics. The frogs allude to the frog's pets from PoE. The overall composition alludes to the one guy emote, but it doesn't really have the same meaning. It like, makes me think of Princess Mononoke. Abstract beast. The eyes are the same as the last one. No, they're not. This is a very normal style for eyes, but the eyes are not the same. It's pretty normal style for eyes, though. There's also like a full video of him making the entire thing. There's a literal full video of him making it from scratch. Let's see. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. I thankfully don't have to rank them because you guys are going to be voting on the winner. I just have to choose who makes the top 5. Okay, let's see. I definitely want this one in the top 5. That is so freaking cute. I think that's my favorite. That's so fucking well done. I'm gonna put that as cute beast. So I'll write 5 on that because that's top 5. What else? I'm definitely gonna put this one in top 5. The motorcycle design. 5. What else do I definitely want in? Fuck. Okay. That one for sure. Unknown female. 5. Then I have 2 more. Oh my god, this is hard. I like that. I like that. I like all of them. This is hard. 2 last ones. Oh, that one's probably really good too. Okay, I want that one in top 5. Beast Woman. Then I have one more. One more that makes it into top 5. It is tough. I'm so happy I don't get to choose. You guys are voting. I think this one as the last one. Iron Count Beast. Name a vagina face and I'll vote for it. Okay, let me close the ones that aren't in top 5 that you guys aren't voting for. And they're all so good as well. There's so many good ones. I'll close the ones that aren't top 5. Also, huge thank you to everybody who entered. That's so cool. Actually, so cool. All right. All right. So, viral. I guess we should have like a 10-minute vote then or something. So I call this one motorcycle design. It looks very like something you'd have as a motorcycle person. I feel like if we make this, I have to buy a motorcycle and learn how to pilot one. Unknown female. It's probably the Countess. Beast Woman. I thought that was really cool. Close that. What did I name this one? Iron Count, and then Cute Beast. Cute Beast, Iron Count, Beast Woman, Unknown Female. Ah, should we make these two like more different names? Because this is a woman. Beast Inside Woman. Man, that could work. Both would work for both of them. Shrouded Face, maybe? Vagina Face? No, that's not gonna earn any points. Let's call it Shrouded Face. Unknown. Unknown on this one. If you get them all on your screen and put numbers on them, that also works. That's kind of difficult, no? Okay, let me see what I can do. I studied computer science. Ha! There. Okay, okay. I'm doing it. I'm so smart. I am so smartest. I am so smartest. So smart. So smart. Okay. Smart. How the fuck do you choose?
Spiky Crab is firing Ziz's laser.
Okay. How's this? That look okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Zizwa is firing Ziz's laser.
Thank you, Spiky Crab. Thank you for the 14 months. Seaswa, thank you for the 2 months. Alright. Man, fuck. They're so good. So smart to go cutesy with it. Hey, Chisera. 2 is a clean sweep? Fuck, I'm happy I'm not choosing. 1, 2, and 5 are definitely my favorite. 3 and 4 are really strong runner-ups for me. So good though. But like, I would be shocked if 5 doesn't like fucking clean sweep. It's a hecking landslide? Holy. Let the 5 landslide begin. 5 looks like a testicle. It's the cutest testicle. Man, 1 is really cool too. 2 is really cool as well. Fuck, there's so many good ones. Alright, go vote. 5 looks a bit AI. They all like prove that they have made it. He also has like a full PSD with every step of the layer available to show us. But you're right, humans can no longer tell whether something is AI or not. That is a good point. Mine is the Zizaran. I definitely wore a rank 2 in high school at some point. It was very biker. Only 250 votes on 2.8k viewers. Gotta remember, everybody on their phones can't even vote. Can you vote on mobile now? I'm so curious. I'm gonna open my own chat on phone. I feel like the voting on phone is garbage. We can. Where do we vote? It should just pop up above chat. I have no vote. It's on top of stream. Try refreshing if you don't get the vote. Is there a possibility to get a shirt of the 5 design? So that's what we're doing. It's a t-shirt competition, and then we'll actually like sell the t-shirts. Pretty sure us YouTube plebs have to go to Twitch. Yes, that's true. I am working on. I've asked Stream Elements to make me a tool that'll let votes go between both, but also like giveaways go between both. Hi, Anka. I can see you. Like, I never want my YouTube viewers to feel like they're secondhand citizens. They are a little bit, but at least like I read all the YouTube messages and stuff. It's also like it's kind of nice because you don't get music on YouTube. Yeah, I always like seeing chat, Anka. But yeah, the poll is only on Twitch. I'm sorry. I have asked Stream Elements for some like cross tools though. I was surprised how many Twitch streamers don't read their YouTube chat. What to socket into Hawa? Resist. Was a YouTube outsider for a while and didn't realize I was missing out on the tunes. Oh, that's intentional. It's supposed to. You can listen to your own stuff on YouTube. We know you're there, YouTube. No, hey, yeah. A lot of people, like, YouTube is particularly good. A lot of my regular Twitch viewers watch on YouTube when they are at work because their work blocks Twitch, but not YouTube. Yeah, there's a countdown on top of stream. Like that for me at work, yeah. But yeah, you can still vote. It does look like 5 is winning though. Two and 5 is awesome, yeah. I think I prefer 1 over 2, but 2 is really cool too. One deserves more votes, but it was never beating 5. I agree. I think the 1 design is so fucking cool. Hey, Wobble. Good to see you. 5 is too cutesy. Yeah, I love it. Two looks like it already is a t-shirt, yeah. Well, a lot of them put them on like mock-ups. It's very cool. 2 could be a band t-shirt. It literally looks like a band t-shirt. Horrible corpse eating flesh mass. Do you know what 5 reminds me of? 5 reminds me of like Ori. No, not Ori. Fuck, what's the one where Bible Thump is from? Binding of Isaac. It gives me Binding of Isaac vibes. Hi, Sausage. You're winning. Do you play I6s? No. I wish Larsfest played a lot. When is the due to do that stream start? There's a countdown at the top. It's in 3 hours or something. All right. Yeah, you're winning pretty decidedly. What I just walk into, it's a t-shirt competition. It was one of the sub goals from my subathon. Why does one have so little votes? It is really good. To be fair, these are all the best ones. These are all the best ones. I hadn't seen any of the designs before doing this. I was like, I thought 1 was gonna win or 2. And then 3 or 4 are both really strong. And then I saw 5 and I was like, oh, never mind. Never mind. Candle's not visible. Oh, sorry. Well, the vote's almost over. I think we can pretty safely say that 5-1 though. It's ahead by 40%. Five wins. Right, we are gonna have to verify that it's not AI and stuff. But he did say add all the layers and stuff, so I'm not very worried about that. He is already verified. He's good. All right, you are the winner. You win $1,000 US. Congratulations. We're gonna turn that into a t-shirt. Congratulations. That's sick though. That was so good. That was actually sick. That was really cool. I was very impressed. You giving the table to that one guy was so wholesome? Yeah, that was really cool.
Poplock_MMO just resubscribed for 5 months.
Does the designer get sales from the shirts? No, it's you get $1,000 for the design. So happy this is crazy. Congratulations, dude. Behance link? What's a Behance? Let's see. All right. Online portfolio. Ah. Yeah, that's incredible, dude. Yeah, basically we'll buy the rights to the design off him. Let's see.
Time is of the essence.
That's really cool. What's your build? This is Spark. Very, very likely to be nerfed today. So if they announce a new league, what are you starting? Oh, I don't think they are, but I mean, they would only do that if they changed the set of the game. Oh, nice headshot. What was the design of that one? I can show you real quick.
Thanks for the juicy
Very
guide
cute.
for Ice Strike Monk, my guy.
Thank you for watching, dude. This one, number 5-1. Moment of silence for the Spark people. Still salty. 2 is way better. Think it'd be better without the ground. Yeah, I mean we'll put it up as a t-shirt. What is Spark? This ability. When are they doing the announcement? 2 hours 44 minutes. There. Yeah, I see that, Pablo. Hello, Lady Room. That's fair. I like it, though. If we want a t-shirt from another designer, do we bother for that? Well, it is a channel. You could DM people for it. I'm rubber banding a lot today. GBSD, Chivist. Melee nerf, nerf melee. I don't know if they're doing that. I don't know about that. Do-do-do-do. There you can roast that. Could do something charity with the sales too. I usually do my charity like local stuff, but so much easier with local stuff to make sure the money you're giving actually get used. I do like hospitals near me and stuff. Buff ES and mana stacking. Mana stacking is so bad. Meme? Question mark. Random up pushing it for 200 meters. Yeah, I hate that. The pushing this is kind of annoying in general. They should at least have that strength mitigates it. Dude, I'm gonna be dead by the time the do live stream's over. No, useless, it's not. Waking me up late? Yeah, I woke up pretty early today too. Yeah, it's my problem too, Medicaid. Yeah, I did get pushed 30 minutes or something. Nah, I don't agree with that crap up there. The alpha channel was there to show, by the way, that it was made from scratch carpet. There were other images too. Been on holiday in Tenerife for a week.
Recreations
Jesus,
just
nice.
resubscribed for 22 months. Been on holiday in Tenerife for a week. What did I miss?
We're about to get a big GGG announcement today. I said North Korea, best Korea in response to a gold seller spam, and guess who gets 120-hour moots? Oh, that would tell me. Yeah, if they get continue spamming afterwards, that would be tilting. You're from Tenerife? Oh, nice. No, you're good, Carpet. It's just we had a rule of like no AI stuff. So people had to post more images of like showing that they had done it, and we verify. So for the winner, for example, he posted like each step in Photoshop with layers and stuff, so that we didn't just have somebody do a quick prompt to win. So what most people are hoping to get nerfed. Like, when people say they want things to be nerfed, they aren't necessarily talking about what you are playing. They're talking about things that are one-shotting bosses. For example, there's already stuff in the game that is one-shotting 6-man health, highest level Arbiter, and killing that in 0.01 seconds, right? So generally, when people are talking about nerfs, they're talking about things like that. things that are doing like 600 million damage or 200 million damage, whatever it is, right? When you're like one-shotting Arbiter at the highest level. I think a lot of people would time this. Well, it depends what you want, but like for example, Diablo had this, right? Where Spiritborn was doing 900 quadrillion. Fuck, I don't really know the number, but it was like 900 quadrillion, and instead of nerfing Spiritborn down to like the billions of damage other things were doing, they wanted everything else buffed up to 900 quadrillion. Oh, quintillion, sorry. So it just depends what you want from the game, but obviously a lot of PoE players want... To be fair, personally, I'm a big fan of the game starting with me doing like 5 to 14 damage. I don't like these like huge ridiculous numbers personally. I'm not a huge fan of seeing like 64 trillion damage. Did you play Diablo Forces? Yeah, I quite liked the I had like 5 days worth of fun with the expansion. I didn't like the story stuff though. I thought it felt quite cheap to me that they like released Mephisto and then they're like pay $60 more to actually fight him. That kind of annoyed me. But I did have a lot of fun. I did have a lot of fun. It's just like you have to like go into it with a certain mindset, I think. But the story was... I was very disappointed. God damn it. The only thing the map tier affects in Moms of Sen is Hi Luna. Yeah, you're cute. The only thing it affects is the item level. Do you reforge your low tier maps? To 13 and above? Maybe 12? I think it's just 13 and above though. +3. Where's the +5, brother? Can we see Luna? Yeah. She's very cuddly. Whenever I've been gone, she gets like extra attached. Yeah. Are you gonna stay there? You look like you're about to leave. You lie down? Hi, baby. Yeah, you lie back down. A quintillion is 0 damage, right? Okay, dude. There she is. So this is maps. Nice one, thank you. Do you think we'll get a PoE 1 name reveal date too? Maybe? That wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, maybe. Ah, god damn it, literally the worst stat. I'm also not expecting anything PoE 1 related though. How did the map tab work in PoE? Did each level stack with another? So you would have like a tier 1 tab, a tier 2 tab, up to tier 15. You would have a boss map tab and a unique map tab, that kind of stuff. Also, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 looks so cool. I hope it has like slightly more production value than the first one. I felt like the first one had so much unnecessary jank in it. Like, getting stuck on hills and edges and stuff. Really cool though. Maybe they add King's March to PoE 2. They've already... That's Act 4. Act 4 is King's March. Reviews are coming out saying it's good. Okay, that is good, but... I also don't really have any value out of reviews. I'm very excited for it though. There's a lot of big things coming out, right? Within a month. It's what's coming? There's that like Civ game. Civ is coming out. What else is coming out? Monster Hunter? Yeah, that too. Kingdom Come, Civ, and Monster Hunter. 28th of Feb. Do you know, there's a non-zero chance I play Monster Hunter. If there's nothing new in like the ARPG world, I might play Monster Hunter. Fuck, I don't know if I would. I haven't even played Monk yet. I have so many things to do. I don't know if I'm ever playing Variety again. It might just be like fucking ARPG heaven now. Yeah, I've tried Kingdom Come 1. It was the best, worst game I've ever played. Like, it's a really frustrating game with a lot of errors and bugs and things that are just dumb. But it's super enjoyable and fun. No, my dude doesn't. Can't like kite things in. Like, obviously, like, it was really interesting being like a peasant. I thought that was really cool. But what I didn't like was when
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
the combat was so janky. Like sometimes when I was like locked onto something, it would make me just run up a cliff and get stuck halfway up. That kind of stuff. What else is coming out? Oh, they actually announced the release date for Star Citizen. It's 2286. I'm just kidding. They haven't released an announced date. It's 3 minutes? Nah, 2 hours and 30 minutes. Ashes of Creation is like also gonna be like GGG extended, right? Dude, there's some games I just don't have that much faith in until I literally see a full release. Do you know, like, I'm like, until I like see like a full release, I have no faith in so many games. Isn't the new Elder Scrolls this year? Yeah, speaking of things I don't have that much faith in. Speaking of things I don't have faith in. Surfing USA. Ashes of Creations, I have faith, especially since people are playing it right now, just alpha, but yeah, but Star Citizen's about like that too, right? Like, you can play it right now. I have friends that are really into it.
Time is not on our side.
I try not to give my friends shit for it though, because they're just vibing and enjoying it. I just like bullying it on my channel. Like, I'll never understand people who go into, like, for example, a Star Citizen stream and be like, stop having fun. Even if I fucking hate it and feel scammed by it, but I don't really give my friends shit for it. I can just enjoy it. As long as they don't try to make me play it. I'm waiting for full release. Oh wait, I haven't finished it. Is there a breach stash tab in PoE1? We have a fragment stash tab in PoE1. Is it safe to use Exiles in exchange too? I don't recommend it. In fact, I recommend against it. Especially, maybe it's something GGG will address today, but there has been a lot of security concerns. I do kind of hope Ghazi and Darth ask about that. I don't know if it's something GGG wants to talk about, but they probably should. Because there has been a lot of security concerns. And I doubt that it's anything on GGG's end, but I think it would be nice for them to talk about it. Ghazi said this morning they were. Awesome. Facing. Yeah, so that would be a good thing to ask about, like what happened there. I defer that, right? Yeah, must have done. But yeah. But I would recommend against any third-party program, especially just wait until the podcast. Maybe they'll be like, yeah, this program caused it. Don't think they'll do that either, but you know, might as well wait. It was a fake PoE trade website. That is one of the theories. Yep. That is one of the theories. I like Carnage's take on Star Citizen. It's not a scam. It's just a poorly run, poorly managed, overbloated, outscoped project. Do you know, I like calling it a scam, but I do think I agree more with that. It just feels... I feel a bit scammed by it, but I think that's a more correct take on it. But it has also had $1 billion in it at this point, so it's kind of... It is hard for me mentally to not think of it as a scam at this point. Especially when I see... But this also sort of gives some credit to what Ko was saying. When you see, like, they have, like, basically a fully functioning in-game Discord/Skype system instead of just finishing the fucking game. That seems, I don't know, that was really frustrating to me as somebody who did back it. I was like, bro, why? Why the fuck have you used time on that? That was really frustrating to me. It's like, there's so many things that are like, so obviously I studied computer science and like, so I was working on projects and stuff and it gave me very similar vibes. I don't know how many programmers and people that work in IT we have here in chat, but at least the vibe I got, it seems like they've focused on all the features. So you know when you're designing the project and you're like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if we had? But then some sensible person say like, yes, but let's finish this first. It just sounds like there was no sensible person saying that. Do you know what I mean? Everything they have in the game feels like just nobody said like, yeah, but let's finish. Like, let's do, like, there's no person doing that. That's what it feels like, because we had that, right? Like, we were going to design, one of our projects in school was design the game of life, and one guy in our team would be like, wouldn't it be cool if it had this feature, this feature, this feature? And me and a guy on the team were like, well, let's get it running first and then see what we have time for. Whereas it doesn't feel like they're doing that. Yeah, no project manager. Yeah, it's like they're just like, they got people working on stuff and somebody's like, hey, I made this cool thing. It's like, yeah, that is a cool thing, but yeah, no one's saying no. It's like a dream project. So that, as somebody who backed it for like $60 to $100 or something, which was a lot to me at the time because I was a student, I even bought a smaller PoE supporter pack so I could back it. Like, I'm a huge freelancer fan. So obviously I was like super on the Kool-Aid. I was like, oh, Star Citizen's gonna be amazing. I've been very, very annoyed by it. Very frustrated. Alright, please have king. Oh, it does have king. Alright, cool. I don't know if I have enough damage. Oh, blurred. We'll try it on this character first. And if I don't feel like I have enough character to just blast it on this one, I will just log on my other character chat. I think that's what we do. Freelancer was so good. Yeah, I loved it. Oh, nice. Okay. Your build gives you 20 out of 5k energy shield? No, I only have 1 life. So I basically can get up to 10k, yes.
I can't do that yet.
Freelancer times ASAP. Yeah, and there's not really a game like Freelancer. What I really liked about Freelancer was that it wasn't like a super complicated space game. It was just sort of like a arcade spaceship game with a lot of depth to it, like a lot of fun stuff. Like, for example, like the X series is like way too complicated unless you have a lot of hours to get into it. Swap out parts. Yeah, you can swap out parts. They still have modded servers up and running. I am not surprised. Do you know, there were some gems that I like really wish, like, there's a lot of games that I've played when I was younger that were like, it just got needless remakes. But like, I would love to see like a good Black and White, a good Dungeon Keeper. I know they're Dungeon Keeper remakes, they just weren't good. Black and White, Dungeon Keeper, and Freelancer. I would love to see some just modern remakes. Yeah, it buffs bosses. Fable? Do you know, I never played Fable, and I feel like I missed out a lot. Alright, let's try the boss. Yeah, I know I did.
Time is not on our side.
I know I missed out. Where did I shove the skelly? Okay, let's go grab a 19. Infernal. Okay, let's just grab one. I'm not gonna bother with thingy, am I? Oh, I have it in already. Shit. In New Orleans. Alright. Boom. Alright, let's try. It's fully maxed. It's fully maxed. Boom. I might not be able to do it on this character, but we'll try. Might have to log on my mini character. This does do a lot more damage now. Maybe we get rid of exposure, put that on Arbor Storms. This is what I should do. Can you log on this boss? Yeah, the only thing... There's one you can't log on. Who is it? There's one you can't log on. That's one of the things... I don't know if it's on Yassi's sheet, but I hope they bring that up. I hope they bring that up today. In my opinion, bosses should reset when you log out, but they don't. But they should, in my opinion. If you're wondering what we're doing right now, we're fueling my Grim Feast before we go into the boss. Yes, Ultimatum. That's the only one you cannot log out from. That is the only one you cannot log out from. You can skip the lab running phase here by logging. Can you still do that, even in PoE 2? No honor, lol? Do you mean from logging or from pre-building my Grim Feast like this? Oh, that sucks. Okay, I always run it. I always run it properly. So is this really clunky meditate? Yeah, it just gives me the Grim Feast. Because it's when your minions die, you get Grim Feast fragments. So you can build it up to get ready for the boss. Obviously, it means I won't get any once the fight started, but... Sanctum boss resets? Yeah. Thankfully. Meditating before combat is always really good, I heard. Yep. And this guy can drop some really high required level gear. Is this Uber? Yeah, this is the hardest difficulty. I wouldn't bother doing this if it wasn't, to be honest. Okay, I think I'm ready. Oh shit. He one-shots me. That is unfortunate. Okay, let's just hope we don't get one shot. I do not have... Okay, interesting. Oh no, I fucked up. I don't get the offering thing. Okay, we gotta kill him fast then. Alright, okay. I like insta-killed him. That's good. I actually am supposed to have 40% more damage. This is what people are talking about when they're asking for nerfs, by the way. Damn, did not get anything good. Like, this probably shouldn't be possible. And that was with missing 40% more damage. Because I fucked up. There. No belt side. Well, I was hoping for... Doesn't he drop a jewel? There. Boom. I'm supposed to have 40% more. Kind of capable, I guess. Are you going to reroll after the patch drops? Well, it depends what they say.
Time is not on our side.
Alright. Man, kind of crazy damage, eh? How rare Adorned is? I don't know. Somebody said 2% drop rate, but I don't know if there's actually been any... Has there been any postings? I haven't seen any. I just heard random people talk about it. I don't have any, like, actual stuff. Anyone know? 100% endurance, second kill. Wow. Third try. 9% raw. Do you think the announcement today are Pog or just balance? Honestly, really no idea. They've never done this before. At least that I remember. Do you have any tips for playing Delirium? There's so many... There's so less monsters. I usually just get to 4 or 5 rewards and then hit end. They had podcast appearances before? Yeah. They've just never made early access. Said that they're going to do a video and then drop patch notes and then do a podcast. So like, the thing that could be happening is that there could be so many nerfs that they want to justify it. There could be new content updates. That would be like things they've done in the past. So they could be like, okay, we're actually releasing Druid, we're releasing Huntress. There's a lot of things that could be happening. We don't know. They could be like, we're nerfing loads of things, but releasing loads of things, and buffing other things. It's a lot of theories for what is happening. I'm in camp clarify the changes. Yeah, I think that's kind of likely. I'm just curious either way. I just want to know what they're thinking because we haven't heard that much from them. So I'm really curious. I'm excited either way. I think they're pretty good at explaining what they want and how they see things going. And I'm not in like I'm not in a set camp of like this is how it needs to be. I try to focus on like this is not fun, and that's what they've said too. And there was a dev that was kind of famous for saying that, like, players are good at saying what they don't like, but not necessarily making suggestions. And I think that's very true. Like, very often I'm like, I don't know what the solution is, but I can tell you this is not it. So I try to make videos like that, right? When I'm like, don't have a better suggestion for you, but I'm not having fun, I can tell you that. So we'll see. We'll see what they're doing, eh? I'm going in without any expectations, yeah. Never think doesn't highlight grand skills items. What do you mean, grand skills items? Not sure what you mean. Where are those minions respawning from? I killed the host, I thought. Oh, I need to go do... Fuck, I'm tempted to try Zeshtula on this character. I'm tempted, hey. Because I could just... I'll put it... Okay, you know what? We're going to try Zeshtula on this character. Because there's a chance I just fucking bop him. And he gets stunned anyway. And if we don't bop him, what we can do is we can just go on my other character. That character's pretty good for it anyway. But this character is kind of stupid strong now. You'll be fine. I haven't even done the lowest level on this one, so I don't really know. Zesh doesn't have lightning rest, does he? Because, like, for example, I did, the only thing that's given me a fight so far was, Ulroth. Gave me, like, a 2-minute fight, because I didn't know he had 75% cold rest. No, I know Zesh 1 is easy. I'm spamming 5, though. I'm doing him at the highest level. So it's 36 million life or something. What do you do with uncut gems? I just keep a bunch of 19s and level support gems. I have a new quad tab to pick up more as well.
Thank you,
Akima. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Surprised you didn't know. I think I've said them many times. It's the only one I don't one shot. Wait, on which one? Ulroth or? No. But it's also like I didn't really want to do Ulroth on this character. But yeah, it was a pretty cool fight. I liked that though. I think that was a good thing. Personally, I do think it's a lot better when we're like 2 minutes in a boss fight than like kill it in a second. Please hit. I hate everything. That boss have a lot of cold res? Yeah. I also haven't done... I can set up for more damage too. Okay, YOLO. I think we're doing it. YOLO. We're just gonna do it. We'll go on the other character if I need to. Like, we can just log out. Hopefully I don't get one shot. Who cares if I get one shot? I'll make a new character. This character might be dead a few days from now anyway due to a patch. Why Cuneo? What's that? Oh, Ascendancy Lock should stay. Ah. Yeah, I don't think it should either. I'm 100% convinced you have plenty of DPS. Well, this is also a good way to learn. I don't think I'm gonna learn too much by being super scared in early access. Like, I think it's okay to die. I haven't died yet. If I die now, that's pretty good going anyway, hey. Even though I've been playing OP builds. Brrr. Hopefully he doesn't one-tap me. I do have antifreeze. Do you know what I don't like about Breach? Is the timer is so random. I've been here sometimes, and the thing, I have killed the same amount, but the timer has been at 15 seconds here. So it's like, it's similar to how Breach was in PoE 1 when that first got released. That, oh god. That the amount of monsters can be Giga RNG. I don't like that. So sometimes you just get unlucky and you almost fail. What's your sub count so I can tell you you're washed up? At 27,000. We lost like 40,000 in one night. Because that was the Link Start ones. Does this play an ultra wide? No. Do not.
Sagiplums69 is firing Ziz's laser.
Treasure.
I don't know where my cat went. Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. Yellow.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, okay. You're right. SSF, by the way.
Enough already.
It's like, the people that think things are too strong in PoE2 and need a nerf are just stupid and are anti-fun. Chat, okay? No nerfs are needed. Just anti-fun. Huff. Yeah, no, I don't know. Generally, I think most people agree this probably shouldn't be a thing. Right? I definitely don't think that should be a thing. That was kind of cracked. I don't have more mana ones, do I? Oh, I do. That was kind of crazy. That was kind of crazy. Alright, let's do more. I have more lined up. That was a wild, though. That's a good one.
Time is not on our side.
Make weak things strong? I don't think that's the play either. Chat, would you like every build to be this strong? Would you like every build to one-shot bosses like this? I know I wouldn't. Yes? Jesus Christ. 2 people said yes. That's crazy. Damn, I thought I could prefix this. Most people don't want this, at least. And like, the thing is, the way I look at it is like, you already have games for that, right? Those games already exist. You have Torch Thigh and even Torch Thigh is like pretty difficult content. So on strong armor defense. Let's do more. Makes boss mechanics pointless? Yeah, I agree. Yes, add no, keep the fight like this, but let people have 6 portals for bosses. So wait, I don't get it. Let people one-shot, but with every build, and give them 6 portals. Huh? That was a wild one to me, but I mean, people are entitled to their opinion. Well, like, mine's the correct one. But that's fucking wild to me. Alright, how long do we have left? 2 hours! Dude, I'm gonna be so fucking tired. Do you ever wish GGG would move to America or Europe? I do. New Zealand's so far away, man. Short take on portals and reviving party members. I haven't done anything like Couch Co-op yet, so I have no take on reviving party members. I don't know whether it's currently in a good spot or not. My take on portals and things like that is, in my opinion, especially for the easier bosses. Like, Quinn had a really good take, like that the higher tier the boss is, the less portals you have. I think that's good. And I think if you die on softcore to a boss, the boss should reset, but you should get another attempt. If you log out on hardcore, the boss should also reset, but you should get another attempt. That's my take on it. I think those are good. What I like is the idea that you do the boss from 100 to 0 in one fight. I don't like the idea of like logging out multiple times and stuff like that. I don't think that's that fun.
Khan favors me.
But yeah.
Ervin just resubscribed for 10 months.
Thank you, thank you.
Paying enough already.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but if you put 100 hours into one tune, yeah, you should one-shot the boss. It would be crap if not. Thankfully, you're massively in the minority there, but you're entitled to your opinion. Like, what's the point of a boss if you one-shot it? Oh, I get shocked. Boing. Like, for me, that's a crazy statement, but... Energy cold, what's the rest? Yeah. Be cool to see what they do though. We'll find out soon. What are you farming? Zesht Ula. Yeah. I had my gloves drop from level 0. Mine dropped from level 0, so did Steel's. What did I put in here somewhere? Oops. Don't know how is 20%. Check my messages. This is what I feel like. Rocky try. Oh yeah, I know. It's funny. Yeah, I know you want it to be a lot slower.
Polyander66 is firing Ziz's laser.
When +5? I haven't seen a single +5. Does +5 exist? Like, I haven't had one +5. I've had +5 lightning.
SN1 Peth1S just resubscribed for 52 months.
No, yeah, that's what I thought. Doesn't feel like it exists. Yes? Doesn't feel like it.
Blackjack Sow just resubscribed
for
Blackjack. 44 months.
Thank you. Thank you for the 44 months. Snipe, thank you for the 52. Thanks so much. Thank you. I have multiple of that already. Right, I'm gonna be right back real quick. +6 had many. Wait, +6 doesn't work on minion. That doesn't exist. Is it 82 plus? Yeah, it's 81 for +5, and 82 is for tier 1 spirit and tier 1 minion damage. Does anyone know completing last trial Sakuma, not having completed previous one? Do I get 4? Yeah, you're supposed to. I understand needing to nerf builds that are one-shotting, but a lot of those builds are so expensive. Do you think they can effectively nerf the meta without hurting the casual player so much? That's a great question. I hope so. That's what, 5 years? Yeah. We've been streaming for a long time now. The longest subs are at 9 years subs. It's kind of crazy.
Advice on how to deal more DMG on my Spark LV33? I'm struggling on Act
Gem
3.
level is the biggest thing. If you're in SSF, it is a rough one early. I had +2 gem level from Amulet, +2 from Shield, and +3 from Wand when I was like that level. Or maybe +2 from Wand. But I stacked gem level anywhere I could. I can't remember exactly where you get +2 on Amulet and Focus, like what item level. I think streamers and people who play this like a job should eventually almost one-shot it if they play on one character. Requiring several hundred hours in a seasonal game is too much. Sure. That's a tank, for sure. Thank you, Delaro. Untangled. Thank you. What's your belt? 76. Took 8 divines? Was it 8 or 6? It was all my divines at the time. I got all my last one. How many have I found? I found 8 plus 4. I've probably found around 20 divines. I ended up using 4 on this stupid jewel, which I know isn't worth it. But it is a kind of nice jewel. I was trying to get 2% mana on kill.
Let's go.
Wallet. Fuck no, I'm not touching it.
I
don't have a replacement. Why not using a scepter instead of a shield? A scepter doesn't give you block chance. This gives me 39% block chance. Forever, I think. Yeah, I agree with the performance thing. I do hope that's something we see even during early access, because I don't think I've ever had a game run... My entire PC feels slower with PoE 2 on it, to be honest. Like, I have to restart the game pretty often. I have a beast of a PC. Nothing else does this to my PC. It's rough, dude. Like, literally the entire PC feels slower. There's everything. I really hope we get some very serious optimization for most people. It's the only game where, like, every 2 hours I restart the game. And I have to restart my PC more often. Oh, nice. Is he good ramping? But yeah, I'm gonna be right back, and then we're gonna do one more boss. BRB. Luna. Oh, there you are. Dude, it's so weird. Like, my cats are so different. So, like, Loki really likes being comfortable. He'll lie on, like, the cat tree, and he'll lie on soft things. Luna just lies on a plastic box right now, and the other thing she enjoys lying on is, my fucking table.
Chaotic Captain just resubscribed for 56
So different
months.
cats. We started watching, also thank you so much. Give me 1 sec. Chaotic, thank you for 56 months. We started watching Harry Potter yesterday. Would you say Hand of Wisdom is good for Ice Strike Monk? I don't know. I don't know what build's using that. Like, I'm gonna do Hand of Wisdom in action, Artillery Ballista. Will you make a bingo for the announcement? Yeah, we should do that. I've already done a video about it like a while ago, but I'll probably make something like that. But yeah, we started rewatching Harry Potter again. I'm gonna try to make a bit more time just to watch some more movies with my wife. We watched Boondock Saints and then we watched Harry Potter and it was so nice. And we played loads of like mind games. And we always do like the whole, I was saying earlier, we always do like guess an animal, like one person thinks of an animal and the other person has to guess what it is. Boondock Saints, that's a banger. Yeah, and like we had watched it. It was one of the first movies we watched when we started dating. But my wife wasn't really paying attention the first time we watched it. So it was nice. She enjoyed it a lot. I do have NVIDIA GPU. Severance? It's not a movie? A TV show? Huh. Kick-ass fajitas? Wait, what do you mean? From what? What's hi, Jace? How do you get 200 spray without spread armor there? 56 on chest and 50 on shield. What's Severance about?
Garukan favors me.
There. Alright. It's hard to explain. Okay. Apple TV? Oh. I pretty much just have Prime and Netflix, and then I have Disney for the kids. But I don't know. One sec. I have to focus on this difficult boss. Actually, that thing could hurt. Hey, hello. Didn't get the jewel though. Dude, that is so cool, by the way. I love the hand coming and killing. I think that's so cool. By the way, if the hand can do that, why doesn't it just do that to us? Very suspicious. What was I saying? Yeah, I don't know. I don't like having like fucking 20 subscription services to watch things. I can use your Apple login. Okay, cool. I just, it feels like TV again. You know, it's so stupid. It's like, oh, you gotta have this, this, and this subscription service. It's like, brr. To be fair, honestly, my Netflix is also getting to the point where it doesn't feel like it has so much value for me. I am rewatching Dexter right now on Netflix, but like, I don't know. A lot of these are getting to the point where I'm like, not that worth it. Not that worth it. Oh shit. That could be a good ring. I mean, if I slam something. I should have Spirit. Nice res though. We should buy that again. You can 3-1 those. Oh yeah, we also watched Due Date with Robert Downey Jr. and Zach Galifianakis. So fucking funny. Oh, man, if that hits tier 1 mana, this would be like so nice for me. Oh, I did life though. That's a good ring, man. Especially for like unique farming. Don't think I'll have anything that can use it though, because I'm expecting it to be nerfed. Keep maybe? And then we can 3-1 that at some point. Maybe keep. I'm trying to keep a lot. You never know what you're gonna need on SSF. Alright, let's swallow the Howa. Hello. Hello.
What you doing today?
Huh?
What you doing today?
Killing bosses, and then we have a GGG announcement soon, so we're gonna make a video for that in a sec. Luna's there.
I'm gonna take her down soon.
You're gonna take her down?
Yeah.
That'd be nice. Then I could like air out my room.
Yeah.
You keep so much dumb shit on SF. Yeah, me too. Do you want me to hold my lovely rubber?
Sure.
Oh, I got my cat cam still. Hi. Hi. Do you guys want to see something cute? You guys want to see something cute? Watch her face now when I do this. You ready to fly? Psh. This is their favorite thing. Are you flying? Ah. Ah.
She does not want to go.
She doesn't want to go?
No.
Oh, I know. She's missed me.
She weighs so little compared to Mila.
I don't know.
Oh. Oh, you're so weak, Luna. You're so weak.
Look, he's right outside too.
Oh. She's so tiny compared to
She
Mila.
is so tiny.
Like, she weighs like less than half of Mila.
Mm. Hi. She looks like your wife. She's a bit cloned, yeah. Alright. You wanna go with mommy?
Liam and I were watching a Stardew Valley stream today.
Stardew Valley?
He loved it. He tried to
know.
click on the inventory
Yeah.
stuff.
It's gonna be an
and
addict.
It's the Minecraft. Yeah.
Love you.
Love you.
Alright, let's try this. Oh, I should socket and stuff first. Alright. I do have one with 1 to 12 already. So I think the only thing that would be an improvement would be if it hits the... Does it need to literal max roll to hit the 4% attack speed? Oh man. How does it even... I don't understand how it can hit 4%. Can it really hit 4% attack speed? Wait, is that even a thing before I have all this? Because if it can, then... Are you sure? They're not even lying. 4%. Damn. Holy fuck, dude. Alright. Let's try then. Okay. Well. That's a dud. Fortune favors the bold. Wait. It's 82.
Soames just resubscribed for 2 months.
Let's see. DVD. Are these all 82? Do you know do you know the UI bug is kind of annoying? The one that you can't like really like alt and drag through? Do you know? No, because I only need mana. I don't care about the fact that it's like high res. I'll take that dud for free.
Man just
I'm SSF, so I cannot trade with you, I'm afraid.
Here's to hoping M Butterfly melee buffs are on the way in today's notes.
True. Be interesting to see what they do.
Righteous is firing.
Zombie, thank you. Righteous, thank you. Saum, thank you. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Do you think do you think Darth and Yazzie will ask you about the Elon situation? Absolutely not. Is there anyone in chat that would if they were doing a podcast? Like I don't think that sounds like crazy. There's also zero chance that like GGG are gonna do anything with it.
Cronax42 just resubscribed for 64 months. Ziz love.
DM is gonna ask them before the chat if it was okay. Oh, that was funny. I would not. I would 100% ban Elon. It's so obvious. Well, they've never banned for account sharing. I agree, it's obvious, but they've never banned for account sharing. There's even like big streamer that was doing it. They weren't a streamer at the time, I think. But like Kobe and Afro were account sharing to try to beat Havoc 616 in a race. And they just got removed from the ladder. So like account sharing is traditionally not something they ever have banned for. Oh no. Jesus Christ. Bad cat. Loki's are destroying Luna. Jesus Christ. Cat attack? Yeah. I don't know why. Huh? What are you doing? So buying PoE counts is fine? No, obviously not, but that's harder to prove, right? There. Wait, that's really nice. If I can get rid of the leech. Oh, come on. Oh. Okay, there's a chance it recovers. Well, I don't even know what it needs. Oh, all attributes would be sick. Ah. Dude. Do you know, I'm not a huge fan of vision crafting. Why are you being rougher? Why are you so good to humans and so bad to Luna? It's so weird, like, basically what happens is, like, Luna will, like, attack Loki, attack Loki, attack Loki, and he'll, like, never do anything, and then suddenly he's just fed up and he just beats the shit out of her. But she doesn't really learn. Yassi asked GGG for a subathon if it was okay if his sister made a character on his account and just played on that while he was sleeping, and GGG said under no circumstance. But that's different. That's when you ask for it. They're obviously, like, it is against the terms of service, but asking them, they have to say no. There's a very big difference between asking GGG and getting permission, because if they give you permission, that invalidates their terms of service, right? That's the difference. Like, for example, Abby played on Quinn's character and killed the final boss in the campaign. Of course, nobody thinks Quinn should be banned for that, right? I didn't see anyone saying, like, oh my god, GGG should ban. I mean, I'm sure someone said, but you know. No one genuinely thinks that. And I even think that even when there were people pushing on the ladder, I think just removing them from the ladder was the play there. I have a good jacket on. Yes, I agree, Joram. Probably half of his chance today, yeah. So like, I'm not surprised that they told Gazi no. It's the same as another example is, for example, you aren't allowed to have a flash macro or a macro automating something, but that's also like probably what they'll ban for the least, unless you're straight up botting. Like, for example, do you remember what happened with the disabled dude? So basically what happened, there was a guy that was disabled from the neck down, and he was like, I asked GGD for permission to use a flash macro, and they said no, and then permanently banned me. And GGD responded being like, this never happened. And eventually the guy, even though like loads of like big like anti-ableist organizations got involved, and they were like, GGD, what the fuck are you doing? GGD were like, yeah, this just isn't true. And the guy eventually says like, oh yeah, actually I made it all up. I'm a teacher and I was teaching my students how easy it is to spread misinformation online. And Bex, the community manager at the time, was like, yeah, sincerely, on behalf of everybody with a disability, fuck you. So like, but like, to be fair, if a disabled person asks like, hey, can I? Then they legally will say no, right? But they're very likely to not take action against you. So It's just they have to be extremely careful about what they say yes or no to. Yeah, it's on Twitter, Rick, it's fine. How long left? 1 hour 30. I'm gonna be so tired. Oh man, I really want to let Loki go outside. I wonder if like, they can handle being together. Okay. No. You're not allowed up yet. No, you're not allowed there. Okay, no fighting. No. Alright, they seem just semi-be getting along. If I run, they're fighting.
Rekizoid is firing Ziz's laser at Zizaran. Glad that beef is gone. Open your arms. Take my prime less than 3.
It's too fucking warm in here. Hell, LFX maybe. Do you think it privately will come out of this match? Privately? No. It's so weird too, because like they sleep in the same room, they sleep next to each other, like, you know, like 30 centimeters apart. Oh, did I not? Oh, I didn't finish that. That's funny. Like they sleep so next to each other. But like sometimes they just get into like huge fights. Hope they fix undeath stuff. Yeah, undeath stuff is crazy. Says your hair is awesome. You should wear this stuff forever. Definitely not. Definitely not. Thank you though. Definitely not. I get so much crap for it. It's also like people look at you really weird when you have blue hair. It's easier to have 3 years ago. Let's see. Any more boosters? But thank you, Schniddly. Like all siblings, yeah. Let's see. Did Liam react when he saw the... Yeah, so... First he hated it, and then 2 days later he loved it. My daughter just loved it. And then Steele's gonna cut my hair soon. Do you think they're gonna add a new class during the announcement? A new class? I mean, I'm hoping Druid and Huntress, but I don't know if we're getting it. You've talked before that you get judged a lot more with blue hair. Props to you for still doing it here and there. Blue hair is kind of a staple. I definitely regret doing it though. Like, I even get, like, I've had, like, some people DM me, like, kill yourself, gay slur, that kind of thing. That only happens when I have blue hair. It's fascinating. That was, like, a day or 2 after I dyed my hair. 1 hour, 35 minutes. They delayed it 30 minutes. I definitely should have gone for white hair. No, Reska. Yeah, okay, please. Do you ever get any sectarian stuff because we've been in Northern Ireland? I mean, no, but I also get like a lot more looks. I definitely get a lot of looks. It's also like, you know when someone's talking about it, you can tell. Like they look at you and then they talk and then they look at you kind of thing. I see a lot more of that. Like a lot more. It's really interesting. Yeah, Denari. They both are. They are. You have Bengals too, right? How many do you have again? You have 2? To be fair, it'd probably be easier if I really, really liked the blue hair myself, but I definitely prefer my normal hair, so. Definitely prefer my normal hair. Comes the announcement, it's on top of the screen. I have 2 females and they behave like yours? Right. Yeah, that's annoying. Like, when we first got them, we were really hoping it would be like, you know when you see pictures of cats cuddle up together? Like, we were like hoping it would be like that. But like, sometimes Loki will beat the shit out of Luna so much that she gets so scared she pees herself. To be fair, like, it's always her that starts it. Like, she starts like attacking him, attacking him, attacking him. Then eventually he's like, nah, fuck this. I don't know who that is. Design. Notice that people get triggered. I think that's factually true. To be fair, most people that have blue hair is a screaming sign of crazed social justice warriors with mental issues. I mean, isn't that just like saying like old priests are pedophiles? Like, it's generally better to like judge people individually and not generalize. Always judge people, chat. Let's see. A lot of uniques. Damn, nothing. Hurt me. Did not finish them up though. To be fair, there's a comedian that's a really fun joke about it. He goes, in nature, animals take on bright colors to ward off predators that they are toxic. And it's wonderful that humans have started exhibiting this behavior on their own. Can't remember what comedian has that, but I think it's funny.
A rare treasure.
Dude, I'm so excited for what we're gonna get today. You shave your head bald? See, like, my head is super denty. It's like 2-header. I forgot there's a boss here. Oh wait, I should have that. Like the headset dent? Yes, but more so. Like, for example, people IRL would, when I say that my like skull has shaped my head or around my head, people are like, no, it's just your headset. And then I'm like, touch it. And then they're like, oh yeah, never mind, your skull is definitely changed. Is not your skull? Okay, it shows up in X-rays. Okay, it's not those Crya, but go on. I think mine's slightly worse than Methyls. But yeah, I saw Methyls. Wait.
I have no space for that.
Hey, on Thursday, we're going for the tattoo consultation. How long have you had that headset on? 2 hours?
Go on.
Do you know the artist? Nope.
Waiting.
So that is. I obviously haven't had any tattoos before. So it is impossible for me to know the artist. Is this getting a D4 bad tattoo? No. I'd rather die. People usually look up their artist portfolio online. Oh, I just looked at my Y farms instead. It seemed more efficient. I still can't believe Quinn got a D4 bad tattoo. The other is under here. To remind yourself of the worst $90 you've ever spent? That's crazy. Like, I definitely don't consider it the worst $90 I've ever spent. Like, I like D4 a lot more than D3. Actual D3, like, annoys me. D3, like, I really dislike it. You have ideas for the tattoo? Yeah, a few. We're gonna like talk to the tattoo artist, see what they think is good, like Path of Exile logo, Miracle Undra.
A rare treasure.
I have a D3 keychain and poster. I don't know. I enjoyed D3 a lot when it first launched. Like, I remember I had so much fun. I killed the Diablo on softcore before he got nerfed. And even though it was on softcore, I was so excited. Because I killed him on Inferno. And that was on softcore, and I was jazzed. It was hard on even on softcore before the nerf. Headhunter around your wrist. Because I remember I tried playing hardcore, and then I got to Inferno Act 2, and then I died, and I was like, fuck, it's too hard. Replay a monk? Nah, sort. I remember watching Crypt Kill Hardcore Diablo. Yeah, that was epic. Once Filter Blade is out, yeah. But I mean, I'm always going to have my own custom version of a filter. Like, nobody can make a better filter for you than you can once you actually understand what you need on a filter. You ideally should always make your own custom one. That's what Filter Blade's so good at. No, we stopped Coco Convert like a week or two ago. Not sure I remember that. Oh yeah, Filter Blade's out now. I should do that. I should make my own. Perhaps Mike's pretty good, no?
There is power in this object.
Making your own lets you know what's hidden or not. Yeah. Like, if you can, you should always customize your filter. Because you know what you want to see. Obviously, if you're new, it's different. Then you're fucked. But like, just use whatever for now. But when you know what you want to see, then you should always customize it. Filter blade is so good. I'll probably make a filter blade video. Hey. Don't know if I use a corruption omen though. They're so rare. I have so few. Starting soon, yeah. 1 hour, 20 minutes. No spa? That was so we just went for like one night. It's also there was like we mostly just stayed in the hotel watching Boondock Saints and Harry Potter. There was no time to like they didn't have any open massage spots. That kind of sucked, but don't really care that much about that omen. But I guess. Yeah, Fetchy. So good. We checked out the new competitor to Filter Blade? Nah. Wow. If like Ingenuity didn't exist, that would be a fucking sick belt. Please hit something. Damn, that sucks. Man, that's really nice though. It's got armor, lots of mana. I'll never use it, but it's nice. It's really nice. Slam? I didn't hit anything.
Until next time.
Okay, right, let's volley these. Let's see how we know omens. We only have 2 corruption omens, so I don't want to guarantee something. I guess we can get a little bit of extra energy shield. Boom and boom. Rip. What's on mine? Fire res. Dividoo. Right. No way, there's nothing on mine, right? Yeah. Wait, don't I have any Kitokos that has something? I just realized they have nothing. Weapon swap speed. And that one has that, but I don't have too much fire res. Wait, I do. Wait, these are just better. How much? Oh man, so close. 106.82. Yeah, I should definitely use those. If I can get 3 mana somewhere. Man, that one's like max rolled. That's bottom rolled. But high on lightning. So annoying, dude. There's nothing I can quality either. I wish I had proper boots. I don't though. Okay, we could try to gamble some boots. I have very bad boots. Would increase the quality of a ring, the breach stuff, like the breach catalysts. Value rings? No, I'm too much of a bitch, to be honest with you.
How can I help? A daring explorer after my own heart.
All I need is 30. I don't even need 31. Brother. Okay. No. Man, if they had MS, I don't want to use chaos on boots either. 20. Nah, it's so hard, dude. I don't even have enough of 3 to 3 to 1. Ugh.
Time is not on our side.
Right. Well, that sucked. I'll buy one more.
Hello.
Just a little. Just 130 MS boot. Alright, that's a good start, eh? Good start. Oh, 30 MS. Potentially usable boots incoming. 25. I really don't want to use 25, hey. Please? Oh. Oh. Are they better? They might be. I do have to vol something on them. What about these? No. Maybe usable if I vol something. 25. Kind of similar. Dang.
We prepared for all contingencies.
Alright. We have some usable ones. We just have to vol them.
Waiting.
They have 30, so we definitely want to vol those. I don't want to chaos them. They are an upgrade over my current ones. No rarity though. What? What happened? Nothing? No change. Cold and lightning, no fire. Oh shit. These aren't wearable for me at all. These are, they're just a bit tricky. It depends what the well hits. It hit 24 cold res. It's not bad. I'd rather have 30 MS. Oh, haha. Haha. Okay. Shit. But I lose 5 MS. That's so shit. Oh, I lose mana too. Okay, never mind. It's almost impossible to replace my boot. Headhunter on SSF, of course. Yeah, it's beautiful in my stash tab. It's not a very good item. And PoE 2. Damn, I would have to divine something. I can maybe get an Oaksworn with quality. That's 58 spirit, which doesn't give me anything. What's a drop? I wasn't chancing for it. I don't want one. This is better block chance, right? Is that enough? Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. It's 1 mana off. So I need 19. This would work. I kind of want cold res on it. Do you know what would be cool? Being able to switch. Like, this does have enough. Also less block chance though. Ah, so annoying. How much more damage is it? It's like 400. It's a lot. Fuck. That's so annoying. How divinable is this? Not really. Not really. Because it's 73 flat. Not divinable. Everything's corrupted. Technically divinable. I really wish I had a good breach ring. Like a high mana one. I don't have a single high mana breach ring, do I? Let me see. Maybe I have an old one that I've just forgotten about. It's so hard because it has so much res on it too. I could chaos spam one. That's int on it. I mean, I could exalt that. It's hard, dude. Any other breach ring? That's high mana. Nothing else though. High mana. I could chaos that.
Zone Crow just
Wow, that's a lot of
resubscribed for
mana.
4 months.
Oh, but like nothing else. I don't think I'd fit that. High mana. This is cast speed. Don't need the strength though. Cast speed, fire, and lightning. If I slam mana. Okay, let's just exalt these. Mana, but not high enough. No. No. Do any of these work? The thing is, oh my god, it gives me like 120 lightning res. I can't fit rings. Shit, what about you? Oh, if that gets mana. No. The ring's too precise. I can switch. Okay, I can divine it though. But then I'll lose lightning damage most likely. But it's so little lightning damage. You can still quality it. The other ones aren't like enough even with quality, and I have quality on all mine. I really wish that I had like enough to like anoint something that I actually really want. Because if I could anoint these, I can start volleying my actual amulets. There's nothing I can switch, right? Wait. This could be an easy solution. Hello? Oh no. Do I have a strength node anywhere? I only have a dex node. Ah. Damn it. Is there really no way I can get rid of the dex thing? Orb storms. Nah. Oh wait, I do. That works. We can maybe get rid of that. I didn't see that. Thanks, chat.
A new realm of power.
Does that work? Yo, that fixes it. Then I don't need to switch any gear. I like the playlist in chat. Okay. Huge. 4111 mana. Oh, nice. I just got 400 tooltip DPS. I don't know how much damage I actually gained there. A lot, though. Because it's so, like, it's per flat 100. So obviously 99 is no damage influence. That's huge, though. Hello, Frostarian. Are you excited about what's coming as I am? Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty happy no matter what they do, so I'm just excited. It's like I just want to hear like what they're thinking. 106, 82, 139. Kind of wish I had Cold Rest in this. Do you know what'd be cool if it was coming? Swapping fucking runes. I want that. What I want to farm. Oh, I remember. We were gonna do. I think we do Arbiter on this character now. I think this character just does so much more damage. So I think we just do it on this now. If I die, I die, chat. It is what it is. It is what it is. Should be fun. I mean, it's either going to be a lot of fun or just death. To be fair, I'm actually not willing to do mechanics on this character because this insta-dies to anything he has. So it's honestly, not gonna lie, it's not gonna be fun. It's basically either I insta-kill him or I leave. So it's not that fun on this character. My other character might actually fight him though. You won't die, it's gonna take 1 second? Yeah. But I don't want to get your hopes up. Right, let's see. I don't really need this, do I? Or should I do it anyway? At least for my first kill.
I can't do that yet.
Just take a while though. With 2. You know what? Maybe we just do it. I think we just do it. Because I'm not planning on like, better safe than sorry. Yeah. Would I stay in though? If he doesn't get one shot. But he might do something. And then I'll be sorry I didn't do this. Yeah, I should do it safe. You're right. You're right. You're right. Okay. Why is this stream lagging for me? Turn off the low latency mode. Turn off the low latency mode. I need to find a solution for why that happens. It's like I'm trying to stream in high quality. I guess that's it. It doesn't happen for everyone though. So this is the highest level. I've never done this boss on this character, so I basically am hoping to one-shot him. Ask Dr. Lupo. He fixed his somehow. Right. I don't really know Lupo. Is this your meditation before battle? Yes, sir. It's important to meditate before battle, chat. Time's up. Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins. What are you trying to figure out? Nothing. I'm just getting my Grim Feast Energy Shield before going in. Like, if you're Energy Shield build and you're using Grim Feast for the fight, what you can do is you can summon minions temporarily and kill them, building up your Energy Shield before the fight starts. For bosses that don't have any monsters to kill. Expedition boss, just RNG and logbooks, 79 or higher. Hey, the dude. Okay, is this set up now? Yes. Alright, here we go. Let's see if we one-shot him. Links are in. Overcharge is in. Okay, let's focus. I might have to log fast here. This is not really a boss killer. It's either I one-shot him or I leave. Is this your first time? No, I've killed like 9. It's my first time on this build though, so I have no idea. Either I one-shot him or he kills me. So I'm just a little bit nervous that I lose the boss set, I guess. All right.
You are too late. The 4th edict already burns for your world.
Uh-oh. Huh.
Only salvation
I can't do that yet.
is written in ash.
Uh-oh. Whew. I was a little bit worried when he moved. Grand Visage. Haven't had that before. Ooh, a rare expedition precursor. Interesting. Interesting. I like clicking this every time. That was my first time at the highest level. That was the highest level. What does this cutscene do? It shows that there's a bigger boss. So that's the messenger for the bigger boss. What's your tooltip DPS? 30? 27. Solus Ipsus can use 2 copies of the same support gem in different skills. So the entire Gemling Ascendancy in a helmet. Cool. Okay, that's nice to have. I didn't have that before. Very cool.
On with the work.
Okay, I mean, we can do one more. Right, what are you? Gold, rare monsters, explosives, and artifacts. Okay, I thought they'd be more special. I don't know what I was expecting. What do you have for me? What are the other things I could take? 3 waystones are valuable socket currency. I don't care that much about the corrupted precursor. I'd rather have a chance for a 6 link. The helmet's different? Is it? I thought it was the same. Okay, let's go again.
Saga 73 is firing Ziz's laser. Ziz hires his hype.
Hello. Alright, I just won one of the jewels. I want the jewel. It's the same, it is Gemling and helmet? Yeah, that's what I thought. You seeing feedback loops at the moment? Ah. The Grim Tech Feast is devious. Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't see like that much of a way around it if you wanted to be a minion thing. They might just be nerfing Grim Feast in general though. They could have that Grim Feast start falling off. You should bring in a +4 minion scepter for faster ES gains. It's fine. I don't mind. Tempest not worth it? Nah, I run out of mana. No, 80. Just trying to get gear for it. I would love an Astromantis. I just don't think I'm getting one. Astromantis would make that build pop. I think they'll make Grim Feast 100 Spirit, yeah. I think that's very likely. Or if you remove the minions, you lose Energy Shield. It doesn't really work, right? How does that work? Then you just have everybody running around with a summon. It's easier to just make it 100 Spirit. But then you make it kind of bad for minions. I don't know. It's a hard one. Alright. Okay. What do I need? 2 on that one. Boom. There. Just making sure. Alright, that works. We go in. Need Grim Feast for life? We have that. Grim Feast for life exists. I haven't played it myself. That's my editor's build red stylus. Monk is probably one of the next things I want to play though. But no, we have like an endgame guide for it updated and stuff. To 1.5 rather than 2 times? Yeah, maybe. Alright, let's try this.
You are too late. The 4th edict already burns for your world.
Oh shit, he got stunned. Nice.
Your affliction upon her will soon be erased.
Cool. That worked even better because I actually powered up my thing this time. Oh, that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Oh, that's so exciting. Fighting the boss? Not so exciting. But we got the loot. We got the looty loots. I don't even have to click this every time, do I? But I want to. The spirals, there's a new monster! Hup. You never click it. How can you keep fighting that boss? You have to find citadels. Can take anywhere between 3 days to 1 hour. Alright. What? Alright. I'm so excited for what that could be. Dude, imagine.
Until next time.
I don't know if that's good or not. Does Snipe benefit from +1 level? +1? It can be up to +3? What the fuck? It's dog? Okay, but I have one. And you can't 3-1 them either because it's corrupted. Rip. Alright, that was boring. To be fair, I can't complain about jewels. Because look what we have. I have this. I can never complain about jewels. I'm not volleying it, obviously. I'm too much of a bitch to volley. It's the only spirit one I have. I can't complain. Can't complain. Damn nice, yeah. And if I get a third spare one, it would be crazy. It's very blue. When is the announcement? 1 hour.
Rawten Ronnie just resubscribed for 8 months. So when is the announcement?
Let's see. But yeah, 1 hour. Thank you, Rotten. Okay, that's all the bosses I had prepped. I actually was kind of expecting to die, but I wasn't expecting to do this much damage. Man, I don't really need my minion character anymore. Hey. This character just sort of outperforms it on everything now. By a lot. Do you know, I wish I had a side grade for a chest so that I could vol. Because right now, my character doesn't work without this chest. I did hit some sort of spirit chest. But it's not big enough. Or is it? Is this big enough?
Accident 31 is
How much do I need? Because I don't need clarity. But I can't wear this, can I? No, I'm 5 off and I don't want to switch to Adventure, so that's funny. So I need literally at least 40. At least 40 spirit. This one's sort of... I mean, if I had some chaos on it, it could work. That one's kind of okay already if I do some sort of hybrid character. Oh, never mind. It nuked the spirit. Because of course it did. Dude, I don't have much luck with Chaos Orbs. Not that I've had bad items, but like Chaos Orbs not being my best. I do have the boss chest with spirit. This one. They have rarity and spirit though. But the other stuff is kind of meh. So this would give 50 spirit. So that would be enough. If that had global defense, it might be usable. On what do you have spirit? Just my chest and my shield. And I do want to get rid of it on my shield. But I need a slightly better helmet for that. Like I could... If I got like a really nice entity shield. I don't really have any good shields though. I don't know. It's tricky. It's hard to get an upgrade at this point. I actually have pretty okay gear. Maxolotl could be really good too. But I also, like, right now, I'm already one-shotting everything at the highest level. I would have made a new character by now, but I'm probably in the same boat. Actually, let's restart the game. I'm probably in the same boat that a lot of people are, that we're kind of waiting for patch notes to see, like, are they buffing things? Are they nerfing things before making a new character? So I figured I might as well just farm as much as possible on my Sparker for now. The fuck? Abnormal disconnection. Never had that before. Hey Ron, I could see, dude. Yeah, we should make a bingo board. Bingo
Zero Gravity just resubscribed for 30 months. Make a bingo board.
Yeah, I should do that. Good, Ranik. How are you, dude? I'm new, and thank you so much. Zero gravity. I'm new to Path of Exile. Is early access ending with a global wipe or what? So they're actually never wiping what we have right now in early access. Even at launch, this is going to continue into what's called the early access league. Very likely 1% or 0.1% will continue playing on it. Very, very few people. It is going to effectively be a graveyard league, but it's not getting deleted. Like you will have it there for testing or, you know, you will have it there for nostalgia and stuff. I'll probably keep my first character so that I can do /age on it. Oh, nice tiring. Thing does hurt. No, Steel's watching on his own. We'll do that for like next BW1 announcement, I think. You're at 486 brain without Oakswarn. Nice. Do I have to rename characters for leagues, or could I carry their names forward? So in PoE1, they gave us a name change feature where I could like swap names between two of my characters. I assume we will get that in PoE2 as well. We don't currently have that, but we are probably getting that name change feature. So you would just make a new character called Professor something, and then you could rename swap.
Hello there.
No, Breaking Bad. Alright, thank you for the 18 months, dude. Do you think they'll eventually do a monetary reset? No. They will do temporarily experiments, they've said. But no, they're not going to. This will never get wiped, ever. Even at launch, this doesn't get wiped. Dude, I still cannot believe that even though I've been really, really trying, I never got an upgrade for my Rattling Scepter. I got a side grade. So I got one that I got in maps that was like almost the same. I don't know if I'm using my side grade. I might be using the side grade. Because this says crit multi. Oh, I am using the side grade. Item level 81. But like, this is what I was using. Wait, where is it? Which is effectively the same scepter. It is here somewhere. Maybe it's in Witch. Yeah, like, I found this at level 58. So I found this in the campaign and effectively never got an upgrade. The only thing I got was this, which is 27 crit multi over this. Crazy. It's so hard to get a +5, dude. Just making small side steps? Yeah, same. Can you explain your trash system? Oh, trash is just like dump tab for when I'm doing... yeah, it's a nut scepter for the campaign. Got a next 5 or 6. My trash system is just...
Yes.
I got a next 5, I think, yeah. It's for Trial of Sekima. Divine Orb looks like Kappa. It doesn't. Old Divine Orb looks like Resident Sleeper. Wow. I love this person. Dude, I'm so tired. I woke up at 9 a.m. Alright, I will be right back. BRB chat. I guess we should make the thingy. Just wait until your kids start waking up because they wake up at 7 a.m. Yeah, I don't mind that too much. Just depends when I go to sleep. BRB. What is this? Oh, Infernal Legion to kill them. Do 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 do.
Official name ideas is firing Ziz's laser, divine orb cap emote.
Now,
Less than 3, less than 3, less
see,
than
at least
3.
we're ready for a patch if there's no if there's no template. We have 4 perfect ruler orbs. I have 1 level 20 gem. I don't even have level 20 on my fucking spark, by the way. My spark is level 19. Also, I don't know how you ever find a level 20 spirit gem. I don't think that's real. Do I fight? What do I rather want more? Honestly, more ingenuities would be kind of cool. Oh yeah, I was gonna do the bingo sheet thing. Can't remember what I put in my last bingo sheet. It's really dropped into 82, but for me, yeah. I've had to. Oh, I've had 0 spirit though. Let's cover the Bigfoot. Yeah, it's so rare, dude. I kind of do like that they're that rare though, to be honest. Like, it's nice to have chase things. Level 20 spirits are 5 divines in hardcore trade. Damn. Who drops ingenuity? King of the Mist. Expedition's your best bet to get. Level 20 gems. When you get level 80 expeditions with +2, it's there's guaranteed gem reward. I think it's just twitch.tv/Path of Exile. No thumbs. Y Expedition, they have a guaranteed gem reward, and if you have a 80 expedition and +2, then you're guaranteed that the entire zone is 82. So that like the guaranteed gem reward has a decent chance to be level 20 gem. Do you expect any? I'm not expecting any new stuff, but that's not to mean that it can't happen. I'd be very surprised if we're getting anything like Turret or something. I hope we'll get like buffs and nerfs. Maybe some new content? I don't know. I feel like there hasn't been that long since they launched, so I would be surprised if anything else is ready. It's like a circle, the guaranteed gem reward. I've done 250 logbooks and gotten 2 level 20 gems. Damn, that little. I thought it'd be more. Druid 4, sure? I hope you're right. That'd be so cool. That'd be very cool. Dodge roll distance increased by evasions. Not a bad idea. Yeah, same frag. 100%. I don't expect much either. Just like they just got back. If ruins aren't replaceable, we riot in the streets. Yeah, I'm expecting that. I am expecting ruins to be replaceable. Right? Surely. 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 Surely? Surely. Left tab for sure? Yeah, maybe. Do you think they will address the Elon stuff? 0% chance. Or like 0.1% chance. Very, very doubtful. Savannah. Augury. Yeah, I doubt it. They'll bring Quinn on to address the Elan situation. Quinn's video was really good. Are they going to address the constant RMT spam? I don't know. I think yes, he said he was going to ask about security issues at least. That'd be nice. That would be nice. Augury is not a great map for this. There's quite a lot of hands here. I wish I'd eaten more. I only had like a... I actually fucked up massively today. I ordered Subway and I forgot to say mayo on my fucking sub. So I just got like the driest sandwich ever. And it was my own fault. It was very not enjoyable. Mayo, are you American? No? Do you know Mayo at home? Yeah. But it is nicer. Like, it is nicer when it's like put on properly. So my mayo's cold. I don't know. It's different. It's not as nice to squeeze out mayo. As far as I'm aware, Americans hate mayo. I have no idea. I love mayo. Subway mayo is the best mayo, but I think it's better than nothing. For sure. I like their mayo. You prefer no mayo or cold mayo? No, I just want the actual mayo that I should have ordered. I just fucked up and didn't get mayo. I forgot. I must have just not clicked it. Where do you live? I live in Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland? Don't you have mayonnaise at home? Just add it yourself? I did. I mean, I had to like... I ate half of it before I realized I had no mayo. Because like sometimes you just get like shitty takeout where they don't put condiments on. Like McDonald's in Belfast. You would think they forgot to put on your ketchup. But they just put like one fucking bead of ketchup on. I've stopped ordering like... To be fair, I don't really order much takeout anymore. The prices of everything just went so fucking dumb. It was like, I ordered one McDonald's for myself and it was £18 for delivery. And after that, I was like, I don't need takeout in my life. It's not healthy. It's not cheap. It's not fast. It has lost all of the appeal that takeout used to have.
Duketrocity58 is firing Ziz's laser.
Mayo's disgusting. I love mayo. McDonald's is bad everywhere. When I was in Norway last time, McDonald's was really good there. Duketrocity, thank you for the 5 months. And Animal, thank you for the 33 months.
Mayo is goated.
Yeah, I love
Also,
mayo.
happy 6 months. Ziz
Thank
watched you since 2017 when I got into Poe. Love your content.
Do you remember when McDonald's was $1? Like, or the equivalent of whatever country you're in of $1? 18 was the delivery charge on top of the meal. No, that was the total, like including delivery. Yeah, that was everything. There's so many extra fees on deliveries now that I'm like, dude, I don't need this. It's so stupid. Five Guys is particularly expensive. Five Guys is so expensive. It's like 30 or something. I don't know what happened to takeout, dude. Who buys it at this point? It's like, would you like one takeout or to eat for a week? It's crazy. 18 is a delivery charge where I live. I hate. Yeah, it's crazy. To be fair, I watched a lot of that like Caleb Hammer stuff, and a lot of those people that were like super in depth, they were like using like shitloads of their monthly budget on takeout. Like a crazy amount. I think I forgot one up here, right? Was it not here? No. Must be done. Including tip? Well, it depends on what country you live in. Most of Europe doesn't tip. I saw there was some sort of like YouTube outrage over some sort of waiter said that it was maybe it was just a rage farming clip, but it was someone that worked in the service industry that said if you can't afford to tip 35%, you shouldn't eat out. Wouldn't that kill the service industry, by the way? If people thought like that, like if they couldn't tip that much, they wouldn't eat out. Like wouldn't just like no one eat out? That sounds crazy. Oh shit! Audience with the king. Let's see. No, that was not the clip I watched, Flux. Jeff makes less than the waiter. Is that true? I guess it depends where you live, right? I can see that happening, though.
Until next time.
Dude, I could not work as a waiter. I would drop things all the time. I don't understand. Like, I'm pretty sure people that work in the service industry get some sort of device to carry stuff with. Like some sort of magical device. Do you ever like watch people and they're carrying like fucking like 20 fucking plates and they're carrying like the way they carry glass? It's sorcery. I couldn't do it. You mean hands and arms? No, I just like, oh, wow. Hello? Call. That's a really nice helmet. Can I fit that? Oh, I lose so much damage though. I'm gonna vol it. Don't know what that did. Right. I can fit it. I do lose a lot of damage though. Nah, I don't. You know what? I'm fine. Yeah, smash my spark. Are you saying balance and hand-eye coordination with practice is mind-blowing? Yes. Excited for the announcement? Yeah. I'm gonna start playing some ads so that we don't have... How long do you think the podcast is gonna be? Like, how many hours of no ads do you think I need? 3? Because I don't want ads in the middle of it. 3? Yeah. 3 minutes every hour. So normally what I play is I play 3 minutes of ads every hour, but I don't want any ads in the middle of the podcast, so I'm going to pre-play ads. So we'll do either 6 or 9 minutes this hour, and then we have no ads for the entire thing. I'll play more now. Well, I can't play 9 minutes at all. I actually did ask Twitch for that feature, but they wouldn't let me. What do I want? I want something to snap on. Where are my things? Where are my snaps? Okay. No, I don't get it. No, it's 3 minutes every hour, so you cannot pre-store hours without ads. Yeah, you can.
Nash_Leah just resubscribed
Yeah, you absolutely
for
can.
6 months.
You're thinking about no pre-rolls. You can't pre-store no pre-rolls. Did he cut it after United? No. Steel's gonna cut it soon. What is the problem with Blood Mage? Nothing? So the downside to what I'm doing is that people that come in the middle of the podcast past 1 hour is going to get pre-rolls. But I do think that is better than the majority of people that are watching the entire thing suddenly getting something interrupted by an ad, basically. Oh, yeah, look at that. Blood Mage shouldn't use mana. It's rank 1 right now. They usually have loads of different people in the community do interviews and cycle through people so that they get lots of different perspectives and stuff. So you should have like me, Ziggy, who else has done interviews?
Rampant
Try,
Revenant is firing Ziz's
Kazzy,
laser.
obviously. They usually also have a lot of people. Nah, Christian. Haven't. Rampant, thank you. And Nash, thank you. Let's see. Yeah, I'll do some bigger prep soon. Item already removed. I don't know if they remove it. I hope they may not work on currency. They could also. They could also be like, you guys are over exaggerating rarity. Here's a graph of how much it actually affects things. It's all in your minds. You guys are like, what do you call it? Whenever, like mass hysteria. They could just do that. That could be a thing too. No, I haven't used Filter Blade yet. All right.
Ostrazino is firing Ziz's laser.
What time is the stream? It's right here. Ostrazino, thank you. Thanks for sub and Rampant, thank you. I'm also like, it's very good timing. I'm very ready for a new build. I am very ready. Goodbye, Spark build? Yeah, probably. Let's see. Here was my last one. Are you amazed how long the community's popping off? Yeah. I mean, look at this shit. Wow. Okay, that was more than I was expecting. That's fucking crazy. What? That's fucking crazy. That's so insane.
666 just resubscribed for 7 months. Ah.
I was not expecting that. I thought it would be the 220.
But Smokin just resubscribed
Thank you,
for 30
Smokin
months.
and Neopio.
Let's go.
That's crazy.
Malinir is firing Ziz's laser.
More than PoE 1 peak? Yeah. I do think a lot of people will try PoE 1. Like, I've had a lot of people saying I'm a PoE 2 player, but I'm excited to try PoE 1 now. So, I do think we will get more people. Alright, this is the old one I had. Don't we? I think this is already pretty good, no? I think I'm pretty happy with what I guessed already. I think this is pretty bang on for a lot of things I think they could do. It just depends a little bit on like how much they have worked. Like how much time they've had time to work and when the patch is coming. I think Archmage is on here. Yeah, Archmage is on here. Herald Nerf is not on here. Druid and Huntress need 45 size font. I don't know if they're gonna do that, but that'd be very cool. That would be very cool. I can see people being annoyed by how skills work in PoE. Yeah. I think Overwhelm is there.
Pan is firing Ziz's
yeah,
laser.
Overwhelm Removal is there. Since we are EA and probably things will change, how do you think they'll add something like a sub button to maxwell builds? Yeah, that is coming. That is coming. So you will be able to follow. Let's say you're playing my build, you'll be able to follow that, and it'll give you a notification whenever I update something and what it was. You'll also be able to follow creators on Maxroll. So let's say you really like what I'm doing and what Rax is doing, you'll be able to follow them and get updates when we upload something to Maxroll. Peter and Malinor, thank you for the subs.
Schmock is firing Ziz's laser.
Schmuck, thank you. To be fair, I don't know. I don't think there's anything they could do today that would annoy me. Whether they like, I just want to hear what they're thinking. I hope most people are like that. I really hope we don't get loads of wine threads. I'm expecting all my fucking builds to break.
Evoti is firing Ziz's laser.
I'm really curious how people are gonna react. Expecting nerfs? Mm-hmm.
Turan is firing Ziz's laser.
When is it? 20 minutes? I don't know. I'm pretty excited. Evoti and Turan, thank you for the subs. Thanks so much, Robbie, as well. Thank you. It's just Path of Exile. Twitch.tv/Path of Exile. Reddit is already mad. Am I the only one that thinks it's silly to spend so much development time on balance right now when we're still missing so many skills plus weapons? I see what you mean, but I also think they don't want everybody to go through all of early access one-shotting bosses to get a huge pullback and have a 2 or 3 or 5 minute fight against bosses at launch. That'd be quite jarring. I personally think that would be quite jarring. I would rather get used to the way they want the game to be played during early access.
Humiliation!
Look at that!
Recur tipped $5. I have never played PoE before and I am 306 hours into PoE 2.
Nice. That's awesome. Thank you for the donation. They'll need to mega nerf spells then? Melee is what does the most damage, right? Like, for example, at the moment you have Hammer of the Gods literally one-shotting a 6-man health Arbiter on the highest difficulty. I'm really curious what they're gonna do.
Dark Shift
Spells are blasting 3 screens while moving to lower your build. Oh, you mean like it's a big problem that melee has like nothing they can do to get good clear speed? So like if you're playing a warrior, there's just nothing you can do to clear the screen? Do you mean that that's a big issue? Dark Shift, thank you for the 8 months. Like, if you were playing, like, with maces and stuff like that, you just have nothing at all you can do to, like, get big clear speed. Like, it's, like, so slow. Like, here we see the rank 1 SSF character, and look how slow he's playing compared to Spark. Like, look how slow. Well, we'll see when he goes into a new map. It's like killing one monster at a time. Holy. We'll see. We'll see how slow it is. Oh. Interesting.
Monday Mornings 2 just resubscribed for 3 months.
Boing. So is it like there is a lot melee can do too to clear multiple screens. Currently with Herald OS. That's just Heralds though. Yeah. But you do have that right now. Slow, this guy blows half maps. Yes, that was called sarcasm. That was called sarcasm. Boing. Boing. Because at the moment, you do have Herald Devices extremely strong for melee builds. Or attack builds in general. No, I do think Heralds will get nerfed. I don't expect this to get sticking around. It's obviously very strong. Look at that. Holy. This is Karn. If you guys like melee, he'll always be playing something that's functional for melee. Really cool creator. How do you level up your Delirium passive? You need to do Simulacrum, which doesn't damn well exist. We love Karn, yeah. Isn't he your brother, Karn? No. It'll be interesting to see what they do, though. With melee. Yeah, there's 5 minutes away. Waiting for the stream? Yes, sir! I mean, I can go do some more Breach. Could do some more Breach. You need a better sense of humor, blocking people on X for jokes.
Giddy Games just resubscribed for 2 months.
I've blocked like
Yay,
3
but
or
cancelled.
4 people, and the only ones I was blocking were people that were saying usually gay slurs, or calling me a libtard, or things like that, or like just loads of American slurs. I only blocked 4 people though. I just don't see like a reason not to block them. There's no benefit to not doing that. Yeah, but why would I not block you, Blighted Bear? Is there a reason to keep you? Like, I don't know, when I post like a nice tweet with my wife for a dinner out, stuff like that wasn't like super fun. When I'm just trying to have like a nice dinner date with my wife. I just didn't find it super funny. So it's just better for me to block you. Yeah, my guy. Libtard is like an honor, not an insult if you ask me. I mean, I care very little about American politics. Hi, Isa. I can see, dude. Alright. The life, it's because I have this on. Hide. This one. So it's just a visual thing.
Pivot Pepperoni is
Alright.
firing Ziz's laser.
I'm gonna go
Oh,
pee.
slash
I'll play
sure,
another
why
batch
it's
of
nice
ads.
to tune in.
Someone remind me when I come back. In 10 minutes, we might be able to play another batch of ads. Then we have 3 hours and 30 minutes of no ads. That should be enough, right? The podcast's not going to take fucking 3 hours.
Ethel is firing Ziz's laser. Hi,
yeah,
friend.
I'll be right
Peepo clap.
Hi, Isa. Thank you for the 13 months, dude. Pepperoni, thank you for 2 months. We're actually going to interview Isa as well at some point. But yeah, I'll be right back. An hour and a half? Yeah, I don't know. Could be 2 hours, but I don't think 3. 3 seems pushing it.
Kirosana 15 is firing Ziz's laser.
Is there more like WoW drama, or is the Pirate stuff we're seeing a meme? I haven't really been following the WoW stuff. What happened? Alright. Remove only, can't use my cosmetics either. Ooh, I don't know, email support. I know there's problems with PlayStation and like they don't let you move it to PC or something. Wait, my filter? Oh yeah, I don't know why people like my filter so much either. No, but it probably should. It probably should, but it does not currently. No. Oh wait, I'll do Sump. I like Sump. Support response. Yeah, it took me 4 weeks to get a response from support. Sony doesn't let you transfer anything from their platform to other platforms. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not been a big fan of how Sony's done a lot of things. They actually wanted to sponsor me lately, but I don't know. I wasn't particularly keen to work with Sony. There's some sort of like they wanted me to do some sort of console stream. I know it's a big brand to work with, but I don't know. Especially after the subathon, I feel I can be extra picky with what things they take. Sony's pretty dog in some things. Yeah, I just figure I can be extra picky. I know it's a big brand, but I fucking hate how they do a lot of things. It's not like they're all bad, but they do a lot of bad shit. Tell them to unlock the MTX and you will. Thanks, Christian. Turn down Torchlight too. I'm trying to get a Smite sponsor. That'd be fucking sick. I used to play the first one a lot. I hope the second one's good. What else was I trying to get? Oh, people said I should... So I accidentally declined a Marvel Rivals sponsor because I thought it was the card game. So I declined it. But now I kind of want one because everyone's saying it's really good. I thought it was the card game. That's super pay to win and shit. Well, I heard that's good too. It's just not my type of game. It's good as fuck, yeah. I heard that. I shouldn't have declined it. I'm lucky. Would I take a Han sponsorship? I would literally sacrifice Man with Hat to get a Han sponsorship. I would throw you into a volcano while alive. Is Han still online? They tweeted like a phoenix egg, like they're coming back. Someone's been playing Tekken? No. That's oddly specific. Yeah, they tweeted a phoenix egg, so maybe it's coming back. Han is definitely my favorite MOBA. Dota's king? Nah, I mean, I like Dota, but like Han was way better until they fucked it up. If you think it might be fun, then play it. Do you need to be sponsored to play something else? No. I play loads of games while not sponsored. But if I can get free money to play something I'm going to play anyway, then that's better than not getting free money. Like those are definitely my favorite sponsorships. Like if I think I'm going to hate something, I don't take it, right? Like, for example, I will never take an Elder Scrolls Online sponsorship. That was fucking boring. Rip, I love ESL? I don't understand. I found it so incredibly boring. Like, I even, like, made sponsorship message and was like, there's not going to be a highlight video. Like, don't, like, you can't, like, I just take that out of the contract. Like, there's nothing to highlight. Hey, Wanda. Made sponsorship. It's not for everyone? Yeah, I didn't like it at all. I don't know. Like, if I can get sponsored for something, I'm going to play anyway. That's fucking gold for me. I've also been trying to... Wanda, thank you for the 9 months, dude. And Narco Picks, thank you for the 2 months. I've been trying to set up more sponsors. Like, I did this with OSRS and Me Rising, where it's like a longer sponsorship. I'm not a huge fan of the 2-hour model. Because then it's like, a lot of the time, it's either the company is banking on you playing longer, or... Like, I'd rather just get paid less per hour and do a longer sponsorship and do, like, an actual fun thing. Like, we did that for V Rising. Worked really well. RuneScape worked really well. It's more fun. And then do something you actually care about, that you actually, like, genuinely care about. Those are my favorite sponsorships. Yeah, I really want to... Okay, I'm trying to proposition Final Fantasy. Basically, what I want to do is I want Final Fantasy to sponsor... like an 8-man PoE raid group, and we do like 20 hours and we learn how to do like the brutal raids. I think that'd be super cool. Hey Evil, good to see you, dude. Yeah, Grimlearn, very cool. Where's the Raid Shadow Legends sponsor? I don't take them. Ever.
Kimo Hunt just resubscribed for
Do you know,
12 months.
I would only take a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship if my entire family was about to die and that was the only way to save them. That's it. See, Manscaped I actually want, but they declined me because I'm not hot enough. Mathel got one. I can't get one. All my underwear is Manscaped. Audible has never offered me a sponsorship. I think they're a pretty good product, though. Hi, Havoc. As a raid employee, that's harsh. I'm sorry, it is what it is. I actually do know there's a few people that work at raid that watch me.
Brother Linus,
but they are also usually not very surprised. What if Raid Shadow Legends would sponsor the Gauntlet? Would you take them then? Nope. Red Bull? I worked with Red Bull. I actually get free Red Bull for life. I don't know if they're just forgotten to take me off the list, but it's great. You get like 30 Red Bull a month. Because I worked with them for 2 Gauntlets. One rejected sponsor that you really wanted? Manscaped's the only one that's like rejected me. I mean, I would like for next Christmas, I would love to give away a car. That'd be really cool. Yeah, there's some good points. Ask Elon. I smash my sparkers on my gear. Raid is gonna pay for that car easy. Yeah, but I'm very, 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 very careful with what sponsors I take. I got sponsored by Hyundai for a gauntlet, but they didn't do a car. They just gave money to the pool. If you play Arena for Escape, Manscaped will come running. Right, chat, I'm gonna play one final batch of ads. Hopefully most people won't get ads anyway, but then we'll have 3 hours of no ads, so there'll be no ads during the podcast or the interviews as long as you don't refresh the streams. Because pre-rolls will come back in an hour. But as long as you don't refresh, there'll be no ads. Even for non-subs. Brother Linus, thank you. Also, playing ads now. We don't have 20k subs now. Most of the 70k fell off. Let's see. So wait, shouldn't the Path of Exile channel be live already? Or are they not live streaming? Or are they just dropping a post and then doing interview? Or what's happening?
Cedric is firing Ziz's laser.
Are they playing it on Darth's channel or what's occurring? Cedric, thank you. Scalpino, thank you.
Scalpino
They said their Twitch channel. Right, that's what I thought. They're doing it on their Twitch, right? And they'll probably host Darth after.
32 is firing Ziz's laser.
Okay, cool. Should be live soon then, unless they're having technical difficulties. Odd. Peculiar. Most peculiar. Thank you for all the subs, guys. Thanks so much. Scalpino, Kid, also Kim. Thanks so much. I would wait with asking for builds after this live stream to Shima because a lot of things could change right now. From vendor. Nice. Great belt. Any bold prediction for announcements today? Ooh, I'm back to the map.
Yeah, Modutaz is firing Ziz's laser.
This is the one I made. Fuck, when did I make this? 2 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago? I think most of this is pretty likely. I think it's pretty likely.
Starsky is firing Ziz's laser. S.
And probably a few more things now. Thank you, Zulon. Starsky, thanks so much. Super appreciate all the subs, guys. Thank you, thank you.
Zulon is
Zulon,
firing Ziz's laser.
Starsky and Zulon and Yamadutas. Need Hutch as well. Oh, they're live. They're live, chat.
Seekyote just subscribed.
Oh, I see. They're restreaming Dutch channel. Smart. Smart. Oh, I need to hold. I need to put this in Opera so YouTube can hear as well.
Welcome to the world of Ionos online tools.
I'm logged into my wife's account. It doesn't have turbo. That's annoying. Let me log out. Log in.
Talonx is firing Ziz's laser.
Talon, thank you. And Ides of March, thank you for the 10 gifted, dude. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah.
ID Softmarch _
Thank you so much.
Gifted 10 subs.
Love those notifications. Thank you. All right.
moves,
19 virus is firing Ziz's
trade,
laser.
in-game league mechanics.
All right, YouTube should hear now.
See the maps, elements, ascendancies, HP, ES, armor, map sizing, checkpoints, build variety,
Love them. They're
meta,
good. I saw it actually. It was pretty funny.
pinnacle bosses, ascendancy, difficulty.
She doesn't use Twitch much, Zero.
Carladia is firing Ziz's laser.
Thank you, Jesse Stone. Thanks for the 2 months. I'll probably
All right,
go
I'll
on
say
this
it one
scene.
last time, just in case this ends up happening for the people that are watching. In 4 minutes, we're going to begin a reveal. The reveal will be a video that will play out revealing everything that is coming. After that, there will be an interview in which we'll be interviewing Jonathan and Mark, the game directors of the game. We have a list of questions, about 70 questions long. We will attempt to get through most of these. It's a 2-hour interview, so I'm sure some of these will not be asked just due to the brevity of the interview. With that being said, all of these questions, except me asking a question about Blight and Druid and Ghazi asking a question about minions, are all taken from the audience. So we are just basically taking questions that the audience wants to see and directly handing them over to the devs at this point.
I'll probably like make a statement of that in the intro.
Sure.
As well, so that gets to the VOD as well.
Sure. There will be a VOD of this on YouTube. Obviously, the Twitch VOD will be here too. On Ghazi's YouTube channel, he will publish the video afterwards. It's hosted here, and then it goes to his YouTube VODs. There is currently a storm in Alaska because I am stuck in this terrible place. That is happening, and my power's flickered 3 times. So in the scenario of the power going out here, and of course, no other day but today have I had any storms. If that happens, you can watch it on Ghazi's TV's channel. The main PoE channel is restreaming my stream. So if my stream goes down, their stream's going to go down. So you would have to go to Ghazi in that scenario. And then he would carry on the interview from there. That's everything. Starts in 2 minutes. Thanks all for being here, and we'll do our best not to choke.
Good luck with that.
I like how we all have SMB7 Shure microphones. Mine's like dying. The like screw mechanism. It looks a little bit like Frenchie from The Boys.
You nervous?
No.
Yeah.
Not really. Like we've done it a few times with, especially with these guys as well.
Yeah.
Not really nervous. It's always a lot of pressure when it comes to making sure that we make sure the community's heard. That's the only. I'm not nervous, but concerned that we're not going to be able to do the community justice.
See, the community is going to be pissed no matter what. There will be people that will be annoyed because for some people you won't be aggressive enough, and for some people you'll be too aggressive.
Okay, 1 minute. Just remember, mute your mic.
Can't make everybody happy.
Full screen with the review, so we don't accidentally talk over it for the VOD.
Will do.
Here we go, chat. Are you bringing your hottest reactions?
Okay, 1 minute. T-minus 1 minute, boys.
Are we ready to plug out? I'm going to close my window so I don't wake my child up in case I get too excited. If Druid comes out, I'm going to get too excited.
Okay. Oh, also, there will be, after the video release in 40 seconds, there's going to be like a 5-minute downtime while we get technical stuff set up. So it's going to be on like black screen, just so you guys know, for a few minutes. But that's like pretty normal. So just heads up for the people watching.
Here we go.
Okay. 25 seconds, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. I'll do a quick intro for you,
As soon as I play
in case
the
you want
video
to...
here in 10 seconds, you're going to need to let me know. I will have to open the chat for this here. You guys are going to need to let me know how the audio is. Okay, if it needs to go up or down, just as a heads up. Okay, with that being said, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and here we go. Muting mic.
Hi YouTube, about to react to the PoE stuff.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, we're back from our break. We've been playing the game a whole lot, and we've been reading a whole lot of feedback as well. So it's time to assess and work out what we're going to do next.
It's zoomed in.
Now, later this week, we'll be releasing PoE 2 0.1.1.
Okay.
This is a patch designed to address the concerns that we can address relatively quickly, without needing to create a new league or a new economy just yet.
Yay!
In this video, we'll be going over some of the issues we've identified, and what we're planning on doing about them. It's worth stressing that just because a specific issue isn't on this list doesn't mean that we're not aware of it or that it isn't going to get addressed. It just means that we either can't fix the problem quickly or we can't do so without the need for a new economy. One of the major areas that needs a lot of attention is the base experience of mapping. We've made a lot of changes here. First, in-game maps have received a balance pass to the number of monsters, number of chests, number of magical rare monsters, number of essences, strongboxes, and precursor artifacts. You should generally find maps more rewarding than before. Maps generally specialize in one or more of these elements that they will be particularly rewarding in.
Okay.
Now, towers are a thing that's very important for players to run often, but we only had one of them. We wanted to add more variety here as soon as possible, so we've added 4 more tower maps.
Okay.
Alpine Ridge, Sinking Spire.
Right. I hope they're nice.
Bluff.
Can I get more quality somehow?
And Mesa.
No. Mesa. I hope
also
they're nice
redone
to
the
run.
existing Lost Towers map to make playing there less boring.
Okay, good. Big.
We're now also spawning more maps with bosses.
Yay.
The rate was intended to be 1 in 4 maps, but in reality the rate was much lower due to some maps being unable to spawn bosses. We've increased the rate to compensate for this issue so that we can get the actually intended rate.
Nice.
We're also adding a new type of tablet that allows you to add bosses to your maps with its own mod pool.
Okay, that's nice.
Strongboxes also needed some love. They now spawn monsters faster, have a less annoying fog effect, and have also received changes to the timings and effects of the mods on them. Now, let's talk about visibility of effects. Many maps had too much clutter, preventing effects on the ground from rendering, causing you to be unable to see and dodge them. We both changed the level of clutter on some maps and changed some effects to make sure that they are always visible.
Okay. That's
good. In addition, elemental explosion effects have had visibility improved. Stick around for longer before they explode, and disappear without exploding if a rare monster dies.
Oh, nice. That's huge.
Volatile plants are also way easy to see before they explode.
Nice.
Now we've also increased the zoom level on the Atlas, done a pass on various terrain collision issues in many maps.
Oh.
We've also improved the load times of opening the world map and Atlas panel.
Oh.
And we also now show the biome of a map on the hover for it.
Oh.
For other in-game content systems, we're
So
focusing on
nice.
getting all the rewards in line with what they should be. For Delirium, we recently fixed a bug which caused Delirium monsters to just not spawn after the starting part.
Okay.
And we've also buffed the rate of simulacrums dropping by 20% to make it more in line with the rate of finding the expedition and ritual bosses.
It probably needs more than 20%, no?
For Ritual, we've made omens now appear in the ritual tribute window 60% more often.
Okay.
For Expedition, we've improved the rarity from the shops, but we'll be wanting to make some more substantial changes to the rewards for this league later on.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Now, one of the major concerns that we're often seeing is that getting to play Pinnacle content just takes too long.
Yeah.
And when you do finally get there, you only get one attempt and don't get a chance to learn the boss. In order to address these concerns, we're making the following changes. First, we're making the Citadel spawn closer to the center of the Atlas, and we've also added an effect so you can see them in the fog of war from further away. This makes them much easier to find.
Wow.
To address the problem of only having one attempt, on the Arbiter of Ash you will now get up to 6 respawn attempts. Respawns can only be triggered by the person who put
Reset
in
and
the
log out,
keys,
please.
and everyone on your party will be respawned at the same time.
Reset and log out.
Leaving the map still forfeits your attempt, so you'll still need to fight the boss with the build you walked into the map with. Higher difficulties of the boss will lower the number of respawn attempts.
That doesn't
you
happen
get.
right now, though.
But you should know the mechanics of the fight by then, right? Now, we'll also be adding respawns to other Pinnacle
He
content
said
as well
still,
over
but
time.
that doesn't happen right now.
Another thing that players have noticed is that there are less keys from Farad'n
I
Citadel
hope it
in
does.
the market, and thought that it was because the Citadel spawns less often. It turns out, though, that this is just because the boss kills players more often than the others. We made a few changes to that boss to bring it in line with the other bosses. A lot of people have reported that many of our unique items are feeling underwhelming. Uniques are often designed to be build enabling at high levels, even if they're low level uniques. But we realized that we do need to make sure that more uniques feel powerful when you first get them at low levels too.
Yes?
In this patch, we are buffing a lot of uniques.
Oh my god, yes.
These changes should make finding uniques at lower levels a lot more fun, and make subsequent character playthroughs more fun too.
Oh
when you
my
have some great
god.
uniques to use. We're also changing a few other things to make finding rares better at higher levels too. First, we're changing mod weightings a bit to make sure that there are less bad mods. Another fix is making high tier items no longer cull the highest tier modifier of a given mod type. This bug caused bows and crossbows to not spawn with attack speed at tier 5 rarity, and rings to not spawn with life at tier 5 rarity.
That's funny.
Another change we're making is to make it so that socketables such as runes can now be overwritten with another socketable.
Oh my god.
Now, as we continue
Such
to play,
a W
we still
patch.
find many balance anomalies with specific monsters or bosses that can be nasty if you encounter them. This patch contains a pass adjusting a large number of those monsters and bosses. We'll save the full list for the patch notes, but there are a significant number of changes here that should address many cases where monsters or bosses felt too hard in certain circumstances.
Wow.
Here are a few examples to get a taste of what kind of changes you can expect.
There's only W's.
The Silver Fist Commander roll now does a lot less damage.
Huh. I didn't notice that, did I?
Plague Bearer's Detonate Dead can no longer be used from off-screen and has better telegraphing.
Nice.
Forsaken Miners throw less grenades, have improved
Nice.
visuals, and deal less damage.
Good.
And Lost Men Zealots can no longer meteor you from off-screen either, as well as many other changes just like those.
Oh, so nice.
One of the big issues for players on consoles is that the web-based item filter system is currently
This is
not
just
working.
W
This
after
means that they
W.
can't use item filters like the PC users can. For 0.1.1, we'll be enabling the same system that PoE 1 has, which allows you to subscribe to item filters on the website. For now, this will be done on the PoE 1 website to allow us to get this feature out as fast as possible. Later on, we'll improve the user experience of this and put it on the Path of Exile 2 website. This patch also contains a bunch of other smaller changes and bug fixes that I'm sure you guys will appreciate.
Nice.
Like buffing armor and scavenged plating.
Okay.
Showing the number of uses left in your charms, as well as an
thank
effect
fuck.
when they trigger.
The song of the exiles.
Fixing the music that Una was supposed to play in town.
Oh, cool. That's nice.
And plenty of other little fixes and improvements throughout the game. Now, we have a huge amount of much more meta-shifting changes that we know we want to make. And one of the best things about having the game in early access with the endgame is that we now have a much better idea of where we want character power to be and what the balance of bosses and monsters should be relative to that. But those types of changes are going to have to wait until we are ready to make a new league with a new economy for people to play in.
Wow.
It's still a little while away yet, but in the meantime, we'll be continuing to identify things that are causing frustration and try and address them. I want to thank you guys for playing and hope to be doing more of these in the future.
People are going to be so
Later.
happy that there's no nerfs. Well, some people will be. Wow.
All right, so there you have it.
Yo, what a W patch,
pretty
though.
awesome.
But no nerfs.
We are now
Damn.
going to call them, get them ready for the interview. So we're going to go to a screen here that is a be right back type of screen here.
Okay,
you will hear
still,
no audio.
honestly,
It'll just be a blank
more
screen
than I was
for probably
expecting.
5-10 minutes at the highest. And now we're going to do an interview about what we just saw. So give us 1 moment here.
Closing thoughts real quick. As far as a pretty fast patch, and obviously we're going to be getting, they said, a economy reset patch. I don't know when that would be. Maybe April. Fuck, I don't know. It could be before then. But honestly, pretty W. Pretty W. I especially hope I understood correctly that you won't be able to log out without resetting the boss. And software gets 6 portals, which is also great, I think. So pretty massive W patch. I don't think there was anything bad in this except no nerfs. So much good stuff. And it sounded like armor is getting buffed. Really excited to read the actual patch notes, but from the preview, boom. Oh, true. They didn't address rarity, but they might address that in the podcast now. Pretty happy. Pretty happy in general. I'm excited to watch the podcast. I'm so happy console gets filter. I'm not a console lover, but that was cursed. That was cursed. Wonder how big the armor buff is. How do you even play without a filter? It looked really bad for console. It looked exceptionally bad. Was hoping for a big balance change to bring me back. Yeah, I know a lot of people are... I'm surprised I don't need that. I just have so many things I still want to play. What do you want to play still? Well, I'm pretty down on my Sparker because I don't want to push for 100, right? Because it just takes so long and I'd rather try different things and learn more about the game. Like, I still don't know that much about Monk, for example. I haven't played it. I'm pretty keen... Maybe level a Titan or see if I've found enough gear. I don't feel like I've found enough gear for my Hallow character. Artillery Ballista is still solid. Yeah, I might try that. I might actually play on my Artillery Ballista next. Alright, let's watch.
Of audio
Jonathan
now.
Gazzi with Mark and
Hello,
Jonathan.
everybody. So here we are. Let's just real quick, now that we have the audience here, I'm going to have Jonathan one more time say something real quick just to make sure they can hear us well, and we'll get feedback from the chat.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2.
Thanks, sir. Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark. Hello, this is me speaking, and I didn't want to say the same thing he said.
It's fine, you can.
All right, and then lovely co-host Ghazi here.
Ghazi.
Lovely co-host. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Excellent. So with that being said, Ghazi, why don't you take it away with the intros?
Oh,
hi. Welcome to Tavern Talk episode. We still have no idea what episode we're on, and we're going to keep up with that trend. We have with us my lovely co-host, Darth Microtransaction, and the lovely two individuals that is basically the OGs at this point. We got Mark and Jonathan from Path of Exile 2 Grinding Gear Games. How are you guys doing?
Oh, doing great. I mean, like, it's really good to get back into things again. We had a good break, yeah, I don't know. It's just nice to be back and actually looking at the problems again, as much as, it can be painful sometimes. But, yeah, no, it's real good to get back into things.
Yeah, disconnected for a little bit. Not too long, but just a little bit, and now back, which is awesome. But no, it was a long burn last year, so it was good to get a little bit of a break over that Christmas. But yeah, lots to address, lots to change. Excited.
And it seems like with the break, you guys still managed to get a lot of changes in.
I'm surprised
from the
they had
reveal
so much...
video we saw. It's fairly substantial, so that's exciting.
I mean, that is for the most part just stuff that we did, like, last week and this week. The maps, the extra 4 maps, some of those did have some work that was done a little earlier, but for them, because we knew we needed more towers and we just didn't get them in. But pretty much all that stuff is just stuff that we're, just doing, last week and this week. Like, we try to move, fairly quickly when we can. But the thing now is, of course, going to be like, one issue we kind of realized we had is like, okay, how much do we concentrate on fixing problems people have right now, and how much do we concentrate on like the next big kind of content patch? And so that's like kind of the tricky thing we have to maneuver around at the moment. And I guess my feeling is that so long as there's like big problems that are causing people to have like a bad experience, I kind of want to make sure that those get addressed as soon as possible, at least where we can, so that we're making sure that things are in as best a state we can, like some kind of point of stability, so that we can concentrate on having the larger kind of like content patch after that.
That's great to hear. So for this episode or this interview or whatever we're going to call it, we've done what we can to make sure that we let the community get their voices heard. So most of the questions we're going to go through is questions collected almost exclusively from the community. We have a couple light, for some reason, questions and some warrior questions from Darth, and we have some minion questions as expected from my side of things. But most of the questions will be taken from the actual community. So I'm just going to kick us off so don't waste anyone's time. And we're going to start with a question saying, which of the changes that has been showcased was the team most excited to be able to announce?
Well, I guess that I'd say that like these changes, obviously, while the players are happy with them, we're not exactly excited about them per se, because these are just like fixes to things that are problems, right? So the stuff that we're excited about is the stuff we're not talking about, which is the content that's coming up in the in the larger one that'll have an economy reset and so on. So there's obviously a lot of stuff there, but for this stuff, it's just like really like, okay, what can we do to make sure that people are having a good time? That's kind of the main thing I would say.
Yeah, which is exciting in its own to see how much more we can improve, how many people having a good time. So
So I mean, that's good. But yeah, really, it's like there's no one thing there where we're like, oh yeah, this is the amazing thing. It's like it's all just like, let's make the game not suck. That's kind of our main goal.
So one of the changes for in-game maps is the changes to, you mentioned
Economy
monsters,
reset, which this says
chests,
they would never
rare
do.
monsters.
You misunderstood.
What impact
They're
are you
not
guys
doing
hoping
one.
that this change specifically is going to have in in-game mapping?
Well, I want this. Well, there's a couple things. It is just a general, probably 30% more kind of monsters, items, etc. from inherent maps. You get the thing where now the inherent map is higher value, and thus proportionately the league is less impactful. Say Breach, which is obviously in its own universe of craziness right now. But the idea is the base map is more rewarding, and thus adding the extra content is less necessary for, say, map sustain. The other thing is it will interact with different rolled maps differently. So we tried to do this better before early access began, but again, it should be now certain maps and certain mods that increase the chests, the rarity of chests, the rarity of monsters will have different benefits. So that's kind of cool that I want people to learn that over time and see what's beneficial, what multiplies better, and then you combine those things where you have this map's better for number of monsters, whereas this map's worse for number of monsters because they're multipliers. So like a really small map versus a really large map, actually before they were relatively consistent. Now that large map might have twice as many monsters as that small map, but it has the same density of monsters. So you don't just have big open empty spaces of nothing. So obviously now the number of packs, if you multiply that up, it has a much grander effect on the big map than it does the small map. But the small map is obviously easier to clear, faster to clear. So say if you're optimizing for bossing, you're probably going to try and have be applying more bosses to small maps using the new tablet. Or if you're doing leagues that, more like Breach, you might want smaller maps that way because you're focusing on just farming breaches as opposed to, say, Delirium, or say Expedition favors, that doesn't really care if the map is large or small.
Nice.
So, having those different kind of axes is really interesting where you are thinking about that as you go. Now, people have to learn that, and that's cool. I actually want people to learn that and kind of post all their details on, like, this map's really good and this map isn't. And we've accounted for layouts, how fast they are to clear, all of that stuff. So certain maps that were more tedious to clear now have pretty drastic advantages on at least one or two different axes. So they might have a higher number of minimum monsters, rare monsters, higher spawn rate of rare monsters, magic monsters, rare chests, who knows.
And there was a lot of that balance that you couldn't really do until you actually had experience playing them, right? Because it's hard to tell when you're just in development and you're not on a real character. Like, is this map actually fun or not, right? And the Endgame was where we got the least amount of testing, so it really did require, like, okay, some actual proper play and be like, okay, is this map, to really answer the question of is this map good or not? So now when we see that, then we can be like, okay, we need to make this change or that change in order to sort it out. So there's just been a lot of just like sanding off all the rough edges that Endgame had by virtue of the fact that it just really wasn't as tested as what the campaign was. Go on.
That all being said, I'd say one thing it has introduced is it has added more bad luck or mistake protection to some degree, because if you would like fully juice a really small bad map, that minimum of bad is now much higher. And so, like, you all of a sudden now have invested all this wealth into this bad map. You've run it, and you're like, "What the? I didn't get anything back from it." So, the minimum is certainly now much better, which should hopefully protect a lot of people who are falling out of map sustain. Whereas, like, a lot of the good players who are a bit more observant, a bit more familiar with PoE1, were just like happily sustaining maps. And so, yeah, you had these two ends of spectrum, and hopefully, we've raised the minimum now with these changes.
So 2 follow-up questions. Since this was a question for later, but since we're talking about bad maps in particular, something you mentioned here, what is your guys' opinion on the current state of maps in the game? Not so much from a monster point of view, but of a layout of maps. So there are some maps people don't like as much. There are ones people really do like as much. Is your opinion that you need maps, for instance, like Mire, Augury, Vow Factory? These are some of the least favorable maps. Do you think you need maps like this in the game in order to more appreciate the more common ones people enjoy? Or what's your stance currently on the map amount of variety that are in the game, put that way?
I guess ideally, like, if there have been a few adjustments to things like that. Probably not, like, we're not necessarily going to take every map people find annoying and change it, like, so that people don't in that way. But certainly there should be balance changes to make it so that they feel at least worthwhile, even if they do have some more annoying layout or something like that. So I mean, I assume you feel the same way about that.
There's some standout things. Like, obviously, you shouldn't have the levers that you just can't dodge roll out of and you just die, or the levers are just spawning burning ground on them, right? Obviously, this stuff is just objectively wrong and objectively bad, and that will be fixed. But a lot of that contributes to, like, this is the worst map because you'll go pull a lever and die while doing so. And then there's the ones that, yes, are just, like, you know, inherently worse layouts, especially for certain builds.
Same here.
But then, again, now using this other thing where it's like, actually, well, those maps may now spawn the most amount of rare monsters or the most magic monsters or just the most amount of monsters. You're going to have to go figure some of that stuff out. And some people might like that. People with less... you know, screen clearing AoE centric builds probably don't mind some indoor, more mazy maps if they're going to get the benefit or feel like they're getting the benefit from, you know, more rare monsters. They've got, I don't know, more single target or a more concentrated DPS or whatever. They don't feel so bad now for running that as opposed to just running the, you know,
I mean,
sand spit where you can just like nuke entire screens every 2
The bad
seconds.
case of this though was definitely the tower map because it was kind of, it's like you mandatorily have to run that map, and so having that be not great is like not a good situation. So you know, hopefully we've addressed that one. Like that was really urgent to address because it's like, you know, because yeah, it's mandatory, right? You can't just skip it. So that one had to be sorted.
Yeah, turns out it's maybe not a good thing where you have to approach a room full of monsters that you don't know what they are and they're super dangerous and you can't see them and it's a narrow bottleneck and you have to run in and just die.
But yeah, even so, like obviously the variety helps with that, but also the new version of that map is now based on the top floor tile set, which has like got more variety and like it's easier to deal with. So that should improve a lot of that.
Better visibility.
Yeah, exactly. So it
more
helps
open,
a lot.
less tight bottlenecks. Still they're still relatively narrow here and there, but yeah, much better to clear.
So one more follow-up here, and I'll pass it off to Ghazi. In the reveal, you mentioned that the boss maps, for instance, were supposed to be more common than they actually were. And so this comes to a very common question about Waystone's sustain. So what was your opinion on the state that previously was with Waystone's sustain, as well as do you believe this impact of additional bosses are obviously going to impact Waystone's sustain? So you think this is going to help alleviate some of the feedback we've seen related to there?
That one's pretty interesting because it's probably going to be a controversial thing to say, but like we don't know that there necessarily is a problem with Waystone sustain as such.
There isn't.
So that means we have to look into, if people say that there is, then that means we have to understand why that is, because I don't think that's the experience that like we're having as we're playing ourselves. And like, so there's always this thing where it's like we want to hear what the players say, but then we always want to confirm with our own experience that like when we do what they're doing, that we're getting the same experience before we can kind of make a good decision about what a change would be. I don't know that we've identified why it is yet that players are having problems with Waystone sustain, and so that's like, and this will change this obviously because there's more bosses and so on. Like that's the thing you can do, and killing bosses will give you upgrades and so on. Like that'll help with that. But I guess I sort of like I feel like we need to understand that problem more before we can really work out what exactly needs to happen with it.
There's certainly more to learn there, but as I said before, the minimum's now higher for sure.
Right. So it can be just people running into bad specific maps that like have specific problems that someone who's.
I suspect it's also just a lot of people struggling with the difficulty and dying, and like it's obviously very different if you're dying even in 30% of your maps, 20% of your maps. I mean, even 10% of your maps, it can make that difference. So yeah, there's definitely 100% more to look into there. But like, I personally, I went to from tier 1 to tier 15 maps in a total of 32 maps, and I've sustained since. And then you see the things where people are talking about map sustain, and I'm like, okay, am I in a different universe? And the answer is probably yes, I am in a different universe. But from a purely anecdotal standpoint of my own, I try and I'm going to see how it is for myself, and I'm somewhere else. We need to look more into this somewhere. So we have other people at the office as well, of course, and you get their anecdotal experience, but we need to look at this from a much broader perspective. But either way, what we've just put forward is an improvement to all of that. Higher maximum, sure, higher minimum, and a bit more safety for bad luck. But what it doesn't really account for right now is safety for people dying and, failing 50% of their maps or N% of their maps.
There is a slightly more subtle thing going on, I think, which
that's beautiful.
It's kind of unfortunate how this turned out, but effectively, because you can power through the map tiers really fast, it means that you don't get a chance to find the gear that you would otherwise have as you went through those tiers. And that means that effectively when you do, like you might be playing higher tier maps than what you really should be playing for the amount of like wealth that you've found. And that means that your map sustain is bad because you're dying more often because you're kind of playing higher tier content. And that's is on us because we like need to adjust that so that you like, so that you only start like effectively in order to progress up the tiers, it needs to be more that like we need to sort of gear check you more as you go up a little bit to make sure that you've got the gear you need before you're going up the tiers. But this is going to be a really subtle and tricky thing to get exactly right. Like there's quite a lot to that, and that's kind of more of a thing that we can sort of look at over a bit of a longer period of time because it's going to require some adjustments.
People always try to do the hardest.
That's just sort of another one, but there's quite a lot of implications to all of that, and I don't know that we're quite ready to like understand exactly what would need to happen for that to happen. But that is kind of one of the issues that we're seeing is just like effectively people playing content that's harder than what we would hope they would be playing for the gear that they have, which then causes the deaths, which causes the sustain to be bad. So that's kind of that issue there.
The death is the gear check, no?
I'll throw it off to Ghazi for
that
the
are
next
dying.
question.
That is the gear check.
Yeah, next in line, we're actually going to circle back to what you mentioned, Mark, regarding Expedition, not caring about the layout and whatnot, but you also mentioned, I believe it was in the video, right? You mentioned more substantial changes to Expedition coming later. So the question is, do you have any particular examples of these things you're hoping to accomplish with this mechanic?
Yeah, I can't really say what it is, but what I can say is it is intended that every league, sort of, I'd say without promising it, because we're allowed to make exceptions, it is kind of intended that every league provides some sort of access of character or crafting power that is abnormal. And so, you know,
different that you can't get anywhere
different.
else.
Mostly character power here. So aside from the unique items, obviously they can or sometimes don't provide character power that can be attained elsewhere. This is more about something else that's, you know, similar to say the instilling your amulet with a notable. You know, it's something that only that provides. It gives you more power than you would have had if you had never done it. And so ideally, every league would kind of do something like that, or provide a crafting avenue that would then give you something like that, or give you more power in general. But yeah, we just kind of have the vendor mechanic where you can do some crafts, and none of those crafts are abnormal. They're not adding extra benefits or mods or anything outside of that. So yeah, we have intention to add something to that, and probably to a lot more of them over time. And as you get new ones that each obviously have this thing in mind, where we're trying to say, how can we make characters feel a little bit more powerful by engaging in that content? But yeah, Expedition just didn't quite get it when we ported it over. Like, you know, we discussed heaps of things, like we could add some more ROG crafts, so to speak, now that even though it's now 3 out of 4 of them crafts.
It definitely needs something else, like,
yeah,
for sure.
It just needs something cool, something better, and something not rushed. Which is we're in a position where we're going to rush something, and it's like, hold on, let's not do that. Let's get it right and do it a bit later.
That's fine.
Fair. I like that take. Another question we have is regarding the Arbiter of Ash now having 6 resurrection or revive attempts, right?
Mm-hmm.
And other attempts to, or adding other attempts to other pinnacles over time. I guess the question comes down to why wait with adding extra attempts?
Ultimately, the reason is just time. So it might even be that in the patch that we do deliver, that some of those other ones are already done. It's just that because the video had to be made last week, and like we were like, are we gonna, like, we knew we would get time to sort out the Arbiter, and we were like, we don't know if we're going to get time to do the others, so we'll just like promise that one, and then if the others come, then that's just a bonus. Yeah, effectively, there's like a little bit of trickiness around each one to like just work out all the states of everything. Like, I mean, if you're looking at like just as a random example, and this isn't obviously that big of a deal, but it's just, you know, someone has to do it, is like for the breach one, for example, we have to decide like, okay, so we can't really let you have the economy, like you can't reset the whole map because then you'd get the drops from the breach a second time. So then it's like, okay, we have to make sure we put a checkpoint in the thing, and that means we have to like do someone has to go write some code to like make the breach thing work correctly for checkpoints, and you know, it's just like random stuff like that, just little details that just mean that like it'll take a little bit longer to do those other ones. But I mean, we're not talking a really long time, right? We're just like, someone will get to it in the next couple of weeks. It's just, you know.
I'd say King in the Mist. King in the Mist will almost certainly be done because it's an isolated boss fight in a room with nothing else going on. Yeah. But for the logbook and for the breach one, you have to have some manual intervention, and we have to really make sure that there's none of that, like, you know, respawn at checkpoint at this exact point in time, and all of a sudden you get the loot again kind of thing going on, because yeah, that obviously can be quite destructive.
So yeah, it's literally just a time thing. We'll, as I said, we'll do it in the next couple of weeks, just as we, you know, get these things going.
Yeah. Nice.
Awesome.
Speaking of Arbiter, a couple questions related to Citadels here, just some fast ones. Are Copper Citadels really the same spawn rate as all the others? That's what happened.
I mean, we generated a bunch of Atlas state and checked that they were equivalent. I mean, I don't know what to so we really were not intending to make a Monopoly game, McDonald's Monopoly game style thing here. It really was intended to be equal. So yeah, as far as we could tell, it was just the just that the boss had that exploding minion thing that like was the damage just busted on that?
Nah, well. Maybe, but all of his little attached zombies, like during the phase 1 of the fight, when he summons the sandstorm and you get protected and you have the zombies coming at you, they blow up after they die. And in the map version, the in-game version of this fight, some logic was missing. I don't know what happened. And
so people were dying?
Those would then explode at the end of the phase 2. So you're like, oh, I killed him. You run in to get your loot, and 8 zombies just explode and insta-kill you. And so what you found is a whole bunch of people were just straight up like succeeding at the fight and then just dying straight afterwards. So that accounted for some portion of it. And then he was just harder. Certainly the death rate,
Definitely
even excluding the one-shotting zombies, was just much, much higher than the other two. But yeah, we have now a cheat that generates or simulates generating I think it's 1 billion different blocks and calculates how many of every map spawned and everything like that just to test this specific Citadel case. And yeah, everything we could find generates exactly the correct amount of the 3 things. So the 3 Citadels.
Speaking of spawning Citadels, did you guys happen to catch any of the conspiracy theories related to, corpses pointing in directions, etc.?
It was so ridiculous. Whatever. People come up with crazy things. I don't know.
All right.
I can tell you. I see. The thing is, I'm tempted to actually do something weird like that now, just to to bait the conspiracies. But yeah, no, there was nothing. There was nothing weird going on.
It's just RNG. Like you have to. I did catch
it's
in the
just
video.
RNG. That's all it is.
It said closer to the cinders, so there is something to being farther away from your spawn point.
So but basically, all that is literally just that there. Where you start, there's just a radius you have to get to before they start spawning. But after that point, it's just they just spawn the same rate. And we just moved it closer just because since you can't really tell where the that's not obvious, right? And the main thing we want to do there is just not have a Citadel spawn right next to where you start, because that'd be ridiculous. Effectively we just shrunk that down a bit because it was a little bit large. And then the other thing as well is that now that you can see them in the fog, it actually makes them so much easier to find. We actually intended, we were like, oh yeah, we're going to totally buff the number of these that there are. But after we made the change to seeing them in the fog, it was immediately like, oh shit, there's actually tons of these everywhere. We just weren't seeing them before. Seeing them makes a big difference.
Okay, so moving on, off the topic of Arbiter and Citadels here. It mentioned in the video less bad mods on mobs. Can we get some more detail?
Sorry, it wasn't mobs. I think because it was in the item section, and maybe you misheard that slightly, but the bad mods thing was talking about items. So effectively, there's some stuff going on here. So effectively what we did, because a lot of people were talking about issues with higher tier rares as you get to harder content. And effectively, when we sort of looked into this, we sort of worked out there were some anomalies around what happens when mods get cut out on the lower levels, just based on kind of somewhat random things about how many top tier mods there are of certain types and things like that. So what we've done is it's not huge changes, but we've kind of effectively done things I think accuracy went down a little bit, and there was I can't remember the other changes.
Accuracy went down, life on kill, mana on kill, on weapons at least, and then attributes on hybrid gear.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the hybrid gear attributes. And then there was also the bug where effectively high tier rares weren't getting the ability to generate top T1 mods of certain types, which I don't think was actually necessarily as big of a deal as what people might have assumed, but because it wouldn't have affected that many items, but we have fixed it. So, for example, it was just impossible on a T5 bow to ever get attack speed.
Once it was a certain item level.
Once it was a certain item level. So yeah, but you couldn't even get T5 realistically except from high level stuff, right?
You still could
occasionally, but whatever. The point is there was a few things like that were going on, and we've effectively just adjusted that stuff, and it should result in generally better rares when you're talking about high end, high tier stuff. So we'll just sort of see how that works out. The adjustments are not mega, but they are there, and they should sort of improve things, I think, a little bit.
I hope they ask you about tier 1.
And just for clarity's sake, for the viewers, when you say top tier, tier 1, you actually mean like tier 12 or whatever the top tier is, right? Because tier 1 technically is the worst.
Sorry, yeah. It's so annoying that we have like tiers going in reverse directions in different contexts. Like,
look at Mark. That's so funny.
What I mean is whatever the top tier of that mod is, in some cases it was getting cut out. In fact, I worry that even in the article that we're going to say that's actually incorrect. So I just need to fix that because I think in the note, like in the article that we posted, it says T1 item affixes, which is actually backwards. So
oh my god, but it shouldn't be backwards.
We also need to make this consistent everywhere and sort this tiered situation out.
Yeah,
I do have a follow-up on that.
Yes, please.
Yeah. It is sometimes very frustrating dropping something that has a high tier, but I don't know if that is the highest tier. Would it be possible? Like, is there something you guys are considering adding?
I think we are adding a thing that displays on the mod if it is the best tier relatively soon. But again, we need to also just figure out a little bit more around this because we've got this whole T1 versus T random
the reason why there is resistance to having T1 mean the top one is because then if we add another one later, it changes what all the tiers are. And there was sort of some discomfort around that, but then maybe it's still better to just do that anyway. And like, I don't know. That was the original thinking behind that, but
it is better.
Whatever. Like it might be less confusing if T1 meant... No, because the thing is, the other thing as well is that map tiers are like the T1 is the bottom one again, and you certainly wouldn't want to reverse that. That would be weird.
Yeah, but it's
so
pretty
yeah. I don't
intuitive.
know. Like probably.
Enough.
Yeah, whatever. This is just a random small topic, but just one of those things.
Understood.
Yeah.
Speaking of items and quality, one of the most requested additions, item filters, coming to console. So I'm sure many people are very excited about that. Speaking of the topic of consoles, can we expect more quality of life things coming to console? For instance, I very commonly see asked for things like text UI size, etc. Do you have any plans related to quality of life improvements for console?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly need to do more there. I mean, like I don't have any specific things to announce there, but effectively we need to make sure that that experience is good. And one thing that I know, this isn't actually technically a console thing, but another thing that we will be doing for people who use controller soon is like the ability to fast swap between controller and the PC UI just by like immediately in game, because that's something I believe there was even an implementation of that. It was just a little bit too dodgy to release on early access start. So we just need to get that sorted and then test and so that'll be another one. But in terms of just general console stuff, I mean, look, there's just more we can do, right? And
that's huge.
We've got our guys on console. They'll be looking into these things and just making changes. The text size one, I do think needs some addressing. It's a little bit tricky because there's kind of a lot of things all through the game that need like futzing around with. So that I definitely appreciate that. And like part of that is literally because when we're in this is kind of bad, but it's like in the studio, we literally have like a big screen and the couch that's near it is like relatively close. It's like an actual real world scenario. People often sit a bit further away, and we probably should have been thinking about that. Yeah. Things like that just need some addressing for sure.
Fair enough.
All right. Putting aside bugs and tuning that is expected for early access state, what's a question that I was asking about? What are the players' feedback that surprised you guys the most?
Well, I know you were saying, I mean, I guess from my perspective, it's like we had a lot of worries about things being broken. We just didn't know what those things were going to be. But then you were saying before that just the level of brokenness did surprise you as far as like some character builds and stuff, right?
Yeah, like I had my whole like, okay, obviously people are going to find broken builds, but like we escaped millions into tens of millions, and then we escaped tens of millions into hundreds of millions in measuring in DPS, and then we escaped DPS into comets per second, and then like you got to this point where it's like, okay, we're just off the reservation here in terms of just, when you 1 week in and someone's like, here's my 450 million DPS build that hits the pinnacle boss for 141 million damage and one shots in the 3-player party, and I'm like, well, where are we? Like, what happened?
The thing that I found a little bit sad, and I guess we should have just expected this, is that like I sort of expected that the first few times people were playing the pinnacle boss, that would kind of be a normal fight. But in reality, the first few times people played the pinnacle boss was just completely like a disaster because like they just had some build that was because to get to the pinnacle boss the fastest, you also had to have like a ridiculously broken thing going on, and so you just ended up with just like you don't even get to see the mechanics, and it was just like that was a bit sad to me.
Well, hopefully with more lives, people will actually be giving it a shot instead of just selling it off to those people who do one shot it. But we'll see how that goes. But
the tricky thing about this has just been that, like, okay, so we do generally want, I mean, we do generally want to not do mid-league nerfs, and there was a period there before Christmas where we were making some changes, but we weren't even considering those to be mid-league nerfs because they still left things in a state that was still like very, very good. Like from our perspective, and like maybe the players would disagree with this, it was kind of like when we nerfed something there, we were still leaving it in a state where it's still some of the best shit ever. And so from our perspective, we were like, well, there'd be no reason to have to re-roll your character after this change because like it's still crazy. So we didn't even really consider those to be mid-league nerfs in the same way. But then, obviously, there's going to have to be some changes because, like, there are just certain things that are just completely ridiculous. But one thing we've got now, and I kind of mentioned it in the video, is that like we actually have an understanding now of like what a character should look like. And so ideally, when we do our first like true balance patch, we should be at the point where we can be like, okay, here's like these like 10 things that need to come down, but then there's also like these other 50 things that need to come up to get to that point, right? So like ideally it there should be a little bit of leveling there that occurs, but we really don't want to do that kind of patch without doing an economy reset because we actually need like to see what really happens when you get a new economy and all that sort of stuff. So, and when I say an economy reset, of course, what I mean is a new league. Like you'll still have the old characters if you want to play them, but all the stuff we're going to be looking at will be on the new economy that, in terms of like how it evolves that way. So yeah, that's going to be a tricky one. It'll take us a little bit longer, but that is also what we're working on in the background as well. Is just like getting all of this stuff to where it needs to be.
So am I hearing that there's no nerfs coming in this patch then? Is that sort of what I'm taking from this?
I mean, there might be a few that relate to things that are just completely screwed, but I don't, it is not our intention to do a big nerf patch here. Like, that is not our goal. Our goal with this is, like, fix things that are annoying people and, like, make the game more playable.
I don't mind if Discharge is
whereas the goal of, like, the
the
sort of balance patch that's coming a little later would be like, okay, we'll have a new economy. We'll actually do like a proper balance pass where we get all of that stuff like more.
Because you scared everyone with that executioner photo in the Twitter post. I mean, it looked like the guillotine was about to drop.
Okay, yeah, people look into things I think a little bit too much. Okay,
there's kind of three kinds of nerfs going on. Not on this patch. Just hold on. That was.
I do want to follow up though with the comment on the balance patch coming later, and you want to combine that with a economy reset. So is that you saying that there will be economy resets during early access on a regular basis?
Yeah, so there won't be. They'll be in a new league, so you still get to keep your old characters. But effectively, yeah, absolutely during early access there'll be new. Leagues. What I don't want to say is like whether or not the league so when I use the word league, people sort of assume that means there's like a league mechanic that comes along with it, and we might do that or we might not. We kind of need to work out what's going on there.
That's fine.
But it'll be a new league in the sense that it's a new economy that people can play through, and we'll be introducing significant stuff that would want people to make people replay as well as doing all the balance stuff and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, we need to do that because if you can't really just make changes to balance like significant ones without screwing people's characters over, obviously. So you need to have some kind of thing like that in order to be able to do that.
Just going back quickly, we have a kind of few classifications of things we do address when it does impact balance, and we are trying to be ultra conservative, but if it is bricking instances, as in it is just absolutely tanking instances, affecting the performance and thus affecting the performance for other users, we almost always have to address it. You can't just let that be. Now we obviously try and reduce the impact on the server, generally because of some sort of infinite loop or anything of the sort like that, or something happening per frame that shouldn't happen, and all of a sudden now.
Like if you're getting the server frame rate to be like 1 FPS, then that is not right? Yeah. Like we have to actually sort that. So that is something that we will do a mid-league nerf to address. But ideally in such a way where it still leaves the builds perfectly viable. Yeah. It's just that it's no longer completely destroying what's going on.
The other things where it does nerf and has an impact is, of course, when there is simply something clearly not working intended. So like an example of that, which I won't try and pronounce, but the shield that increases effect of your socketed runes and soul cores, and that was just obviously applying to all of them, not the one socketed in itself. That is obviously a nerf. It was never meant to work that way. I don't think that really surprises anyone when that gets changed. It's very clearly not working as intended. So those two we're generally just going to pull the trigger on almost always. Right. We're still thinking like, okay, especially in the performance case, that's like blatantly our fault and there is economy there, and then obviously there are people who are going to lose their character builds because of it. Maybe, hopefully not. We try and obviously bring down the frequency or the infinite loop element or the per frame while also buffing the damage, and then we make a note of it to like reassess this later when there's a new economy, and we'll come back and reassess that. But often protecting the instances, protecting the server performance for other users, and obviously fixing bugs are something we're going to do, and so that can have an impact. But just like at this point, preferably for all the other main nerfs where you're just blatantly nerfing someone's build or nerfing a build, we're trying to currently push that towards the economy/league reset kind of point. Yeah.
All right. It's a very extensive answer. I appreciate that. That's one of the things that makes this very fun for us to do. We ask a question, then we just lean back and let you guys do your thing. I love it. We are going to circle back to what you mentioned as well earlier, Mark. You said coming back to reassess a decision that's been made. And the topic we're going to open up is the two-step verification security for accounts with certain things that's happened recently. So the real question that we come down to with everything that's going down is, I guess the first one is, was there a data breach at GGG?
All right.
And following that up with, are you going to reassess the decision of two-step verification?
All right. So this is unfortunately really sucks, and I was really hoping we'd get a post about this before we did this interview, but unfortunately we haven't quite finished assessing yet. So there has been a situation where someone got access to an admin account on our website.
Wow.
And we now understand how that happened. And we also understand, we don't fully understand the scope of everything that occurred here, but we're sort of in the process of like looking at logs and so on. And there was a few really shitty things that occurred here that I'm very unhappy about. So the first one, just to say this, is that the thing that happened here was actually kind of the same thing that happened a while ago when through a Steam, effectively a Steam account was compromised through Steam support. So effectively what happened is one of our administrator accounts had a Steam account associated with it. And this was a Steam account that the person who had it attached didn't really kind of know. I mean, obviously they could have checked, but like they didn't really consider the fact that this was like this old Steam account that they don't even use anymore was attached to their admin account. And so effectively what happened was that got compromised through Steam support. So I don't know like all the details exactly what happens there, but effectively what happens is that like they are able to somehow provide like details that they managed to find on someone, like the last 4 digits of their credit card information or whatever, that they get through some other kind of means, and then they provide enough information to Steam support where they're able to get Steam to change the credentials on the account, which happened without us noticing, because once again this was an account that this person doesn't log into, so there was no they didn't realize that this has occurred. And then another thing. This was compounded by the fact, and this one was really, really crap, that whenever a customer support person makes a change to an account,
guess that.
They there's like an audit log, right, of like all the actions, like the events that they've done. And this effectively means that like when we investigate like, hey, what's happening with this account that got compromised, like we obviously look at the events and see like, hey, was there anything, like what happened here, right? Did someone change a password? Did something going on with that? And there was actually a bug where the event for setting a new password on an account was incorrectly in the back end labeled as a note rather than like an audit event. And what that meant was that so notes are things that like customer service can add to people's accounts and they can edit them and delete them. And so the password change thing being a note could be deleted by a customer service person accidentally rather than being permanently there in a way that no one could change. And so that effectively meant that what was happening is the person who managed to get an account, they were compromising the accounts by setting a random password, then deleting the note afterwards to say that had happened. And so when we would look at accounts, we just wouldn't see this. And so it was like really not obvious to us that what was going on there. So I don't have like full information yet about exactly the extent of everything that happened, but what I can tell you is that 66 notes were deleted. So that would imply that 66 accounts were compromised. Now, it does extend slightly back further than what our log history is. So I think there's like, so we only keep logs for 30 days. And that's like a whole, privacy rules around that stuff means that that's your log retention. Now, there were 5 days before that where the account was compromised, but this is all pre-launch of PoE2. So effectively, there were the 5 days back in November when we don't have logs for, and then after that point, there were 66 accounts that were that had notes deleted. Now, the reason why I am using that phraseology here is because the things were deleted from the frickin' event stream, like we literally don't know what happened here. Like the only thing I've got to go by is the web server logs, which don't actually record like, you know, all the data that's sent in a web request. It's just like the address of the page they went to, right? So effectively we can see like basic information, but because the thing itself that they were doing involved deleting the frickin' records of the fact that they were doing it, meant that like, you know, yes, it's unfortunately very difficult for us to track down full information about this. Now, we are going to be posting a post with like all the information that we can possibly gather that we're sort of still gathering. And we were obviously initially very afraid that there'd been some kind of larger data breach here where like they would somehow had access to our servers or something like that was going on. Like because we had no idea initially, right? So we're kind of like, oh shit, you know, what the hell's going on here? But now that we've understood that the vector was via a Steam account like that, it kind of means that like effectively what they had access to was the same stuff that customer service had access to, and all of that stuff is logged except this one thing that was not like logged due to this other thing. And then since then we've also added a bunch of extra security stuff that honestly should have already been in place around this to sort this out. So all of that is to say that like, yeah, we totally fucked up here with like security stuff on this account. Like we're certainly not going to have any Steam accounts linked to, like we're going to audit, make sure that there's no Steam accounts linked to any customer service admin accounts any longer. Like that certainly needs to not happen if there's going to be this kind of attack vector. As well as we've added a few other measures that, you know, to just make sure that this sort of shit doesn't happen again. Yeah, all of that really, really sucks. And especially because, like, as I said, just due to the fact that the stuff about it is deleted, we can't, like, easily find out what even frickin' happened. So there's going to be more investigation and working out what's happening here. But, yeah, that seems to be what occurred.
So just quickly for the people that are going to give it like a quick recap, this was a social engineering breach. This was not like a server-side data breach of an admin account. And this is a one-off, one account. It's now a closed case scenario. The viewers do not have to do anything on their side to worry about their information.
So the moment that we realized that something had gone wrong, we just immediately reset all the passwords on all the admin accounts and deleted all the sessions just to make sure that everything was kosher. So from that moment on, there was no more like accounts getting compromised or anything like that.
Sure.
And then now it's just been a matter of us like doing a bunch of log analysis, and it's actually quite like. Because the only way we've got it is the web logs, and it's taking a while just to process all the stuff, and there's obviously a lot of human investigation. Like we just haven't yet been able to prepare a full report about it, but we are going to be posting one hopefully in the next day or two that has all of the stuff about that. But that was just really, really crappy. So then going back to the actual question about two-factor authentication, I mean, in this particular case, it wouldn't have actually helped because it was compromised through our frickin' support interface, right? Except for that, probably it would have helped in the sense that if we had added if there was two-factor auth, presumably the bug about where it didn't get logged when someone changed it wouldn't have applied to that because, you know, it's a new thing that they wouldn't have had the same bug for. So I suppose it would have helped in that sense. But yeah, like that's the thing with that. So then talking about two-factor auth. So first of all, I'm like completely not against two-factor auth in any regard. The only issue with it is that it's easy to implement two-factor auth. What is hard to implement is all the policy around how to recover when people inevitably lose their second factor. And so that's the kind of tricky part to actually deal with. And so like it's kind of one of those things where like, yeah, we will do it, but like we're just not quite prepared yet to be able to do it with all the customer support stuff we would have to do. And like, and it's kind of one of those annoyingly deep holes of like, okay, so like, someone loses their password, what do you do to verify it? Like, you know, the two-factor auth thing, what do you do to verify this? And it's like, okay, so now you start to have to worry about like what personal information can they give you? And then now it's like storing personal information. And then like, what's the GDPR implications of that? And like, there's just like, it's just like a whole rabbit hole of just like random policy stuff that all kind of like comes around to that stuff. Yeah, effectively, what I will tell you is that we're immediately going to add two-factor auth to all of our support accounts. So you can bet on that. And that is not a problem. That is not a problem for us to do there because the policy around that is like, well, you just like walk in person to the frickin' you know, guy. If you lose it, then you can physically deal with that, right? That one is how we sort it out. But as I said, we will get to it, and it is a serious thing. We definitely want to have this. It's just a question of just getting it done, really, like all the policy stuff around it and all of the like. Yeah, just as I said, it's all support nightmare around how to deal with it.
Well, I appreciate the extremely vocal transparency about what's going on. About it. I'm sure lots of people here watching appreciate that as well, and we won't grill you about it or anything. So Appreciate that information. We'll move on here to a little bit more fun topic, which is upcoming content for the game. So we've been asked, one of the most common questions we've had here is things like roadmap for cadence of releases. You know, you guys originally stated 6 to 12 months for full release, which begs you know, the question, how many leagues between? There's 6 classes. So if it's 6 months, it's 1 class a month. You know where I'm going with this. So, you know, can we expect any information in terms of the cadence of releases, upcoming things like weapons, classes, skill gems, etc.?
Right. So the cadence we want to hit is sort of something similar to the kind of league cadence that we've done before for PoE 1. So like that's like I think that it works. Things work the best when you kind of got like like releases that are fairly large that like have a significant amount of stuff in them to actually bring people back and play and so on. So you can kind of expect a similar thing like that. For the actual like what is going to be in each release, obviously I'm not going to talk about that because we'll save that for the live stream and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, yeah, I mean like that's kind of what you can expect. That being said, there's also a thing where like so we want to be able to do the balance patch addressing the balance issues that we've talked about as soon as we can. But in order to do a patch like that, you need to have enough content in it to be able to make sure that people actually come back and play it and that sort of thing as well. Like you need to be able to make enough changes and like add enough content that it's actually exciting. So we're going to work towards getting a like a PoE 2 sort of new league with new content in it basically as soon as we possibly can. So we're like I can't exactly say a date or anything, but like we're gonna rush for it, right? Like we're gonna really try and do it because we want to get to that point of stability of the balance that we're sort of happier with as soon as we can as well. So yeah, as I said, not going to say a date, but basically just. Look, we work reasonably fast. We're going to try and get it out as quick as we can. Hopefully we get that relatively soon for you guys.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go ahead and assume that the new acts is going to be involved in this. But I guess a little extra question to that when we talk about Act 4, 5, 6. Is the plans to add like one act, or are you guys?
Yeah. So this is honestly one of the freaking hardest questions ever, right? Like this is actually something that we've discussed back and forth so many times because. Like, if you're talking about it from a pure storyline perspective and like kind of what makes sense, like so there would be so imagine we release one act, right? It's like how does it fit exactly into having the leveling? Like, do you go like 1, 2, 3, 4 and then like 1, 2 again? Like that'd be kind of weird. Or like 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, or like do you have Act 4? You can also play Act 1 or Act 4, or like like it's kind of just weird, right? And like. So, like, from that perspective, it's like, oh, we should do them all at once, like, at some point. But then on the other hand, we're like, okay, if we don't release the acts one at a time, then that kind of means, like, all the content from that we're sort of busy having to work on, we still have to have good releases, right? And so that means we have to have, like, more stuff in what we do release if it doesn't contain an act. So there's kind of this, like, complicated, like, puzzle around this. And it's like, and what we kind of thought, like... There are issues around this, but effectively we're like, okay, well, we're going to have to make Act 4. We have to be making Act 4 in the background right now anyway, right? So we don't technically have to decide what we're doing about this, like, right now. So, like, that's sort of happening anyway. So I guess that is to say that, like, there's still a lot of argument about this fact. And it's honestly such a hard one because I don't think there's a really great answer. Like releasing the acts one at a time would be making content so much easier because we get to immediately utilize all the stuff from that act to like make other content. Like it'll be so much, and like also it just immediately makes a release feel really big, right? So like that would be something that we could do, and it also would be good for our studio because like there's this phenomenon that always happens where like. You say, okay, this is when we're making this thing, but if people are not actually going to play it then like people have a different definition of finished from like, oh, people are actually going to play this versus like it just has to be ready internally, so like for just a production perspective, like I feel like the game will get made faster if we do release the acts just because it forces us to actually release them and like forces everyone to get it into a really playable state. But yeah, on the other hand, as I said, there's like all these kind of like practical issues with it. So
damned if you do, damned if you don't, huh?
Yeah, I know it's a bit of a tough one. So yeah, I mean, I guess the answer to that is still to come, and we just need to work out what we feel about this one way or the other. So yeah, I guess you'll see when we do our next announcement what we've kind of come up with. But yeah, as I said, in the meantime, it's not like we don't have to just make Act 4 anyway right now in the background. So that's they're continuing to do that as well as all the people on the more sort of balancey side of things working on balance, which will get shipped much earlier. Yeah. All right.
Let's just move on to the next topic to make sure we actually cover these questions. We have a long list.
Sure.
So we're going to talk about a can of worms called State of Magic Find. Now, the perception has been one thing. And I mean, shout out to Slippery Jim for the absolute insanity that he goes through, which is kind of showing that it's fine. So, what do you guys think about Magic Find in its current state?
Okay.
This is a very tricky question. Now, what I will say to start with is that like the way the Magic Find formula works in PoE 2 is literally identical to how it was in PoE 1 as far as diminishing returns and everything is concerned. The difference is just down to what Rarity is giving you as opposed to what it was giving you in PoE 1. Our argument for why Magic Find should be fine in PoE 2 is effectively like, we're not doing what happened in PoE 1 where you got like all these quantity mods and all that sort of stuff like that. Like, it's effectively the Magic Find in PoE 2 is what PoE 1 had back when PoE 1 was first released, right? Where it was kind of like, and it kind of was fine then, so the argument was, well, why shouldn't it not be fine now? I guess there's another, compounding with this, there's another contingent of people who would say that like anything at all that affects item drops should just not be a thing at all, and which is like a position you can take, and I don't know that I necessarily agree with that position, but it's another position you can take. So I guess all of that really is to say that like I don't think there's anything about it that's not working as it's intended to work, and ultimately the purpose of something like Magic Find is to kind of give you another axis of build design beyond just like doing the most DPS, which like that's kind of its ultimate goal. So but I mean that's kind of where it's at really. There's definitely more to look into here though. I don't know if you've got a different opinion.
Not really. I was just thinking the main difference between, say, PoE 1 was you fully saturate into every single item being a unique item.
That's the difference.
Whereas in PoE 2, you saturate into higher tier rares. You actually cannot fully saturate into unique items. It is impossible.
Currency.
So yeah, it certainly holds different value. I don't know how, but then again, I suspect a lot of the audience who are finding Magic Find to be a problem would find it a problem in both games, which again, completely fair perspective to take. I don't know. There's a little bit more to look into here for sure. Like we come back from holiday and we're like, all right, let's fix everything we can in a week. There's this list of like 100 things and we pick what we think is the most impactful 10. And so, yeah, there's a lot of these things that are just outlying on a list for us to really actually look into and investigate more and see, what part of it people are liking and not liking. Because, even though you had Slippery Jim do this, the great service, there'll be a lot of people who just disagree with that. He says it's fine. There'll be a lot of people who disagree with him as well. So yeah, we just need to look into this a bit more honestly to get a better conclusion. But personally speaking, I don't think it's a problem currently. But I might change my mind as well upon reading all of this and looking into it more. So we'll see how it goes.
A follow-up.
I don't know if you. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You can continue.
No, you go for it.
Sure. So a follow-up to this is okay. So the state of Magic Find is a question. Specifically, do you have a belief on how you believe it's influenced the economy? I'm seeing a lot of comments sometimes when I'm live where people are like Magic Find's the reason, inflation's the thing, etc. So what is your guys' belief in terms of how much Magic Find is actually making an impact in the current economy?
Actually, there's another difference from PoE 1, actually, of course, is that Magic Find now increases the tiers of currency you find.
Yes.
Which,
That's the only thing I want them to change.
I don't honestly think that we have an informed enough opinion on this topic, actually, to be fair. I don't think it's been our primary concern like this week because of the fact that like there's other things that we think, we really wanted to make sure that the actual play experience is prioritized as the main thing. Like that's the kind of, our focus right now, which I mean, obviously this affects it, but it's kind of like something where like it's a slightly longer term concern. So it's something we need to definitely investigate more. But yeah, it was really like that map playability and like making sure that, because like, I mean, when people are dying to things that they think are bullshit and stuff like that, that's kind of like something that we were more concerned about.
It's not as big a problem
I would
as
say
I
we need
even
to
thought it
definitely
was.
do more. We need to form an opinion about this before we can say more about it, I think.
How about I phrase a question like this then? In PoE 1, item quantity was removed, which affected currency. In PoE 2, you now bake that into
I see what you mean. Yep, that's a very good point.
What is the reasoning for reintroducing quantity that you made a decision to remove in PoE 1?
I don't think that we looked at that as reintroducing quantity, but you are correct that it does increase the quantity. Well, okay, it's not that it increases the quantity of currency; it increases the type, the tier of the currency you get, which you would look at that as quantity because, like, you don't care about like whatever transmutes are dropping. You only care about the higher ones, and so as far as you're concerned, that is quantity. So I would say we just didn't really look at that as quantity, but you're not wrong about that, right? That is true.
Well, it's certainly going to be a problem if it is perceived as that having enough rarity is the only way to thus have enough currency to say roll your maps effectively and also have enough to spend on gear and whatnot. Like that's certainly a problem. In which case some adjustments probably likely do need to be made. But again, we're just speculating now. We need to look into this a heck of a lot more in order to get an actual informed decision there.
That's fair. I do have one last follow-up on it, and it's a discussion we had 4 or 5 years ago with Chris Wilson, and the topic was actually about currency drop as well. And the comment was that the numbers were fine on GGG's side. The numbers looked fine. It is accurate. You are dropping more currency than ever. But the numbers didn't matter when the perception in the community is the direct opposite. So how do you think about tackling that specific conversation when the perception is completely opposite to what's seemingly the reality of things, right?
So are you saying that the community perception is that currency doesn't drop enough?
It's the perception is that rarity is a mandatory stat.
Oh, sure. Well, absolutely, right? Like, look, if the community feels that way, we should absolutely look into it and do more about it, right? Like, but bear in mind that, I sort of often say, like when the community has a problem, this is an invitation for us to understand the problem and then for us to address it in the way we want to address it. And that way isn't necessarily exactly what the community is saying, but it's just effectively like, I do want to keep doing things until the community is no longer unhappy about it.
I love our devs.
But that may not necessarily look exactly like in the form that they're expecting, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we have to look more into this. That's absolutely the case, right? And we can tell that because of the fact that people are unhappy. So yeah, we will look into more into it.
So speaking of unhappy, we're going to get into state of melee / maces is the next portion of the questions here. Let's talk about warrior and maces. What are your guys' feelings currently on the state of maces? How do you want mace skills in particular to function in Path of Exile 2? Obviously, they're very long cast times. Movement of mobs can be very quick. You can get stunned, interrupted. On the tree as well, there's many nodes that literally reduce like attack speed in order to gain other things. So more or less, warriors in a position where a lot of people feel like it's clunky, too slow for the current in-gameplay loop, or warrior feels like maybe the first class designed when the vision of PoE 2 was fairly slow. So what is your guys' response as to the state of mace skills, and where would you like to take it?
Well, a first question I would have for you is, do you think it's a problem during campaign or only in endgame?
I would say it is more specifically a problem in an exponential ramping as you continue the game until you hit a point where there's pinnacle bosses, and then you can kind of one-shot pinnacle bosses with some of the setups currently. So there's a mid portion of the middle to later in-game in which it feels like a problem, specifically because you have things like volatiles that actually track you, and if you stay in position, you're heavily punished. So it seems counterintuitive to the design of some of the mobs.
I do think that there is a problem in in-game here. I'm not exactly sure what we need to do about it yet, though. I'm glad to hear you say that it's an in-game issue and not a campaign issue, because I have to say that my experience playing Warrior through campaign is actually that it's fine. But I did hear a bunch of people talking about that as if that was not fine, and I think that it is. Like, I think, or at least I can't reproduce the issue during campaign if that's the case. So really, it is more of an in-game issue, and I don't know that I've got a solution for you right now. But it's. We do need to, like, once again, it's one of those more subtle things that we need to look into, and I suspect that the big balance patch will be looking at that a lot more. There is something about the warrior that doesn't scale in the same way that some of the other classes do, I believe.
It's also that pushing.
We sort of need to understand what the other classes end up looking like as well a little bit to understand that as well.
For me.
I don't know if you've got any more different opinions about that.
Well, I mean, the attack speed is a big part of it, right? You obviously have, that is a multiplicative axis that every other cast speed or attack speed is a multiplicative axis every other, or I guess comet trigger speed, that every other class is getting, and the warrior has a deficiency in that. And even if you were to get it, yes, obviously there's the fixed attack times which don't scale. It's probably a combination of those are too punishing, or there's too much of them, and there's not enough attack speed available. It'll be somewhere in that region for sure where we have to make some adjustments, and it probably won't even be that drastic to get it to feel right.
I agree. And
of
make
course,
pushing better.
It is easy to compare it to, especially, I know you said more like late mid to mid end game thing, but like when you look at the like top end, it's very easy to compare it to the absolute insanity that is like, Pillar of the Cage God with Hoa and all of that, which is just ridiculous right now. It's very easy to compare it to that and be like, well, Warrior will never be viable. But there are also a lot of quite good end game warriors that are certainly being played, and You know, I don't want to certainly make it seem like it's completely useless. And I mean people using maces, not just people who are doing it for the ascendancies.
Karn's a notable example. He's like level 99 in SSF, but he's having to use the Herald of Ice tech, which is very highly speculative to be nerfed, right, in order to make it feel good. So while I would agree there's people that are doing it, I would also argue there are people that are doing it as a masochist in order to be like, I'm a warrior guy, I'm going to do it regardless.
There are also others, maybe not that advanced and not that far up in terms of her level. But yeah, sure, understood. Like, it's certainly on the weaker end at the end game, like, without question.
Sure.
That being said, I don't think it would take too much to get it there. But yeah, again, it's part of this massive balance, you know, recalibration we didn't need to do now that we've seen the state of everything.
Right.
Warrior or mace skills are certainly on the ones where you're going to do a lot more bringing up than you're going to do bringing down. You know, aside from things like, the Hammer of the Gods, just one shot with bleed and then the boss is dead and you don't do anything, right? You get those anomalies out there where it's like, yeah, they're going to die in one shot no matter what. You know, things like that aren't going to be buffed necessarily, but
fair enough.
There is more to buff in the mace spectrum than there is in most of the other things, I'd say, yes.
So that answers the offensive spectrum for the warrior. Now let's talk about the defensive. And one of the things in the reveal video was armor, for instance, is getting fixed or buffed, I should say, and we'll talk about that in a moment.
I wouldn't. One of the reasons we didn't dwell on that too much is because I wouldn't want people to think that that's more of a change than it is. Like, we are doing a bit of a buff to armor, but it's not like the hugest deal. I think there is more we have to do. Like, there's more complicated stuff we have to do with armor, I think, to make it more interesting. But there's a lot of arguments about this. One, because it is like, yeah, I'll just say that. There's a lot of arguments about like how exactly this should be addressed. One concern that we have, which is probably totally out of left field as far as what the players would say, is that we don't think that there's enough of a difference between the big hit and the small hit. There's a number in the formula that is different in PoE 1 than it is in PoE 2. That results in the armor being the difference between a small hit and a big hit in PoE 2 and PoE 1. It matters more in PoE 1. But in addition to that, so we actually think that PoE 2 might be wrong in this regard, and we need to change it. But in addition to that, there's also a thing that's happened where, like, white monsters can hit harder in PoE 1 and PoE 2 than they did in PoE 1, and that means that the thing that armor is supposed to because part of the intention with armor is it's like, okay, like when you're talking about like big boss hits, like it has less of an effect than what it would have off like a bunch of small hits. But sometimes the small hits from a white mob are not even that different from what a boss hits you with, and so this is actually meaning that the sort of the idea of armor being based on the damage hit is kind of got like a few issues that we have to deal with. So I don't know if you've got any more thoughts on this particular topic, but it is like something that we have to sort of worry about a little bit.
Yeah. It's again one of these things I hate coming in here so unequipped, but again, it's just the timing with the holiday and all that, with all these things where it's like have to look into, but that is the nature of it. I mean, especially once there's an actual released product, it's like a good, 50% of our time goes into having to investigate and look into live operations problems like this.
So we are buffing a little bit of armor a little bit in this patch for because there are some issues there. But honestly, the full solution for armor is going to have to be more complicated, and we're going to have to sort of work out some stuff around it. It's.
I like that they're talking to us.
I think there was another thing as well, is that like the other defenses tend to have like extra mechanics that are easier to access than what armor has. Which is another sort of side thing, which is like not entirely obvious when you're designing it initially. So it might be that there's more like supplementary things that the armor, like that strength characters effectively need to have around defense, and so like stuff like that can kind of matter a lot. So
like Wind Dance is universally just better than Scavenge Plating as an example, if those are meant to be paired. One is just like you have it, and the other is I have to armor break, and then on bosses it's much harder to sustain. So we've made changes there, of course. We did buff the armor. I'd say it's obviously hard because of the big hit, small hit, but it's probably in the like 15% more effective kind of region. Our changes in 011. And then a lot of it is also like, okay, if you consider that evasion also applies to damage mitigation from Invoker. You got a lot of things going on with acrobatics, which turns evasion into arguably, sure, it penalizes your evasion, but like it then kind of gives you almost as much PDR against certain hits as a lot of armor, and then you have a lot of very, very strong defensive, with Grim Feast and Energy Shield. And so, like, it's not only armor is weak, it's also that evasion and Energy Shield have some extreme strongs that are going on. Not to say, these are all going to be nerfed. I'm just saying there's some there's some meeting in the middle that we need to do for sure.
So to give you a feeling from, like, I played Warrior 90 first. That was the first thing I did, and I would enjoy Warrior as an archetype the most. Would you say it's a fair statement to say the Warrior and Mace skills and, sort of that side of the tree in particular is in a state where it has the worst of all of them? So it has the worst of the defenses and armor. It has the worst effective HP
100%.
in terms of life, and it has basically the worst offensive capabilities as well. So you could see why I'm feedbacking so hard in relation to this archetype.
Man, that's a brutal savaging, but I suppose I can't necessarily disagree with any of those with any of those assessments.
Fair enough. We can move on to the next topic then, unless you have other statements on it.
Oh, what do they have?
You have shields.
Yeah. You are right that it effectively falls in that way. Yeah. Let's just sure. Yep.
Okay. So moving forward here, we have charms. So I saw that there were some notable changes in relation to charms. I thought it was a great change to be able to see when they're actually being activated, as well as the charms that are there as well. So some clarity things in relation to charm. I don't know if I saw whether or not charms in particular are actually getting tweaked in terms of number side of things, or if it was just some transparency related to charms. But how do you guys feel about?
We're not tweaking numbers in this patch. However, there's definitely something not right about charms as far as like the usefulness goes and all that sort of stuff. Like we need to do something. I don't think we've decided what it is yet, but it's clear to us at this point. Like, so charms came in like super late, and I just don't think they're quite like working out as well as I'd hoped. Like they just need something else, but we don't quite know what that will be yet. But we did want to at least like one of the issues they did have is like you couldn't even tell when they helped you. So that certainly wasn't helping the case for them. So we can at least fix that. But there probably does need to be more stuff done with them, I think. I think it comes down a little bit to like how much the ailments matter against the player, and that's sort of something that
there's a few other ones. Like there's the one that's like unaffected. The next time you get slows, protect you from slows, and honestly, a lot of the debuffs applied by monsters haven't been correctly classified as slows,
right?
And so it doesn't even work against them. And like there's a little bit of things like that where
I wasn't aware of that one.
It's just kind of a bit bad. But yeah, there's a balance there of like, okay, most people have one slot, and then you got these mandatory mods to get more. But I don't
think you get enough charm slots. Just like I feel like you barely find belts with the extra slots, to be honest.
I agree.
I mean, we really just didn't finish. I mean, we increased the weightings. We've had patched that in since release. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Can't remember what patch it was in, but
just make it implicit.
Honestly, we're not all the way there yet, for sure. It's one of those things where it's not like ruining experience for players. At least it's like just an underwhelming thing that needs some love, for sure.
That's true.
So it's not exactly number in the top 10 of the hit list, but
That's
without a
very true.
doubt, I would expect to see improvements around there in the future.
Following up on the charms there, any thoughts regarding adding more charm slots for uniques? It feels really hindering to equip a unique when it comes to the topic of charms.
So this is the whole like if you have a unique belt, you only have one always.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
I also just want to add more slots outside of unique, so more on the tree and other ways to get them as well.
Sure.
So you don't necessarily have to.
Make it implicit.
Because like there's nothing. I think at the time we had it that like you couldn't have more than 3. Like internally it was implemented that way, and now it's like you could have 50 slots. Plus 1 slots, but you'd only have 3, obviously. So we can give away a lot more +1 now, and plus whatever we want all over the place. But yeah, I mean that is a way, yes, that some unique should have it, and probably more on the tree, more in other ways. I have to have a look at it, but yeah, there's no harm in it now, at least.
All right, we're gonna move over to another topic, which is speaking of belts and trading the unique belts, for example. State of crafting and future plans is also involved. So I'm going to start with crafting and future plans you have there, and then we're going to talk about trade. So the current state of crafting is very different from PoE 1.
That's one way to put it.
The perception, again, to go back on that in PoE 2, is that you're not actually crafting unless it's Rogpog crafting. You're actually just pulling the arm on the vendor machine, on the gambling machines. So what's the state here and future plans?
I don't know that there's a huge amount we can say about this right now. Unless you've got any particular thoughts that you think you can go into. I mean, like
Well,
one
there's
thing,
just-
of course, is that PoE2 just has less crafting systems than PoE1 just due to the fact that we add these typically with leagues and so on. So there's just less going on, which means that if you're like a PoE1 player, then you're going to see less complexity there for sure. But I don't think that's exactly what you're getting at, right? Like I guess there's some theory. I mean, effectively what you're saying is people want more determinism, right? Which is like a continuous, endless thing that like people.
There's a fine line there, and we're on the certainly more on the slot machine side of that line, like without a doubt, obviously, right? And there's more we need to do, I would say, to get towards that line. But that's our line that we determine. Not that I know how to describe that, because there's plenty of people who are just going to be like make everything fully deterministic all the way.
I mean, before we released, we had for a while a system that involved like deconstructing mods and then putting specific mods on items and so on. And like we just kind of like no one like with a system like that, we were never able to get it to the point where both people who played the game were happy and like we could be happy as far as like what it would let you do. And that like there's still something along those lines we might be able to do one day to kind of work that out, but we just kind of haven't really hit it yet. The socketables were kind of supposed to be the thing that was you had full control over. That's like determinism, and so that like,
which has a lot of room to expand over time.
Sure. So there's more stuff you can do there. But I guess people people see that as supplementary, they don't even necessarily see it as part of the crafting system, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, like it sort of replaced the crafting system in a way, but then as I said, people don't really see it as part of it. So yeah, I don't know. Like I mean. I guess the thing is we just have to find a way to do more things that make people feel like they have more control without actually sacrificing the like without making it too easy to just get the best shit, which is obviously always the concern, like making sure that there's still enough room for there to be items that are significant, like that are better than other items. So I mean, yeah, that's kind of where we're at, I suppose.
The other thing, of course, being it is important that to make sure as we add more of this determinism or get towards that line, that we don't then just immediately devalue all item drops on the ground, right? Because that creates a different problem when now all of a sudden you don't really care about what you're finding, or you're only caring about normal items you're finding, or you create a different problem by doing that for sure.
And there is an argument certainly by people internally that PoE1 got to the point of that being a problem, where you no longer cared so much about what was on the ground because you crafting would always get you something better. Sure. Yeah, like that is a concern for sure. But yeah, I guess that's kind of just our overall, just like nebulous cloud of thoughts on this matter, without really getting into too many specifics, I suppose. So yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know if you've got anything else to say about it.
Well, that being said, if we add more, we're adding something to Expedition, we don't know what it is necessarily, or what it will do to the thing, and then we're adding, what I would say, greater essences are too rare right now.
Nice.
And
that's good.
What else is there in there? I guess like there's certainly room to expand on the Omen system to do more there. Of course, people would argue then they don't want that to be the core crafting system to be gated behind Ritual as opposed to Core Drop, which is then another consideration to make. And you get this cascading series of questions and stuff we need to answer, of which need to think about it more and look more. But yeah, certainly there is the feedback of like, the crafting is too slot machiney, is something we're listening to and we have seen, and it is, I'd say that is more towards our top 10 list of things to discuss and solve sooner than later.
Right.
I think that deterministic crafting is always something that's very sought after and popular, but I feel like I might be out of terms here, but my own personal perspective, I'll say that, is not the lack of deterministic crafting per se, it's lack of options to craft with, because the slot machine crafting, we have that in PoE1 as well. It's called Exalted, Divining, and whatever we're doing with the items. Harvest. It's not deterministic crafting. Yeah, exactly, Harvest. It's not deterministic crafting that's lacking. It is options to do something with the actual items, because right now you drop an item and what you can do is annul it or exalt it, or you can pop some chaos orbs. And the meta crafts, which are behind the omens, that's a different topic which we're going to tackle in a bit here. We talk about trading. But the crafting has less to do with deterministic approaches, but rather giving us options to work with on an item to make us actually craft it, even if that means, you know, RNGing the next slam or something.
Right. And if that's the case, then more content will get you that, because
that will just that will solve itself over time.
Right. Because as we just add more stuff during early access, there's just going to be more and more of those kinds of, you know, crazy systems.
But we'll make sure that, like, I say over time, it's not like there's something inevitable about it for sure. But because it is a bigger problem now, we would make sure that we try and ensure that as we're adding more content, it is leaning towards adding more options there and solving these problems that people have, as opposed to just like, I will do something cool and maybe it does and maybe it doesn't. So we'll have a lot more problem-solving, designing, you know, content created by more towards solving the problems, as opposed to, you know, when you're at a point where you have so much content, a lot of the time you can be like, what are we going to do? Let's just make something cool and awesome. Whereas here it's going to be like, let's look at problems to solve and create content that comes from that. So there's like kind of two ways of coming up with the content, and certainly this is one that will be a problem that we're looking to try and solve by doing that for sure.
This is a really good talk.
I'm not going to go too deep into it, but following up to the state of trading, I mean, obviously we have trading being in its state that it is, but there's the volatility problem of the market's economy being player-based. For now, we have a golden standard of trading divine orbs, which quite literally holds close to zero value in terms of actual player usage outside of a handful of specific unique items, and is representative of trade power in the community. And since there is no natural divine orb sink, which exalted orbs have, for example, they just continue going up, and the inflation is just rampant at this point.
So, I would have thought that if there was no divine orb sink, then the value of divines would go down rather than up. Like, presumably, if the value of divines is going up in other currency, then it's the other currency that there's too much of rather than the divines.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, like, they become the golden standard, and since no one's using them, we get a higher quantity of them. And the result of it is that now, since that is the item people are using, or the currency people are pricing their items off, they're now, you know, one rare, one life pair of boots with 10% movement speed now costs 50 divines, if I'm going to use some exaggerated examples.
Okay, so you're talking about the price in divines is going up as opposed to the price
of a divine is
the value of a divine is going
up.
up.
The item value,
Sure. Well, I mean, there's nothing I can kind of initially go into with this other than just that, like, we just have to look at this and work out what we're going to use to sync these things more. The intention with divines is that you'd sync them into making, like, if there's enough, like, things where you want to reroll mod values on, which, you know, like, is uniques ideally. Like, the implication of that is that there aren't the uniques that people are wanting to roll to get good values on, right? I mean, I'm assuming that's the reason.
Some not enough. Yeah. Well, I mean, we don't have enough unique items.
For sure.
we need a lot more. Which is another goal we have, of course. But I mean, so yes, there's not enough uniques and like enough uniques to be using divine orbs for
and of course the thing in PoE1 where things were priced and that currency can help, but we don't have anything quite like that, I suppose. I mean, look, if that's a problem, we'll just like find a way to sync them, I suppose. But ideally, if everything's working correctly, they'd be syncing themselves due to the fact that there's enough things you want to reroll values on, and like uniques that you want to reroll values on. I'm actually curious to know whether people are even really bothering with that. Like, are people actually bothering to reroll unique values?
I guess some.
Yeah,
not
many.
Astromentus.
Yeah,
that's like the two main ones, I think. Like, no one's gonna pop a divine orb on Aventur's Gamble, so it's like that's literally gambling. But like in PoE1, we have the option of metacrafting being a currency sync for divine orbs. Former Exalted creates natural flow, but also provides this crafting method for people to actually kind of help the state of crafting that people are looking for. Right now, they're omens, and because of this type of inflation happening, they are so far away from most players that like. Even players that plays a lot, I haven't bothered myself. I played a lot with the subathon and everything. Like, I haven't touched an omen because they're too pricey to use.
True.
Like, it's a very select few players that even engages with them because of how priced they are, and that just separates a lot of crafting from even a larger player base.
One other point of this is it might tie into a previous discussion we had about Magic Find influencing the economy in relation to currency drops being upgraded. So I know that's one portion we talked about. You're going to look at previously too. So I think these two probably tie in together here.
I don't know that I've got anything particularly like smart to say about this right now, honestly. Though that would be the
we
issue.
are at least making omens more common, so hopefully
yes,
that
but I mean
helps to some degree. But I think we then also need more uniques and a lot more uniques, obviously, and a lot more uniques that would have divine sinks, and then I suspect the answer also is additional sinks of currency. Because I mean, I suspect it's a bit of everything here.
Okay. So we'll move on here. We have a significant amount of questions left. So I'm gonna try to speed up the cadence of these a little bit here as we're about maybe halfway through, but well over halfway through the interview. So we're gonna talk a little bit about state of in-game and state of league mechanics here. So I'm specifically going to go into league mechanics first here. So some league mechanics, essences, strongbox, to name a few, feel a little bit like noob traps. So I was kind of hoping to hear where your guys' thoughts are in relation to some of the underutilized ones. We talked about Expedition already, so you don't necessarily have to go into it, as well as the state of Breach. Is Breach feels notably like the one people are enjoying the most? Do you feel like that one's overtuned? And the other one, I mean, I don't know anyone who actually does strong boxes, so where do you want those and essences in particular, especially when it comes to the how often essences are not really rolling greater essences. Like, you don't really see greater essences very often. I actually saw more in the campaign than I have in any of my in-game maps. So I'm curious about kind of league mechanics as it ties into in-game in particular.
Yeah, I mean, look, we just need to do a lot of balance here, and that's really all it is. And that once again just comes down to the relative lack of testing that Endgame had before launch compared to other content. So yeah, there's just a lot of balance to do here.
It was meant to be more that essences, strong boxes, and like precursor artifacts are like the things you find that you can't anticipate coming. I understand you can spec into them, that is a thing, but it's meant to be more like a thing you find that you don't know is coming, whereas the I know we refer to them all as leagues, but like, let's say the ritual expedition, etc., the ones you know are coming and that you're investing into. So you have these two categories where you have the ones you are adding and investing into, and then you have the other ones that are meant to be more exciting random finds. And it's safe to say, obviously, you know, there are so many essences that finding non-greater essences isn't giving you that dopamine, especially in in-game. And finding a strong box is like anti-dopamine right now, because it just makes you feel bad, because you're like, oh, this, and you just want to run away. So, look, it's safe to say that those failed at achieving that goal, hence why we have to make some improvements to them for sure. But I want to make sure that there's those two layers of things, where one's the stuff you predict is coming, you can see the icons, you can apply them with the you know, there's the base types of the precursor tablets to apply, and then you have the things where it's like, I hope I find an essence, because it's like, I hope I get the good one that's worth, you know, way too many of those divine orbs. So yeah, having both layers is important. So yeah, and we'll continue to add ones at that upper level that get a tablet, and then we'll continue to add ones that are more at that random find excitement in the map that you don't know is coming. Because you don't want to put it all on one layer where you know everything that's coming necessarily, because then nothing is exciting. And you can do exciting within that to some degree, but not always.
I mean, really it all is to say that like there are some of these that just aren't as good as the others, and we just have to improve them. But what I will say is that the breach monster density is probably a little on the high side. Like, it's actually to the point, by the way, where like we get a bunch of error messages in the logs for failing to spawn monsters in breach, because they're packed so tightly together that they don't even spawn anymore. So there's actually like there's an issue there that we have to do something about.
Hundreds.
Yeah.
So actual hundreds of error logs of just like cannot fail to place monster due to lack of space.
There was a joke if we could reduce breach monster density by 20%, and the players wouldn't even see it, because it would just result in less error messages for us. So
I believe it.
You know, like there are actually some stuff that needs to be sorted out there. But we don't want what I don't want is people to feel like, oh, we're just like nerfing that into the ground or something like that. We definitely don't want to do that. But some of the other league mechanics just need some addressing to make them as better. And yeah, they just need to be better. And yeah, it'll all just come down to us like experiencing them and seeing if they suck, we'll improve them. And like right now, I know that Strongbox has got the most improvement in this patch, and I know Essence has got like at least some adjustment to make them a little bit less crap. and there's
it's so
probably a few more
refreshing.
adjustments
It's
we'll
more,
make
more
from
about
there.
the combat than the itemization. That's something we still need to look into.
Right. So there's just stuff like, we just need to improve all that stuff until it's good, right? I mean, simple as that, really.
Fair enough. How do you guys feel about the progression of players entering into mapping, going from map tier 1 to you're doing tier 16s, and then into pinnacle bossing? How do you feel like the pacing in there? They give you, one reason I bring it up is in PoE 1, we have like the quest invite version of boss fights that will happen at different iterations, so you probably know where I'm going with this.
So we're not really happy with how that is right now. Like, we're not happy with how the quest... the quests that effectively we give you are just like do X many of tier Y maps. And honestly, like, we can do a lot better. That's kind of a larger... It's something that I would have loved to be able to just solve instantly, but like it does need some more work. And I think there's a few different areas of this. So one of them is that, like just the way the progression feels just isn't as good as PoE 1 in some way. That's kind of slightly hard to define. Like in terms of just like the feeling of like the progress you're making just isn't quite right. So I think we need to do more. Like, there might be some changes we have to make to how the Atlas works to make that better.
Certainly want some bosses between those points.
Yeah. Like, it just needs more of a feeling
I don't mean
of
random ones. I mean like actual ones. Still along a series of objective-driven kind of narrative-involved things where you're getting your. It's still an Endgame, not Pinnacle, boss at tier 6 and maybe at tier 11, and they're the quest versions, and you're doing those, and then maybe there's Uber versions, and I'm just rambling
there just needs to be more going on with regard to how that progression feels. So that's one element. So the next one is that the tutorialization of the endgame is not really there. Like, we need to do more around this so that like it actually sort of eases you into endgame a little bit better. As far as like if you're a new player, like we kind of just throw you in the deep. Like, we fixed a lot of things about the introduction to the game through the campaign, but then you get to endgame and it's kind of like we don't really do enough to kind of really ease you in there, I would say. And then I did have a third point, but I can't remember what it was now. There was something about that. Oh yeah, that's right. And it sort of ties in a little bit to what I was. This kind of was covered a little bit with what Mark was saying just a second ago. But like the way that you progress through the tiers, like you can go through the tiers too quickly, and then you kind of get left behind with like what rewards you should be getting. And like in order for us to fix that, we kind of need to make each tier more meaningful with regard to what you have to do there and what's going on. So there'll probably just be more there at endgame just to kind of make it feel like more of a progression and more of a more. Like, and that can include more storyline elements and more things like that. There just needs to be more, basically, just there to make that progression feel better. The game does take a bit of a turn suddenly when you get to endgame of like, it doesn't really feel like it really does feel very different from campaign to endgame. And as I said, it's just a matter of sort of easing that transition, making that a little bit better and smoothing out that more for sure.
I want to hone into 2 points here. Because you talk about it feels like a different game, sort of a different sense of progression, at least, after you go from campaign into action. This is a question we're going to ask later, but it seems a good time to ask it now. Is that intended, and do you like that as a design principle? Because I've seen people say that they really like the campaign, and me myself, I like the difference, but I've seen people state that they really enjoy the campaign pacing, then they get to maps and they feel like it starts blasting, it's almost a different game at that point. So I think the audience would love to know how you feel about that difference.
Great question.
You do actually, I mean, you do need to get to the point at some point where you feel incredibly powerful. However, I would say that there is like a bit of a switch flip right now that's kind of not quite right. Like, there's definitely something that ain't right going on there.
Well, there's two. There is the character power side. I mean, a lot of people are getting to endgame. Excuse me. A lot of people are getting to endgame and they aren't just becoming gods all of a sudden, right? A lot of people are struggling and falling off and can't sustain maps and are dying. And it's not like you get to endgame and all of a sudden you're ultra powerful. But a lot of people are getting to endgame and then are just lost as to what to do, right? Like, a lot of players really like to be told exactly, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's your next objective, here's the thing to look forward to. And something just like complete 10 tier 1 maps is not a fun objective, right? That's just like, okay, sure, I'll do that. Where we could do that a lot better, right? Go to this place, travel here, do this exact thing, discover this, do a tower, run this breach, all these things. We can have obviously way better objectives and ones that we could still design. And you're getting your passive points for each, and you're like, okay, the next thing it wants me to do is this exact thing, not just, I've completed my 10, now it just wants me to complete tier 2 maps. I see. I'll just keep going. Sure. So there's no like, whereas the campaign's very story. It's like, go kill this boss, get here, and you got NPCs talking to you and everything. And then all of a sudden it's just, now I'm killing stuff, ticking up this ticker. And, a lot of people probably aren't really getting into, based on the tutorialization, they're not really getting into the towers, the tablets, all of that stuff. And then they're just also possibly finding it a bit too hard and they're dying. And so, it's not as friendly to the people who, especially non-PoE1 players, it's not as friendly to them as we would want it to be at all. That being said, like, obviously, there is also the capacity at that point to just be like, all right, I'm going to change my build to do this or go do this, and now I'm just, like, obliterating everything everywhere.
Yeah.
And you don't have all those, like, story events breaking up your flow of gameplay. It's just, like, map, kill everything, map, kill everything, map, kill everything, which people love. But, yes, for those who know how to do that, that happens too soon. And for those who don't know how to do it, they're, like, getting stuck in a hole and finding themselves very lost.
That's
so...
true.
Yeah, 2 sets of improvements. The people that are going to obliterate everything, they're going to have their fun no matter what. They'll get there a bit later, sure, if that's how you want to think about it. But it's way more important to not just have that, like, very much narrative-driven change in pace where all of a sudden it's just like, and it's gone. And now you're just doing,
it's gone.
You know, kind of random stuff. You know, what am I supposed to do next kind of thing? And yeah. So yeah, there's a lot going wrong there. More content would do it, more time on it, more quests, more, you know... But again, PoE1 had a lot of this stuff, and it had so many different axes. If you didn't like one thing, you could do another. If you didn't like that, you could do another, and you could do certain things earlier or later. And we just need to get to that point where there's just more better, without overcomplicating everything.
So my last follow-up to this in-game topic, and I'll send over the guys to continue the conversation elsewhere. So you mentioned that there's a little bit of a separation from what I'm hearing about people that like know how the blast, like they're going to go anyway, right? They're going to crush through and destroy it. Then you have the people that are like kind of learning the game, getting into the game that might like get stuck and lost. How do you feel about the, one pour though? Then now that the game has been out of the wild, does the one pour though feel like it's widening that gap and punishing players who maybe are learning the game too much? But it's the people who are going to blast regardless. It doesn't matter because they're not going to be dying consistently in maps. So how do you feel about one pour though state of mapping currently, as well as XP loss still being fairly significant, even though in the previous interview was stated that you don't feel like you need to have the XP loss as much, considering you do have that one pour though difference. We're in a state where we currently have both of them.
So first of all, we did discuss quite a lot about whether or not we want to go back on one portal or not, and I think that it comes down to the fact that I think that it just would really not feel the same if the whole death actually mattering thing. I think is actually important. Like I think we sort of decided, like, because we discussed because we were talking about the pinnacle boss thing. Obviously, the discussion came up of like, okay, should we just be allowing 6 portals everywhere? Should we be allowing checkpoints everywhere? And I think we ultimately decided like we really don't want to go that way if possible. So we're going to try and that's kind of where we came to like, well, first we'll try with this pinnacle stuff. We'll like make sure that that's like something, because that's actually something we've got like true economic value that you need to actually preserve. And so it matters a lot more, and like the amount of time it takes you to get there and everything that matters. But I think if like then to me, I feel like to be a game, you have to have some level of failure being possible, and the 6 portal thing, like it really just does. To me, it just never really led to a situation where you felt like you really could fail in the same way. So yeah, I'm not really a fan. I much prefer the whole like one death thing. As for XP penalty, part of the thinking around that is that like it's kind of keeping you in the place where you're supposed to be, as far as like, if you're dying all the time, then you're probably not ready to keep going up the power curve. But I mean, maybe that's like the wrong way to look at it. I'm not sure. I don't know if you've got any different thoughts about this.
If you're dying, right now there's too many penalty axes. So if you are dying all the time, you're not going to get maps, and thus you're not going to go anywhere. And you also it's kind of like an add insult to injury. You're also now just not leveling. So
but you do have to have it. So
I agree. I think there's a few axes, and I think they're just a bit too severe when all combined together. Combined with, I also think that the very start of maps is just too difficult. Like, I think we should ease into that a little bit. So bring that down a bit and then ramp the difficulty up. Well, I mean, we could hit the same spot, but I think it's just a little bit, and I think that's mostly due to the number of rare monsters and the obviously monster combinations. Because you can kind of avoid bosses, and like I don't mind. I think that's a little bit of a different situation. But you get all these monsters you haven't seen in ages, and they all combine together, and so you have to kind of like generally when you go into those areas, you learn what the monsters are doing and how they're combining, and then you maybe die once or twice if you're not, ultra powerful. And then you get into maps, and you're immediately sprung on like heaps of different monster permutations, and they're doing things, and you're getting killed all the time, and there's a lot to learn. You do the next map, and you're like, well, I didn't I can't take the learnings of that previous map and apply it to this next map because it's a whole different set of monsters.
Yeah.
So there's
I
nothing
hate
to
the
really
river
take
hag.
from one map to another aside from just like maybe playing a bit more carefully or like, not being so overzealous and whatnot. So it's just a little bit difficult there, and I suspect we need to bring down the difficulty a little bit and ease people into it a bit more. But I need to think about it certainly a lot more and actually get a little bit more analytics on it as well and actually see what the actual problems are. And again, I read a lot more feedback, honestly.
Sure.
It would be nice if there was a way to deal with the fact that, so I mean, like, okay, the penalty for not clearing a map, we remove the extra content from the map, and it would be nice if you could just spend another map and still be able to do that content. But unfortunately, that isn't possible. Like, so for example, if you failed on the boss, then you just spend another map and then you can fight the boss again and do that whole thing, right? Like, that would be nice if that was the case. But unfortunately, we can't do that because it would open up too many economic abuse things where, like, you fail the map intentionally because you want to farm the items to the rest of the area. So it's very difficult for us to come up with a solution, like, because I really would prefer that, honestly. It'd be nice if we were able to come up with a solution that would allow you to redo content by spending an extra map without having to, like, have all the problems that being able to rerun a single map would actually cause. So, like, I sort of wish I could come up with a thing for that.
I personally want to keep the one portal and adjust the other axes and see how that plays out before compromising on the one portal. But, yeah. It's a bit tricky. It certainly is the case. We have discussed this so many times. Like, it's come up, and before we released it, it's like people are going to definitely complain about this, and we're like, we know, and we haven't found the solution.
It's a common question. Had to ask. Yeah. I understand.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So now there's a lot more people. Well, now there's a lot more feedback and a lot more people. It's much easier for us to get the specifics on how we could get it right. Like, for sure. Not to say it's now trivial to do. It's still hard. But there's a lot more information there for us to be able to, take less of a shot in the dark, so to speak. So I would expect some changes.
We'll have to wait and see. So we're cutting it a little bit tighter because we have a lot of questions. So I'm going to try to speed run as much as we can because there is a section that I care very much about. It's minions. So let's get there, okay?
I care about that.
Let's just dive into it. And we're going to talk about ailments, damage with time effects. We're talking about ignite. We're talking about dots like poison, for example. So the question is, what's your feelings around it on a hit, as it scales on hit, opposed to its dot scaling, which we have a bit different scaling in PoE1, because now it's based off the actual hit you're doing, which was taken away from PoE1. So what's the reasoning behind this, and what's your thoughts on it?
Know that one?
Well, I can't remember the history of PoE1 too much, but I understand the difference. I mean, I personally prefer that the heavier the hit, the more the dot. The issue we run into is, of course, then you just get...
Double dipping.
It's either balanced around the extremely hard heavy hitters and everything else can't really scale them currently.
Yeah.
And then you get into the thing, or you go down the PoE1 route where it's a bunch of skills have ailment penalties and a bunch of them don't, and that more normalizes it so you can play any skill to do the dots. I would say I prefer the asymmetry where it's like, here are the skills that are generally better. The problem is, I'd say that's fair. Again, I mentioned the bleed Hammer of the Gods thing earlier, where it's just now the bleed one-shots the monster, and, you get into that kind of situation. So there's a whole bunch of balance here to get right, but I don't want it to just be like, well, implicitly, I don't want it to be like you can play any build and bleed. You should have to have some combinations, and there's more mechanics and more things we need to add, or more unique items and all of that stuff.
Specifically,
it's tricky because, generally speaking, when we're doing first pass balance things, I really like to avoid... I like the bumpiness where we've got like different skills being better at different things. And I really don't like it when we end up in a situation like, for example, in... you've got the whole like damage effectiveness on spells in PoE1, and it's like, this is a thing you do to solve a balance problem. Like, this is unrelated to ailments, but like I'm saying, it's just another example of one of those things where you like, oh, I've got this problem where these skills are sort of all out of line with each other, and so we have to do this like sledgehammer to it. We're like, okay, we're going to go and we're going to normalize everything. And I kind of hate that type of thing, and I really try to avoid it wherever we can. And it's kind of one of those annoying things where as games get, like, as you do more and more of this balance stuff, you kind of end up with more of these kind of normalization procedures that go on. And so it's nice if we can find ways to avoid it if we can. And that's kind of why I like to try and pitch everything. Like, we started with in PoE 2 with a lot of things having, like, going back on a lot of those sort of normalization procedures we did from PoE 1. And ideally, we would be able to find different solutions that don't involve having to do that. You know, yeah, it's one of those things that I worry we might still having to do some of that stuff in order to fix problems. But ideally, we can avoid it, and that's kind of why we went back on some of those normalization procedures for PoE 2.
So one point, just real quick here about bleeding in particular, because you're talking about bleeding. Since you can't bleed on energy shield, bleeding style element builds are basically disabled against energy shield types of mobs. So feelings on that? Is that something that's just like, well, that's as intended?
Can't bleed on energy shield.
If you're running like unless you're breaking the energy shield, your hit's not going to apply bleed on energy shield, for instance.
I thought that
I don't think that's even true.
I thought that the thing with bleed was it's supposed to bypass energy shield.
It does, but you can only apply a bleed if the hit deals damage to the life pool. So if you're playing CI, you're essentially immune to poison, and bleed.
I will take your word for that, but if that is how that works, that is not how that is meant to work.
Yeah.
I only say this because yesterday I heard someone upstairs talking about this and going like, people are just wrong. You can apply bleed to energy shield. Look. And then I was like, okay, but
we're dead.
I'll confirm that after this. And look, if that is how that works, that is like
bleed was actually supposed to be like an anti-mage mechanic, not a like, you know, like as in like you could bleed someone past their energy shield. So
well,
that was kind of the idea there. So
and I'm wrong, then Quinn has thrown me under the bus because I asked that question from him. So.
Well, again,
we could easily be wrong. Like, it's amazing
how...
It
also could be that it has been changed internally and not yet externally. That is another thing also. And, like, someone may have fixed this 2 weeks ago and we never got it live or something. Who knows? Like, I'll look into it. It's not meant to work that way.
All right. Moving forward here, we are on elements. And now we are into ascendancy swapping. It's the next topic here. So these are kind of going back to conversations we've had previously in interviews where you guys were debating it and you wanted to see after the launch of the game, where do we stand?
Personally, I still like not being able to swap. I know no one will like that hot take.
That's crazy.
And there are plenty of other developers here, and I remember even pitching it, and I was like, "Is this your hill to die on? Is this what you believe?" But that being said, I still prefer that decision being ultra important, and I prefer that decision being locked in. But it's one of those ones that's really hard to rationalize why it's better one way or the other. To be honest. Like, it wouldn't be that hard to actually convince me the otherwise, because it is not the hill I would die on, that's for damn sure.
Okay, good.
So I don't know. It's like, I have my preference. I don't know why I have my preference that way. I guess I just like more decisions, especially about characters, to be a bit more final. But that being said, we have respecking of everything else. I don't know. I don't really know where we're going to go with this one, aside from, like, sure, we'll reevaluate it and we'll see. But at the end of the day, we have a lot of developers that feel very strongly.
That's a fair take.
I mean, we feel one way and we discuss it with those people and we kind of see where we land. But, like, we're not going to ignore, you know, the opinions and preferences of our team, either our design team and whatnot, you know, just to overrule it.
Sometimes
just because.
You just feel a certain way.
That being said, I sit on one side of that fence for sure that probably the majority of players do not sit on.
I mean, I'm 55% in favor of re-rolling ascendancies personally, so it's very hard for me to argue against it when I would say that I would allow it. But I'm also, once again, like, other people on the team feel more strongly.
I mean, what I would be open to is, like, I understand you have to go online to have a look at what those ascendancy classes are, but I would be more open to having in-game things where when you're creating your character, you know, I don't want to not in a way that wouldn't overcomplicate it for new players where they're like, oh, what are all these, what are ascendancy classes? What's going on here?
I'm not really in favor of that argument personally, because I don't think that you are equipped at the point of the start of the game to be able to assess what the ascendancy classes are. So it kind of doesn't, I don't really think that really holds
up. It's less for new players, I guess. But then again, experienced players already know how to get that information. So
yeah, it doesn't really help anyone.
I don't know the right solution there, honestly, but you can bet it's going to come up in discussions another 55 times this year. So
surely, we're just at the start of it. Again, we don't want to take too much of your time, so we just keep up with speed running some questions. And the first one here is: given the current TTK, the time to kill of pinnacle bosses by many of the stronger builds in the game, I guess the question is, what is the goal for build power? Is one-shotting pinnacle bosses an intended power level for builds, or is it the intended to assign something else?
It should definitely not be the case that the first time you fight a pinnacle boss that you one-shot it. Like, that's the kind of thing that maybe you can get to after crazy amounts of like extra items being found, but you shouldn't be doing that the first time you play it. So yeah, it's not right. And that's just, there's some builds that are outrageous.
Different answer than I thought.
We want to actually make it so the boss can use their abilities. That's why we spend a bunch of time making them, after all.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
When you first get there and you're kind of relatively equipped for it, it shouldn't like it should still be a 1 to 3 minute fight kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about 1 minute of emerging. I'm talking 1 to 3 minutes of actual skill combat. Not like...
Okay.
Cool.
Well, that's
I
a
love
good
that.
time of
I vibe
reference
with
we
that.
can use
I fuck with
moving
that super
forward,
hard.
knowing that's the kind of the goal we're going for, the vision. Next question is: given the difficulty of requirements to get the 7th and 8th ascendancy points, is this intended to be something that not all average players can acquire?
We definitely wanted the final ascendancy points to be something that was like a significant like goal. Like, this is an awesome, like it's supposed to be quite a thing when you get the last 2 points. Yeah. I mean, as for an average player versus not, that's kind of hard to answer. I mean, I don't know if the average player gets halfway through maps really. So like, yeah, it sort of depends on the definition, but we wanted it to be a big thing that you get.
Cool. So map clear conditions, talking about that for a moment. Clearing rare mobs are effectively like the only real map clear condition at the moment. Is that the plans to continue that going forward, or is this sort of one of many conditions and is a placeholder, or how do you guys feel about the map clear condition being strictly rare mob clearance?
I suspect as we get to answering the exact same thing we talked about before with the more objective driven and learning and tutorialization, we'll probably expand on that. The ideal world is there'd be a whole, a nice cool set of different things you're doing in each map that isn't just killing all the rares, but they're actually a surprisingly large amount of work to do those and to do them well. Otherwise, you just end up with this thing where it's like, I like this one, but these other 4 are terrible, and I keep randoming into those.
You don't want bad ones of these, and killing the monsters is at least something that you already want to do. So that's kind of part of the reason why we sort of went with that in the end.
So
there's certainly more work. Sorry, go.
No, okay. So the Atlas tree currently is gated basically behind pinnacle boss progression. Kind of the same type of question as in clear conditions. Is this going to be mandated in the same moving forward, or are you guys looking to add in more iterations of progression on the Atlas tree outside the pinnacle boss clear?
We did discuss changing how the core of the Atlas progression is, but as for the actual pinnacle, like as for the individual league trees, I think we were still keen to sort of have that be the kind of extra stuff that you really get at the end of that
to get
thing.
The pinnacle boss's tree, it should be killing the pinnacle boss. We want to keep that for sure.
Sure.
And for each of the contents. But yeah, I want to upgrade the core Atlas tree for sure. I think it's quite boring and flat right now. There's not a lot going on there, and part of that is to do with as we add more content, it will make it more interesting. But there's certainly a better job we can do of that, and how you acquire the points. Again, getting away from that grind and getting into more like, all right, like do this 2 points, do this 2 points, do this 2 points, not grind this 2 points, grind this 2 points for the actual core tree. For the sub trees, for the leagues, I actually do like them being behind that, but ideally each league would then have its own meta system within it to amplify itself in some way, which we don't currently have a lot of. So it's something we'd be looking into in the future when we're upgrading the existing content as opposed to adding new content.
All right. I bet all of our chats have been spamming this, so I'm just going to throw it out right away. Map tab when?
That should be reasonably soon, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it's an as soon as possible thing. We've got people working on it right now.
Nice.
As soon as it's done, you'll have it. Like, it was not a
it'll be done soon.
We wanted it there for release.
Yeah, done soon.
Let's go to tech questions, optimizations, and bugs, kind of a little category we have, and then I'm going to do some minion questions for you guys as well. Appreciate you guys taking the time. I know we're going a little bit above the time here. First question we have is something you talked about in a previous interview, I believe, with the Zizaran. It was predictive network mode and lockstep. what is the reasoning behind this specific topic, or what's your take on it, seeing how people are performing right now with this?
I actually haven't hugely investigated this, to be honest. I don't know if you've got any more information about that.
I do not.
Yeah.
I mean, we just have Lockstep right now.
Oh, the project was just not. Yeah, it's not
we
there.
only have
Yeah.
Lockstep
Okay,
currently.
right.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That
Okay.
can't
Well, yeah,
be
we just need to
true.
fix that, right?
Is that true?
Yeah. Like
I'm rubber banding.
honestly, the
That
people who
can't be
would be
true.
working on that have not even come back from break yet. So
How am I rubber banding?
it's not something that that we've got. But yeah, we do need to get that working. I think it was just disabled mostly out of caution, right? Because we just expected lots of
And
shit. would be
OOS
broken.
works.
There was a few things. I can't remember exactly what they were.
But yeah,
there
we
were,
need to get it
there were
sorted.
some things that didn't work
Yeah.
in that mode, and we had to re-engineer them.
Yeah.
And yeah, no
I don't
time.
think we're on.
We'll get to it though.
Okay,
I'm
a
gonna
couple
ask-
just
I'm gonna
real quick
DM Neon
optimization
after
type of
this.
questions here. Terrain
I'll ask.
obstruction is something that has been helped a little bit in this recent. We saw in the video there, you guys were talking about making it a little bit more clear and transparent. But some things like trees, for instance, covering your
Yeah, I'm using
screen
OS.
from the overhead, etc. Do you have any feelings on how terrain obstruction is currently in the game, and is there any plans around making this a little bit?
It's just a matter of individual work on
Yeah.
each individual thing, just like looking at each doodad and being like, yeah, what the bounds need to be, that kind of thing.
That some trees don't fade out
Yeah,
until you're like intersecting with them.
Sure,
and it's
just-
annoying because
yeah.
you get more, and the faster you move, the more you will be obscured. And so there's some timing changes, there's some proximity changes. There's
It's just a matter of individual
bunch
balance
of
things.
To be addressed.
There's still some areas.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then as far as optimization is concerned, I mean, we'll just keep working on it, right? I mean, in the background, you've got the engine guys working on things. There is one very annoying crash that is very, very hard to debug that happens on, I believe it only happens on NVIDIA cards. Where like after sort of an hour or an hour and a half kind of thing, you'll get a crash to desktop. And
I have that on DirectX. but
it's
not
been
on
very,
Opti.
very difficult to track down, and we're adding more debug stuff. In fact, I think there'll be a patch. If we can't work it out internally, we'll actually probably eventually make a patch where we tell people to like turn on a command line flag that will enable extra debug information, because the thing that will allow us to debug this does reduce frame rates by like 5%. So we might actually ask people to like, hey, turn this on until we find the problem, and then it'll reduce your frame rates a little bit, but it'll help us track it down. And then once we've got that, then we should be able to work it out. Effectively, they're like concurrency bugs within the GPU. But annoyingly, we were also told that the next version, like NVIDIA told us that the next version of the NVIDIA driver does make the crash go away. But then they also said that they didn't know why that was the case. So I don't know if we can 100% rely on that either. So there's something weird going on that's like quite hard to track down going on here. And hopefully we can work it out soon. But yeah, we just need we need more debug information. It's very hard to track down, unfortunately.
Got it.
And it's kind of annoying how it takes so long to reproduce. Like there's even a thing where like the first hour after we do a restart patch, we don't get any of those crashes because it literally takes more than an hour to reproduce. And then after that, they start coming in. So there's like something weird going on there. But it's the most common crash, and like we're just like really annoyed. It's just very annoying to deal with.
Thanks for the answer, because that was a very common question. People were talking about crashes and wanted to ask you about it. So good answer there.
Yeah.
At this portion, all we have left is some minion questions from Ghazi, just a couple of them. And then we're into the rapid fire portion, and then we're pretty much done. So try to get you out of here in 10, 15 minutes. Go on, Ghazi.
Sure.
Let's just dive into the nitty gritty. Let's talk about Hodor. Minion body blocking in doorways.
Yeah.
Let me just add the word, come on.
So,
Solutions,
I
please.
mean, yeah, like this is something that we need to work out a better solution for. Like what I can say is that, okay, so people will immediately say, oh, just make it so that minions can just walk through each other. And it's like, we've done that and it sucked. And it doesn't just suck because of that it looks bad or something. Like it sucks to actually, like, it actually just makes the minions play worse. So we need to find another solution that's like smarter somehow that like fixes that issue.
Make them smaller.
One thing we are planning on doing, just as an initial test that we've got, I believe someone's doing at the moment, is at least making it so that when minions die due to distance, that they respawn immediately near your character rather than it waiting till the next refresh.
Oh.
So like that'll at least maybe help a bit, but I don't know if it's like the full solution by any means. But there's something we have to do around this, but I honestly don't know quite what it is yet. And as I said, like all of the obvious solutions, as you might say, we have tried and they weren't great. So it really is going to take something a little bit more complicated to do to like work out what we're doing here. But yes, I appreciate the issue for sure. Like I'm not saying that we're not going to do something about it because we have to. I'm just saying that like it's not clear yet what that is. And at the very least, in the meantime, we can do the respawn instantly upon timing on the distancing out, which will help a little bit maybe. But yeah, more needs to be done.
It's one of the big problems people complain about with
For
the
sure.
build.
For sure.
for them rubber banding to you, resurrecting is much better than them dying, because that is part of my other question I had here.
Yeah.
However, in PoE 1, there is a feature added as a modifier on well-telegraphed boss abilities that you're supposed to, as a player, dodge, where your minions can't because you can't control them, so they do less damage to them. PoE 2 doesn't seem to have this based on the data mine I've been checking, which seems to be that they're just expected to literally just die, and then you have to sit there and wait for them to resurrect. What's the reasoning for not giving us convocation, which would also assist in the whole minion body blocking doorways and tight corridors?
True.
Are there not minion things in the AI? We did do some of that.
Not that I've seen.
This I can't remember exactly an AI.
So no, I mean the damage.
From
thing,
a damage perspective, not hugely. No. We were tinkering around with this whole expectation of like how often, if you have like no investment and all this, how often are your minions supposed to be permanent minions, supposed to be dead versus alive, and then what are the things you can do to keep them alive? Because it was meant to be more in order to have your minions, otherwise they're never dead, right? They're permanently alive, and then the DPS is you just running around doing whatever you're doing. And
that is really the issue, just to be clear, is that if we make it so that boss abilities aren't killing your minions, then that means that, that would effectively mean your minions would just never die. And so then what's the...
It was meant to be more of active, what are you doing to keep them alive actively? Sure. And we haven't got that right. Like, for sure, we haven't got that right. So like, I guess Bone Offering was meant to be one of those examples of like boss slams coming, and then, but also then you got a multi-thread, you got about how do I survive and how do I do this at the same time. So there's certainly something going wrong there where we haven't, and I believe there's probably still a lot of boss abilities that just haven't been tuned correctly with respect to, you know, again, how often they're killing certain minions versus not. Because there will be things, I'm assuming, that are just completely unavoidable and they just wipe out your entire minion thing, and then it's like, well, what was I even supposed to do? So. The problem is, as soon as you get into this build, the level of like detail that you have to do, where you not only have to, sure, there might be some system change, and it's easy to probably do a cop out that's just like, whatever. You know, it's actually the right answer is to go through every single boss and test them and go through monsters and go through mods, and like it's a huge amount of detail and it takes quite a long time. We have people like kind of actively providing that more specific feedback, and we are iterating on it. But there's still certainly a handful of things we need to do. Otherwise, well, I'd say that blocking the doorways is a more catastrophic problem for sure. Like where they just like can't get through, and they're like running off screen and them dying. So like we're focusing more on that stuff first, and then we'll probably get back to the boss specific balance with respect to how often certain skills are just wiping out all your minions and all of that.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the idea that the bosses are supposed to kill them. The problem is when a boss leaves a damage over time effect on them, they kill a bunch of them, your timer starts ticking, and then the dot kills the next one, it resets, and then it kills the next one, it resets. You just have to wait for all of them to die, and now you're sitting there doing nothing. You feel like you're in a wheelchair, not able to run around. But an instant use convocation could be a solution to that, which would also help with the whole body blocking. A lot of people have been spamming me about make them give us convocation, and I'm in that category as well. But moving on to the other question, to not waste too much time, and that is a very interesting question. What is the reasoning behind making the minion's movement speed a direct replicator copy of what you have as a player, including when you get a minion movement speed debuff reduction on yourself?
So me and Mark were actually quite surprised to learn that when you get a debuff on your character, that it causes your minions to slow down.
Yeah, it's not intended.
That was not intentional, and so we'll just fix it.
We'll just change that.
Yeah, we'll just fix it. That was not a thing we even realized was the case.
Okay.
Nice.
Next one is tooltip is a bit wonky with the minions, with it being incorrect in cases. Especially accuracy, actually, being very wildly off, where it says you have a 100% chance to hit, and it's not hitting, and then the tooltip is missing altogether on things like rating spirits, and sometimes when you change a gem on an unrelated ability, suddenly your tooltip on your damaged minions is also changing randomly. Is this something
that sounds like a bug to me?
Yeah, we'll fix that as soon as.
I just need to look into what's going on.
Our developer responsible, well, they might be back today, but our developer responsible for that has still been on holiday. So as soon as they're back, they'll get onto fixing them.
Yeah.
A
There was
handful of
quite
tooltip
a lot of
related
rushed like description stuff happening right at the end of development there. So I'm sure there's stuff, even more stuff that's wrong than that. Just like with that stuff.
I'm surprised that tooltip stuff is as good as it is. Given, like, I remember 2 weeks before release, I was like, "This is a dead feature. Like, it may as well not exist." And then all of a sudden, it was at least something that I was like, "Okay, that's a pretty good effort on what they did." So, there's just more to do, though, of course.
I got
I love
plenty
all
more
this there.
other minion questions, but I'm just gonna go with the one that's been spammed the most, and that's Spectres when.
So soon, fairly soon. It took more work than we expected, actually. Like, there was just a lot of there was a lot of specific shit we have to do, but it won't be. It's not too far away.
Well, the designers have to go through, all the monster designers have to go through and make spectrable versions of every monster, which in PoE 1 was a lot easier, and in PoE 2 there is so much more manual designer-based scripting on like a monster-to-monster basis that we have to like take out all of that random stuff to do with dialogue and like, because you don't want to all of a sudden like have a spectre come out and then you're like, it dies and your character says some random thing, and because all of a sudden now your character's just spamming random dialogue all the time, and like.
But there was even stuff that's kind of stupid where it's like, oh, the idle animation of this monster is loud. And so if you've got it as a spectre, then like it makes it too annoying, and like just there's all sorts of random stuff that happens when you turn things into a spectre that's kind of not obvious.
Effectively, every single monster has to be.
Yes, of course.
That is still, well, we don't want to repeat those same problems, right? So ideally, the audio team actually gets time to do proper spectre mastering, so to speak, on all their audio for all the monsters. But no, I believe the designers are almost done with their part, which means it's then just audio and then a whole metric, which has been happening in parallel, but a whole metric ton of balance testing to make sure that we're not just, I mean, which is a lot, by the way. There's a lot of stuff that can go wrong with these things.
Well, balancing the spirit cost of each of these is going to be an interesting.
Testing it with every array of support gems. And, monsters can be set up kind of jank where you're like, that's like a projectile, but like it's using some other skill that's kind of actually like triggering projectiles, and so if you actually put multiple projectiles on it, might not affect it in the way you think. And like from a damage perception of like, I take less damage from projectiles, that's fine. From an avoidance perspective, it's fine. But then there'll be some weird thing where, because with like player skills, we actually code every single skill, like exactly here's how it's meant to work. It's like quite intricate. With monsters, we're cowboys. We just go ballistic and just set them up to make sure that they're good. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh right, we had to make a spectre of this. Okay, well, and then you have to hack a bunch of stuff together. But it's also what allows us to be able to make a ludicrous amount of monsters all the time. But yes, now you have to make spectres of all of them, which is.
The hag's
almost
done.
We're almost caught up to where we were. So
I want the hag.
I'd say soon, whatever soon means.
Not too far.
All right, so we are in the last portion. 5 minutes, some rapid fires. We'll fit whatever we can in within this 5 minutes, and we're done at this point. Thanks for going 10 minutes over at this point. So
that's all right.
I'm just going to pick random ones here. Search feature on an atlas, so you can search like.
Yep, we definitely should have that. This was something we even said before we even released, but we just never got time to do. But yeah, we'll do that at some point.
Got it.
On the list.
Tornado Bird in the game for Ultimatum is the hardest boss in the entire game, in my opinion, personally.
I believe that's resolved, and 011 does have changes to that one.
Okay,
I believe
he's ridiculous.
I saw it on the list. I saw it on the patch notes.
All right.
Yeah, I just can't remember what skills.
It was the tornado. Like it was more avoidable or something. There was some stuff. It is in the specific boss balance that got addressed in this.
We'll see after the patch, and then we'll make more changes if needed. Yeah.
Okay.
It's harder than
Arbiter. So auction house. We're getting spammed about this all the time. You've answered many questions. How are your guys' feelings about an auction house or in-game purchasing or buyout on the website or anything related to that?
I mean, I've talked about what we could do before. I don't have anything to announce right now.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll discuss this more. I'm sure this will come up again.
Sure. Yeah. Accessibility question. Red-green color blindness is the most common in the world. It's my understanding. Yeah. Obviously, red on green is a very common thing within Path of Exile 2, specifically in Ultimatum, which is a mandated ascendancy trial. So for any plans around accessibility features for this?
Well, effectively, that's usually what we do for the stuff. Is rather than having a mode for it, we tend to just make sure that each thing, like we test it on people who are actually colorblind. So I just need to get probably Reese to just test all the stuff specifically because I know he's red-green colorblind and just make sure that they're actually distinguishable. I generally prefer rather than having modes for it to like have
people with that color blindness highlighting the area. So ultimatum, as you said, being bad gives us a target, and we'll start someone there.
Sure. Speaking of visibility, rare and blue mobs. Can't really tell they're rare and blue mobs, or magic mobs, I should say. There's no highlight on them like in PoE1. You know how there's like a little highlight around them? So you can't.
So the intention is that you can tell when a monster is based on the effect of the actual thing itself. There might be some cases where we're just not being successful in that regard, and so we just need to improve it.
We're going to do more there, and we are going to try some things that give them magic and rare identifiers that aren't. The glows just really took you out of the, like when you're in a dark dungeon and you're exploring it, like just,
and honestly,
what the heck is this glowing beacon of light over here?
I just wish Fresnel glow was just banned in games generally. Like it's just everyone just relies on it. Like, oh, we need to make this more visible. Add a Fresnel glow to it. Like it's just this freaking it's a cancer in games generally. Sorry, this is just a random side rant from me, but I just hate the fact that everyone lazily goes to Fresnel glow and freaking everything.
Fair enough. Last question related to visuals. So visual effects in co-op can be very difficult. You know, you got people spamming lots of shit around. Any opinions on toggling other people's visual effects, etc.?
I don't want to add an option like that, but there is probably more we can do automatically for that kind of stuff.
There'll be some engine-based things.
There will be. There's probably more we can do, and just like that. But in my opinion, it should be automatic, and like you shouldn't even really be thinking about it. It should just happen. Like I'm not a fan of just like, oh, turn off all the effects. Like I'm just, it's kind of lame to me.
Fair enough. Disenchanting flasks for quality. They're one of the things you can't salvage in the game currently in order to get like the quality baubles back that you'll be able to do on flasks.
Right.
Is this intended?
Is there really any reason why we shouldn't do that? I know you were like, oh, it's because it doesn't thematically fit with a hammer on a bench. Just smash the glass.
I think that's why it is, but like, I have nothing against adding it.
We can probably change that, right? Like
I think it was more like, let's do something interesting for flask salvaging and crafting later and save that, but we can add it for now.
We should just add it. I have no problem adding it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we should probably nerf the drop rate of flask slightly.
They should have asked about the.
It's just a random note that I was thinking about yesterday as I was picking up tons of flasks.
Being 3 different benches.
Random side note.
We've almost got all of them. Checkpoints and maps in order to backtrack in maps. How do you feel about that?
So not for resurrecting purposes,
just for
fast travel purposes.
It's not a terrible idea. I'd have to think a little bit about how we would position those.
Anywhere.
I'm not against it necessarily. I guess the feeling is that there's not so many like objectives in maps in the same way.
When you do those linear maps and you missed a rare monster, you want to go play something else for a while.
You're right. But, so we should probably do something about this, but I don't have an exact understanding of what we'd need to do perfectly.
Sure.
Yeah.
On the table, however. Okay. Being able to see gems without cutting. Currently, like you got to cut the gem to look at the list of skills.
I don't really have anything against it, but where the hell does the option go? I'll think about that. I'm not really against that.
Yeah. Maybe on the G button, top, click at all skills.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Right.
Maybe.
Gambler in the hideout. We have all the other vendors, but we don't have like a gambler in the hideout. For instance, like Alva normally does.
The reason for that, what was there was something very broken at the end, and we quickly turned it off. But I think we just need to fix one thing and then turn it back on. Okay. There was something very bad exploitation tier, and so we were just like disable. It's like 10 minutes until deployment kind of thing.
Right.
4 left, and we got through all of them. Okay, so Venom Quest is currently the only one that you can't reselect the reward. So, for instance, you can reselect like the Titan Dome with the Life Flask or the Charm Duration. You can't select from like Chaos to Attributes or whatever. Any opinions on keeping that permanent, or can we reselect?
I want to add a way to change that, which I know people might be like, well, hold on, then why don't you want to allow a way to change the sentences? And the answer is I don't know. That's just how I feel.
Vibe check.
We'll allow you to change it.
I might feel differently later. But yes, I do want to add a way to change that for sure.
Okay. Movement speed on boots. Any feelings about having them be implicit or, basically movement speed mandatory on boots or else you're really slowed down. So how you guys feel about moving movement speed to implicit? Or do you have any feelings on movement speed on boots?
I don't think it's necessarily a problem to have a mod that's really, really valuable on an item that you definitely want to go for. Like, boots are certainly the case where that's, like, the most extreme, but I don't necessarily think it's a problem as such. So,
I do.
I personally don't have a problem with it, but I don't know if you feel differently.
I like it. Yeah. I like having it that, like, I think it's good.
Though.
If you added move speed implicitly to boots, would you then be like, okay, well, like IPD on weapons, like you start to get into funny territory in some sense, right? Where like, you know, so
It's
anyway, that's
not
kind of
the
our feeling
same.
on it.
Last two, UI customization options. Is that potential?
Doubt it.
I mean, you'd have to be more specific.
I think people just want
In
to be able
general, no. Like,
yeah,
if you're looking at like, you know,
like we're not going to be World of Warcraft like like UI mod type there. But yeah, like if there's something specific, then you're like, I wish we could do this. Then maybe we would think about it. It's just a question of what
More
it
of
is.
a generic question I was getting. Okay,
Yeah,
last
yeah.
one, boys. State of co-op and body blocking. Body blocking your you know,
Your body
co-op
block?
here.
I think it's.
there's something not right about it.
There's
but-
something not right about it. I agree, but I do think you do need it to make things feel more physical. But there is something not right about it. But there shouldn't be, considering that players are actually. No, because you know what it is? It's because we changed really, really close to the end of development the size of the player instead of changing the size of all the monsters. And I think that probably results in like a situation. But yeah, but there's something not right about it. But I don't want to just completely remove it. We might end up with a solution where like the size of a player to other players is different than what the size is to other monsters or something like that in order to kind of like ease it. I suspect we'll do something along those lines. So yeah, I'll that is it. It wasn't really on my radar, I have to admit, but we should do something about this. Yes.
And you'll forgive me for asking one last question that I'm curious about myself. In terms of microtransactions coming from PoE 1 to PoE 2, do we have any cadence or quantity or any information we can give them when we're going to be seeing more of our previous purchases?
Well, the main thing is that by the time we go out of early access, we have to have all of them. As for the like rate at which they come through, I mean, look, we'll try and get as many as we can done in the near future. I honestly like. This is so the rigging team are like busy doing that, and I haven't paid enough attention to them. I need to go catch up with them and ask them, "Hey, how's that job going?" That I see you going on.
It's probably turned into more work than we initially anticipated for sure. There's like a whole bunch of effects that don't translate one to one, so there's a lot of departments that have to do a lot of work. They are tuning through it. That being said, like, you know, it was certainly more complicated before when we were in that last like several month or 3-4 month like kind of lead up to release, and it was kind of like, okay, we need to have all hands on deck getting certain game content done, and yeah, we generally prioritize gameplay over microtransactions when, especially in those kind of moments. And so now it's going to ease up a bit, and we can allocate some resources, a bit more resources there to get more of them ported across. But yeah, it did end up being a little bit more work than we actually anticipated. It's not just like a copy paste job and it's done. Some things have to be like kind of re-authored to actually work in one over the other. Mostly due to like lighting, I suppose, really is what is the big difference.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So I don't have an immediate cadence for you, but yeah, we should start getting them coming out, like rolling out relatively soon.
All right, and I think that pretty much wraps it. I mean, we're getting spammed about Path of Exile 1's 3.26, but unless you want to talk about, you know,
bit of a long topic to get into at this point.
Yeah. So I figured I'd just throw it out there. But
what a great interview!
That's it, guys. You want to wrap it up?
All right, excellent.
Let's just say thank you for coming. And, you know, it always happens. We say 1.5 hour. It always goes above it. We very much appreciate you guys' time. And sorry for going so long. But pleasure having you guys on. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And can't wait for the patch notes. And we'll see you guys very soon then.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you later.
I want to say thank you also. Appreciate the opportunity. Thanks for coming on the podcast. Sorry it was 20 minutes extra, but...
No problem,
we don't have a clock in here. You understand? You could have said it was the right amount of time, and we wouldn't know.
Oh man, I missed my last.
We don't know how long it's been.
All right, thanks so much.
All right, thank you.
Yo, what a W! Awesome job by Gazi and Darth. They did really well. They did really, really well. That was absolutely amazing. Really, really good interview. I'm like 99% happy. Like 98. There's very little stuff that I was like, like very, very little. I was like, what's that box? Very, very little I didn't like. Was there anything I didn't like? Ascendancy respec? So just Ascendancy respec's the only thing that I was like, huh? They were so transparent about the fucking security issue. I still didn't fully understand that, to be honest. But it was like a Steam thing? No build nerfs? Oh, true. I'm okay, personally, that's not the most important thing to me. There's so many builds I haven't done yet. Well, have they said everything? Dude, I just love how, like, people, they're so people-y. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what else to call it. They're so people-y. Because, like, I've watched so many other dev talks and they don't sound people-y, but they do sound people-y. They really do, don't they? I love that they swear. Oh, they're not corporate. Yeah, like, so I've been part of, like, talking to corporate people, and if I hear one more person say, like, let's sunset on that or something, or, like, let's, fuck, I don't even remember. They say it in such an alien way that doesn't sound people-y. I just go insane. Circle back, thank you. Yeah, fuck me. I hate circle back so much. I hate that word. Oh, Christ. They are so frank, so forward. Just that was so good, dude. That was so good. It was so candid, so genuine. I loved it. There wasn't even much I disagree with. The only thing I was surprised at, I got a message Neon because I'm 98% sure we aren't on lockstep unless I'm literally having some sort of nervous breakdown. I'm 98% sure that we're rubber banding, which should not happen on lockstep, does not happen on lockstep in PoE1, and OOS works because I am using it. So I'm very confused. Like, my brain does not believe that we're on lockstep. It's like somebody telling me I'm on 120 FPS when I'm on 60 is the best analogy I have. Do you know what I mean? Or 30, whatever that. What were the old monitors? 30 FPS, 60 FPS? It was 30, right? Old monitors were 30. Like CRTs? Or is it like 24? Are they really 60? That sounds too high. But anyway, do you know, it feels like someone's telling you you're on 155 hertz, but you're not, and you know you're not because you can see the way your cursor moves, and you're like, I'm not though, but I'm not on 155 very clearly. That's how I feel about lockstep right now. So when they were like, "Oh, you're on lockstep right now," I'm like, but I'm not. I'm not on lockstep. I'm not on lockstep right now. I'm rubber banding. So I don't know what's happening. I'm going to ask you about it. I'm going to be like, are you sure? Am I going crazy? That's the only thing though. That and the ascendancy thing. But the ascendancy thing, I really liked Neon's answer. He was just, I just prefer it. He didn't, like, you don't always need to, like, sometimes you just vibe with something. And I like that. I like that honest answer. Why are you giggling like a kid? Oh, I fucking love that these are the developers of this fucking game, dude. Holy shit. It's just so good. Movement speed on boots. Didn't like that. That was a little frustrating. I also didn't necessarily like the equating it to fizz on weapon. It is so extremely mandatory on boots. And I wished... So the thing I would have said is, in Path of Exile 1, movement speed on boots isn't mandatory because you have whirling blades, you have shield charge, and you have good movement abilities, you have lightning warp, and you actually can. I sometimes go for triple prefix for defense, right? To get like 300, whatever. What's the max sorcerer boots you can get in PoE1? Like 350 or something, right? And I actually have characters where I've done that several times, where I go for 0 movement speed at all. And I just go for defense instead. But in PoE2, I don't feel like that's an option at all. Honestly, earlier today, I was crafting boots. I didn't even consider any of the ones that hit 25. Because the difference between 30 and 25 is so large. I don't personally like that. I think it might as well just be like an item level related thing, in my opinion. Same with charm slots. But I'm extremely happy with how that went. I wonder if Steel would do a walk with me. I'm like really walk keen. Am I on D&D? Would you do a walk? Pause, champ. Unless it's raining. Those boots are insane, by the way. Mine? I wouldn't say them insane. I mean, they could just have 200 ES instead. That'd be better. Oh, yeah, I guess the wall is nice. Zash, did you message me on Discord? Can I link you on one? Sure. Donate 65.
Ringra
I did
just
perfect. Awesome, thank
resubscribed
you.
for 47 months.
Ranger, thank you. And Easily collecting for 79 months. Steel says no walk. Okay. Let me go D&D before I get like a billion messages. Spell damage, cold damage, +5, and cast speed. Holy fuck. That is one of the better items I've seen. That is such a nice one, dude. Any good cold spells I could use this with? I don't know. Well, but it's cold spells. Fuck. I was thinking conversion, but you can't convert and then have it work. Fuck, hey. Comet. Oh, it's so nice. Yeah, I mean, Comet and Cast on Phrase. Frostbelt and Ice Snow is actually okay. Okay. I was surprised that Neon likes the mechanic trees being locked behind naked bosses. I don't know about that. I don't know about that either. The only thing I wish they would have brought that up, they should have brought up one thing that the thing is there's so many things they could have brought up. It's so early access. There's so many issues with the game still. So there's almost infinite things that I could say like, oh, I wish they'd have brought this up. But like, especially I think that's a little annoying. It's like farming ritual until you have he approaches is literally like pain. It is literal torture. Like, this is stupid. The fact that until you have he approaches, you don't find him at all. Took me 2 weeks of farming it. It's so stupid. And I wish pushing was brought up more. But honestly, like, Gazzy and Darth did such a good job. I'm really, really happy about that. Will you play Diablo 4 in a week and a half? No. I will probably play Diablo again in the future, but I'm not planning on playing that right now. I'm not. That was the best interview I've ever seen from both sides. I agree. They did a banging job. I think they did such a good job. Let's see. They didn't ask why we always excelled accuracy. That's funny. Okay, so there's no nerf coming. Fuck, hey. I guess we just start playing other builds then to try things. Because do you know, okay, so mentally, that's a little bit of a downside for me because I was very much like, I was expecting to get pushed into other builds, but now I'm just gonna have to push myself into other builds, I guess. But that's fine. I'm okay with that. Did I finish the sump? CI is dead. I very much doubt they're gonna have like bleed bypass CI like that, so I'm not super worried about that. I think I hope GGG doesn't get too fucked by GDPR because the security issue. Hopefully they did everything by the books. Yeah. I especially would hope that they don't get punished by being so open and honest about it. But I was definitely sitting there thinking, like, should they be saying all of this? Which is unfortunate. Because I think like just being honest like that should be rewarded, not punished. But I was sitting there thinking the same thing. I was like, oh god. Yeah, Smashback Spark. Wasn't it mainly Steam support's fault? I didn't fully understand it, to be honest with you. I didn't fully understand it. Fault doesn't matter. GGG chose to have Steam as an option to log in with. Yeah, I'm not sure I understood it enough. I think I will try to see if I have enough stats to make my artillery ballista work tomorrow. I have been trying to find gear for that, but I've been having a little bit of a hard time with that. It did sound like Steam supports should know that type. Yeah. Hey, since I have a build concept for you, I'm not really looking for one. Like, I don't want build concept from other people. Thank you, though. That does sound fun. I already have so many of my own things that I want to work on. Like, the main thing that I want to work on is I want to work on my artillery ballista, and I have not decided if I want to do that on a Deadeye or on a Titan. Both are good for different reasons. I'm a little bit shoehorn pushing to make this work because I do think this is going to be a better thing in the future. I think like just, I don't know, 4 artillery ballista crossbows just don't offer a lot in a way. So that's a little bit annoying. And then I also really want to do earthquake totems. So those are the 2 things I want to work on the most. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking at least. I really want to get. I need a lot more int gear. I think I have a okay amount of int gear to start playing right now. Quivers alone beat out crossbows. Yeah. Yes, they're doing resocketing. We are getting resocketing. We are. Are you tagging yourself and saying you're correct? I'm confused. Oh. No, it just looks like that in my window. That's weird.
I can't do that.
We'll work on already socketing gear, yeah. Console alert filter. I was very happy to hear that. That actually did look cancer. The tagging yourself is how replies work. No, you don't understand. So on my multi-chat window, the entire reply feature doesn't work. So it just said like, it just said 0 gravity at 0 gravity. Yes, you're right. So when I look at my Twitch chat, it looks normal. But when I look at my multi-chat, it looks like he's having a fucking nervous breakdown and apologizing to himself. And I'm like, huh? What? So that was funny. It's like, yes, the voices. And Twitch's display that as a reply and multi-chat, it looks weird. Yeah. Skill speed in both placement and attack speed. Tailwind feels amazing for ballistas. Yes. Oh, it is both. Okay. Yeah, I probably will do Deadeye then. I didn't realize skill speed was placement speed as well. I don't know what I anoint on this build. I'll probably... Ah, that's so expensive for how shit it is. I don't know. I don't understand how to estimate this. I do have... What did I want to use on this? The problem is my good chest doesn't have 5 sockets. So that's a bit of an issue. Like, I do want to use this chest. This is perfect for this character. But that's my only 4-socket one. I've only hit 5-socket ones on the bad chests. And the one I was really happy to drop has 4 sockets. And I didn't have corruption omens at the point I was corrupting them. So that's frustrating. Do you have a +7 Proj 100 elite? No, I think this might be my best one. I don't think I really have any good crossbows. Let's look. But I don't believe I have a single good one. 110 with +5. This might be my best one. +7 with nothing. I mean, I could slam that and get lucky. Please? Please? I hate everything. I mean, this could be worth chaos bombing, eh?
Darth microtransaction is firing Ziz's laser.
Please. Hi, Darth. You did an excellent job. That was one of the best Path of Exile interviews. I was very impressed. Okay, I used all my chaos and I didn't hit it and everything sucks. Okay, so I effectively don't have a good weapon. See, I have so good quivers. This quiver's nutty. You did great, dude. You did absolutely amazing. The part survived? Yeah, that is the silver lining there. But all my chaos are gone. I do have a headhunter. Does headhunter work with artillery ballista? Because this could be an interesting character to use that on. Fuck it, I'm IDing it. It does have strength and dex. It does not have int. This is a good roll. I mean, the dex is high. I don't think it counts as you killing. Let us discover if that's the case. Let us discover. Let's just go somewhere that I know has a lot of errors. Lost City. Okay, let's just see. So I'm wearing a headhunter. Give me those tailwind. Are we sure? Yeah, it does work. It does feel like I'm getting faster. I hate losing tailwind stacks. I really need like a lot higher of it. Fuck me, dude. Is there usually a rare here? I really need like a lot higher evasion. Oh, here. It does work. Yo. Okay, that's fun. I mean, I don't have a spare ingenuity, so maybe we just do a headhunter. I would like to see what it's like without a headhunter too, though. But that sounds pretty cool then. That actually sounds like maybe a potentially really good headhunter build. That sounds like potentially a good headhunter build. And it would be fun to have something to use it on since I do have it. Do you know what I mean? It kind of builds tailwind stacks kind of slow. Yeah, so I want to make sure I never get hit so I never lose them, for sure. I want to have really high evasion. I have an issue. I don't think I've picked up any jackets. That is an issue. Level new character tomorrow. No, I've already have it leveled. It's 67. Okay, do I have any good jacket? I don't think I do until like level 70, so I do think I have to use that a bit more. Because obviously I do want like animation ES one. And just like nothing really compares because this is like 1,000 ES chest. It's kind of dumb. And then I guess I just use that. What do you put in these? Do people put soul cores in them? Can't I just put 4... Wait, actually, is there a way to simulate? How much would 4 iron runes give me? But it wouldn't give me that much, right? Because it already has 300% increased armor, evasion, and energy shield. So it already has so much. So it really is like very little. And on this, I really need high energy shield on my other pieces. It's the issue. It's sort of anti-synergy with this. Isn't each 20% more? Yeah, but it's off the base. So it's off the base of a Grand Regalia, assuming it had none. Current ES or armor by 1.2? Nah, it won't work like that. Because it already has 295. Use its Zeri's Disdain? What's that? Is that a soul core? Wait, what's a Zeri Disdain? Oh, I see. Oh, I know what you mean. You mean this. Bypasses though. But I probably will have to. I don't think that's the worst idea. I just have to be really careful about not dying. Don't I have a decent one? Let's see. 20, 31. This one's pretty good. 31, 23. I don't know what soul cores to put in. Is there anything with the tributes? Is there anything that gives the tributes at all? Convert. Usually +5 all resist. Yeah. I do think that will be probably the best. I think you're right. No, I don't care about rarity enough on this build. My sparkler's pretty fast anyway. How much does this give? Wow. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'll probably will drop 3 dragons. And then I probably will use this. To be fair, like, I am making a stat stacker. I was thinking a lot, like, oh, but I want to know what the build's like on a low budget. But I think this might just be a build that we don't really fucking care what it looks like on a low budget. Because I think it's a build you kind of got to shoehorn. That's the vibe I'm getting anyway. It seems kind of shoehorny. I just don't necessarily know that it needs to work on a low budget. I have won the game. Not actually won, but we've half won the game because look at that. Oh, why is it bottom roll and int, bro? I won to 12 though. I do have 1 to 12. There's no such thing as a low budget stat stacker. So in PoE2 there is with Hala and Pillar of the Cage God. Steel did that on like 80 and it's one-shotting. Like very, very, very little, like you just had trash gear. It's only level 52. You can't use the series on with CI. Yeah, I'm not CI. I'm not CI. I will need chaos resistance. Yeah, hopefully I have good enough gear. To be fair, the majority of gear on this character right now is pretty wow, those are some awful boots. I do need to get a little bit higher level. Do you know, I gotta say, I really appreciate in PoE 1 that you get level 70 for the most part. I guess there's new item bases now. You get level 70. Actually, that's a thing that I really preferred when it was level 70 in PoE 1. I really... How do I feel about the fact that you have 77 gear? I don't know if I'm a huge fan. I don't know. I don't love it. I don't love it. It's not the end of the world, but I don't love it. You could get exalted. Evasion, ES chest, and annoyance, spectral ward, ES from evasion on chest, maybe. That sounds very smart. These are trash. I do like that. What is that? Is this gonna be giga expensive? Oh, I'm not that far away from it. I can afford it. I also might just go there. Because this doesn't sound too bad either. Well, no, it kind of does because I do need the life flask. If I'm gonna use the helmet, or I will slowly die to something. Fuck. Okay, I'm not 100% sure. I'm hungry, but I don't eat. Oh, these are really good travel nodes too. Wait, they're percentage, right? Yeah, they're both. Oh, they're all kind of nice. it's not the dumbest thing to path to. Path through the jewel. Path through 2 jewels here. Yes. I don't fully know what I'm doing there yet, but I think this is what we play next. I have 6 things for it. I don't think I'll commit a level 20 gem to it, because they're so rare. Fury Invasion, just get the mana as evasion node. Mana as evasion. Wait, there's a mana as evasion node? What's it called? Mana as evasion. Should probably just get an ES. No, I'll be using the I'll be using Azir's Disdain, I think. I do like that. Do you know, I really, really like the Magnitude Valorb outcome, and I really like that it's not all positive and not all negative. I think that makes items so interesting. It's such a small thing that they've added, really, but it's so cool, because on a Azir's Disdain, you could get plus 2.2 multiplier on the maximum energy shield and negative 2.2 on the bypass. So cool. So cool. Actually just so cool. It can annul bad mods off uniques? No. Late February, early March. Can reduce bad mods though. Do you know what? I'm in a mood to have any like 12. I'm just gonna chance a few. It's just a fun thing to chance. And at least it sometimes happens, unlike all the other things I'm trying to chance that actually aren't happening. Because they're so rare, bro. Okay, there we do these 3. Music? There's no music playing right now. Alright, they're just all fucking deleted, I guess. Not
here.
No, I'm thinking I might end today. And then we try to play this tomorrow. I do have some cool gear for it if I need to. I have this. Do I need spirit on this though? It might be hard to get spirit on this. I don't know if I'll need more. No, I don't think I'll need more. I think all I need is Grim Feast, really. I chanced at the same time as you and got Thieves Torment. Oh, that's Emerald, right? You know what? I'm gonna get one too. I hate everything. No. Okay, do you know what? I can't chance shit. Ghost Dance. Where is Ghost Dance now? Where is Ghost Dance now? So used to being northeast. Where? It's an aura. Oh, I did not know that. Really? I will need that. It's only 30? Recover energy shield equal to 5% of your evasion. Oh. Wow. Cool. Thank you for letting me know. I did not know that. Wind Dancer, Ghost Dance, and Grim Feast are OP? Yeah. I'll just slap that on. What do I have right now? Right now I have Wind Dancer, Grim Feast with Vitality and Clarity. So I'll just remove Vitality and then throw on thingy. We'll try that tomorrow, I guess, eh? Very cool. Boom. Very cool. Any chance to fit in Herald of Ice and Pulse Circle? Maybe. I can look at that tomorrow. That sounds like a fun idea, though, especially with a Headhunter and have this as a fun breach farmer. That sounds pretty fun. That actually sounds pretty fun. It might clear better than Spark. I also really want to do something with these. They're fun too. I've seen some fun things. But I think I'll do totems next. I think both my next two characters are totems. Fast forward. Ah. That makes sense. Thanks, chat. Oh, it doesn't have a... No more aura cost. Excellent. Yeah, it's hardcore stuff. So I don't have that much stacked gear, so I've been putting this off. I do probably want to use this because it is 20% increased attributes and 40%. I really wish it had 5 sockets, dude. Is the only one I had that didn't hit 5 sockets as well. Like all my other ones did pretty much. Like this one did, which is attributes and mana, which is really good. I see uses for that. This one is rarity and spirit, which I don't really have a use for in hardcore. Oh, this one's rarity and all risks, which I also don't have a use for, but I also didn't hit anything. And I think I have one more somewhere. No, I don't know. I think I have one more. Ooh. Is there anything your Spark build can't do well? No. Not really. Not really. Man, things look so cool. Even the 2D art just looks so fucking cool. Yeah, I'm glad we get changing runes. Hi, Valsar. This week,
Valzar
right?
just
I think I might end
for 100 months. Alien Dance.
I think I might end. Your cursor reflects? Yeah, it's pretty cool. Everything that reflects, right? Something like that. I can't remember. Other things reflect too. It's something else that reflects too. I don't know. Little Sangraf. I'm alright, Gazi. Still alive. They both did such a good job. Did they say they're doing anything about crafting? They said a lot of things that are fixed with crafting will get solved over time and stuff. Oh, I didn't even realize that's a fucking resub. Jesus Christ. Valsar, thank you for the tier 3 for 100 months. Dude, you're insane. Also, thank you for the fucking 28 gifted. They've gifted 2,000 subs in this channel. Valsar, you're aware you have a problem, right? God, I hope you make insane money, IRL. Thank you so much, dude. That's fucking wild. You don't have a problem? I hope whatever you do, I hope you're loaded. Thank you so much, dude. You're crazy. Thank you so much. 2,000 gifted subs is actually insane. You don't scam people for a living, do you? You're not one of those like people calling me from O2, right? You don't have kids? That's good. Right. I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna rate Gazi. Thanks for watching. Also, huge thank you, Valsar. Thanks for watching. Try to die less than I do. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.
Hey YouTube, Zizaran here.
Hey guys, Zizaran here.
Hey everyone. So I was literally just about to go to bed.
Hi, Zizaran here. Zizaran here with Zizaran here. Zizaran here with Zizaran here. Hi, Zizaran here. And welcome to my channel.